Welcome to G-Loot Season 6 Super Week. We are on day number 3. The lower bracket will commence today. My name is Tickle, or as Avenger likes to call me, Tickle, and I'll be your host. And of course,
you said the same thing.
It's not the same to anyone else but you, Avenger. 2 new faces to break down all the games you see and commentate as well. Jorasa and Avenger are here. Avenger, you've watched day 1 and day 2. Excited for what's to come today?
Yeah, a little bit of surprises here and there, honestly. Some favorites, some fan favorites that didn't hit the days. And obviously with 2 days only, you have to hit the ground running with only 12 games played. So pretty damn excited to get these games going. We're putting these new 8 teams in that didn't play yesterday and the day before. And they're obviously extremely excited because they didn't play and they've been watching. So the preparation that they've been able to kind of put into this, watching the games, is quite beneficial for them, and I think that's going to show it too.
I do think it's going to show. Jorasa obviously back to some competitive PUBG. Some of the teams and the players off for PNC, so now they are back here getting to compete. So I'm sure they're very excited, almost as excited as you, maybe?
I think so. There's going to be so many different storylines to follow today and tomorrow. It's the lower bracket, of course, so we'll have some teams that we've seen play already that, frankly, we expected to do better, and now's their chance to redeem themselves and show us just that. And then you've got a whole bunch of teams who, on paper at the start of the tournament, might not have people expect them to do well, and they could come out of nowhere and surprise us all. And that's what formats like this allow us to surface. It's going to be fun to watch.
It is going to be fun to watch. Yesterday was very fun. I laughed a lot because we had some crazy circles, and I know, Avenger, you were watching as well. Some weird stuff happened. Lots of clutches, lots of nades. For you, what was the highlight from day number 2?
It has to be the Ivas 1 versus 3. That was one of the best 3-person spray. Like, it probably has to be the best 3-person spray transfer to be able to take that was just crazy. Ivas was and also Entropic, they were a force to be reckoned with all the way through. Obviously Heroic did really well for themselves. 2 wins in 12 games, 2 huge wins as well. The pleasure of playing a little bit with Paige and Beamy actually before we started here today, and they were like, yeah, Lover is pretty competitive, but they could still feel that some of the bottom teams were not stepping up, so they felt like that there were much more space than, for example, what we see in some of the PCS finals.
If you missed day 2, what you did miss is in the last game, the final 2 teams battling it out. Toby calls them the Prince and the Pauper, but obviously Northern Lights faced off against Entropic. Entropic coming out victorious. We won't see them today. They have secured their spots in the grand finals, but it was a nice little taster of what's to come. And talking about what's to come, this is your schedule for the entire Super Week. It's going to be popping up on your screen right now, and you can see we've still got 2 more days of lots of Super Week action before we move into the grand finals, and it is going to be that lower bracket, which we'll talk about in a bit. This is what the schedule looks like, though, so you can see where we're kick-starting and what maps you can expect. You need to book out the rest of your night for day 3 and day 4, because at the end of this week, we are going to know which 8 teams will be joining our current 8 teams in the grand finals. So lots of exciting PUBG on the way. Jorasar, for you, what are you most excited about seeing today specifically?
We will almost always see one of the teams or 2 of the teams that we don't necessarily expect to be mixing it up for chicken dinners in a lobby like this rise to the top, or just happen to have a great day at the office, bat off some really established teams like they were nothing, and they're going to have us going, what? How did that even happen? Where did these guys come from? I'm looking forward most to finding out who that's going to be. The guys that upset the status quo of things, shall we say, and make it into the grand finals as a new force to be reckoned with.
I like how Jorasar set that up. He has told us off broadcast who he's rooting for. He honestly believes there's a certain team that's going to finish in the top 3. He's setting this up so nicely for him when we showcase the teams.
I'm setting Martin up to trash me so hard, I know.
It's coming, but if you're watching and excited for that, you need to wait a little bit, because first we're going to walk through the formats. And Avenger, the players already, we spoke to them yesterday. They love this lower bracket, double elimination. This is awesome. It's really given us some really fun games.
I love double elimination tournaments. It's quite hard to do considering we have 16 teams in the lobby, so you have to do like really big formats or really special formats. But I really feel like G-Loot here, they nailed it. The way that both, you know, the invited teams come in, but also the qualification. Like if you did really well in the open qualifiers from first to 5th place in the European qualifiers, then you went into the upper bracket. If you got 6th to 10th, you went into the lower bracket. 1st and 2nd for Mia, and 3rd and 4th for Mia for the lower bracket. And obviously also the June qualifier, the monthly showdown that Joe and I, we had the pleasure of covering, where Entropic did extremely well for themselves, winning that. And we already saw what they were capable of against some of the lower tier teams, but then they come in here yesterday and finishing it off. Obviously not as good as they did the first day, but still they had a really good showing, and you can really tell that their confidence is there. I was really pleasantly surprised by Question Mark also doing well, but yeah, covering the lower bracket today. I think we're gonna see some of the teams that had some of the struggles going into today here. I think we're gonna see those teams perform a little bit better, because now they're warmed up, they know what they're prepared for, and the teams coming in are not as strong as the teams that we saw leaving. Like, you're not going to have your Entropic, Heroic, NLT, Navi, FaZe Clan in there. Question Mark, of course, as well as Bystanders and Creed. I was in the chat in the last game, and I said, Ens or who did I say? Ens or BBL is going to jump over Creed. And Gaxi wrote to me, no, please no. And he was like, when the game was done, he said, thanks for the jinx. And they made it with just 4 points over Liquid. Liquid obviously went out super early in that last game. I was quite excited for that last game, because it was extremely close. Like, the last game was really felt like going to be a really close one between, 4 or 5 teams fighting. And it ended up being all of them dying off extremely early, and only BBL having a chance in the end to try to make it.
One of the things that we did see on day 1 and day 2 was, even though placement points played a big role, it was really kills that made all the difference. Right. I think Northern Lights at one point had like 8 placement points, but a gazillion kill points. So that's going to be a big thing to watch today if we see that similar sort of aggression.
For sure.
But of course, it is all to play for that $50,000 prize pool. The top 8 teams at the end of tomorrow will make it through to the grand finals, joining the top 8 teams from yesterday, and the bottom 8 teams will be gone. And that's a problem, because ultimately you want to get some PGC qualification points as well as some cash, Jorasar.
Yes, exactly. And PGC qualification points are going to be a big focus, especially for some of these teams that are already confident that, or they've already qualified into the grand final. They think they'll be able to make it through today. They'll have one eye on that, but they need to focus on the task at hand, which is still making sure they are comfortably in the top half here. And it might sound like an easy task for some of the teams that are big names, but look, pressure gets to everyone and different teams play different ways. It's very easy for a team to get caught off guard by another team or another couple of teams that they don't normally play with. So they need to get used to how everyone else plays in a fairly unfamiliar lobby very, very quickly indeed. And the teams that are able to adapt faster will have an easier time doing that.
Avenger, we're looking at the PGC points standing right now.
Yeah.
Safe to say that the top maybe
the top two teams are safe for sure. I would say right now, if you're a team outside the top 6 that win G-Loot Season 6, once we get to the grand final, then you're home safe. Like, then you're looking really, really good with those 350, 375-ish points. That's around the time what we had last year, but we did have a team, Northern Lights, that were swallowing a lot of the points from all the tournaments. So it might be a bit higher in terms of the cutoff for going to PGC for this time around. But those 300 points in the grand final for first place is going to be a huge chunk for some of the teams that maybe not have more than a couple hundred already.
Is it in the back of Team Liquid and BBL's mind? Obviously, they did not qualify in the first 2 days. They now have to fight it out in this lower bracket. Avenger, do you think it's also in the back of their mind? Those PGC points, they have to make grand finals. There is no possibility of them not getting through there if they want to see themselves at PGC later in the year?
I mean, it will make it extremely hard for them to get to PGC. There's still a guaranteed spot in PCS 7, and then there's a good amount of points for second and third place. So they would have to get top 4-ish to be able to make it through to PGC. So it's extremely important to get here. I saw a post and a comment on a post here from G-Loot where they said they're looking forward to play this format and going into this. And I said they were so excited to play this format that they decided to play the lower bracket as well. And, there was I think there was an interview from Fuzzface, and I really enjoy that, because they're coming into this with the preparation that they've had from the last 2 days. They're going to be firing off all cylinders. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Liquid finish off in the top 5 in the lower bracket here.
There we go. That's confident speak, Liquid in the top 5. These are the 8 teams that did qualify through day 1 and day 2. And you'll notice there that 4 of the invited teams are not there. You will get to see them today. The surprise for me, Jorisar, Creed X Esports, I thought that they really did a good job. Bystanders as well. Obviously in Tropic, they just run away at the front. But for me, those two at the bottom, Bystanders and Creed X, yesterday specifically really popped off. Any other names there, though, this is a dumb question. So any other names that surprise you? No, you expect those teams, right?
Yeah, I think at this stage of the competition, it's very difficult to be surprised, but I think your call out is correct. But both Creed and Bystanders have so many established players that are used to playing at the highest level. We're not surprised to see those names there, but maybe just watching them play together and getting used to how they play in some great individual plays. Hjort's one of the players yesterday whose nades sort of strike out in my memory as being absolutely superb, for example. But there isn't really anyone on those teams who you'd say they're not deserving of being in this lobby trying to battle it out. And when it gets to this level of PUBG, you'll have some players that are better than other in terms of mechanical skills, sure. But the way teams play together and their teamwork and how they approach fights makes such a big difference. And I think that comfortably trumps individual skill in most of those cases, that it's lovely to see teams like that succeed. And I want to see more stories like that develop.
Let's take a look now at the teams you get to watch play today. There'll be some familiar names in the mix because they did not make it through.
Lovely.
And some other names we haven't seen. This is going to be really interesting. So Toby said something yesterday, Avenger, and I wanted to find out if you agree, where he said that for teams like ENCE and Liquid, who are used to a very sort of controlled style of play, if you like, in these sort of big tournaments, they might struggle with the chaos that comes in the lower bracket. What do you think about that?
I actually talked to Kylaris about Liquid's kind of run here, especially in the first day. The first 3 games that they played on Miramar was extremely rough for them, and we were like, we have to look into what actually happened with them, because they went out so early, and it ended up just being them fighting on the edge one of the first circles with a team that just clearly outplayed them. And that case, like if you have a really rough start where you're getting 14th, 13th, 14th without as much as like just won a couple of kills, then you're having a really rough start. 12 games only, and if you're already behind that far, then mentally it's extremely hard to jump back into things, because first of all, if you have 3 bad games to start with, then your next 3 games has to be like top 3 with a lot of kills for you to be mid-pack. And then otherwise you're starting day 2 like clearly in the bottom 8, and then you're like, that mental pressure, that pressure in your team is going to be really rough. And then you have from 7th or 7th or 8th game ish, you're gonna have 4 teams that are already qualified. They're already through. Like, it's impossible for them to not go through to the grand finals just because they have so much points. They're gonna be able to bully the rest of the teams or focus on some of the teams that they might fear is a bigger competition going into the grand final. So they're kind of making sure that they're not or having a harder time through it. And that's just from a pure strategic and tactical point of view. Like Entropic didn't need to go all out and really show off how good they are. They could focus on trying to make sure some of those teams they don't want to see in the grand finals, or try to make sure that they struggle on their way to the grand finals, because their mental is going to be perfect.
We're mentioning Liquid and maybe their underperformance, but there was another team that I thought underperformed in day 1 and day 2, Joe. So I expected a lot more from Skade, and I know that you wanted to focus on them moving into this first game. Were you happy with their performance?
Skade have been, if you're a Skade fan, it might have been a little bit frustrating to watch some of their games. They actually started the tournament all right. The first set of the first map, they had a 2nd and a 4th place in their first 3 games. And it looked like they were starting on the front foot and really getting things rolling a bit. They've had a recent roster change, of course, but it's with players that have been around for so long and play with each other so much that you started to get the feeling that everything's gelling and it's clicking. And then it all sort of went wrong. And going into day number 2, it almost felt like they were super momentum based, that they were getting caught out on rotation a lot more than they otherwise would have. You see that happening to them sometimes in scrims as well. I think some of it might be a timing issue in the lobby, where the way they enjoy playing the game lends itself more than some other teams to being 2 or 3 players or having someone die before you get to that point where you're starting to properly take all those team fights. And if they can survive that early to mid game and stay together as a unit going into the late game, they can revive some of that. So this is a good opportunity for them to reset. But no doubt, if you're a Skade fan, you are expecting more from them today and tomorrow. There's no hiding from that.
Are you expecting them to finish in the top 8 at the end of tomorrow?
Yes, I think there will be times when it'll be difficult, but they just need to get those 1 or 2 games going, and I feel like the momentum should be able to carry them through to the top half of this lobby.
I'm being a bit sneaky here, so I keep getting you to make these confirmations, and then I'm writing the names down so I can compare them at the end of tomorrow.
Call me on it later.
to see which one you got right. Avenger, from your side, this is a team that I'm really excited to see, because we saw them in season 5, and they're fun to watch. They have a style of play that I really enjoy. Polish power, they're going to be in the lobby as well, and probably going to upset a couple of teams.
Yeah, they're this kind of smash and grab drive-by meta style team. I play a lot of ranked with Marsalek. It's always the morning grinders. He's always up early, and I often ask him, like, do you feel like this is just the meta that you guys are gonna try to adapt to? And they're like, he's saying that they just want to punish the guys that are stupid enough to drive only one guy in a car too far away from the others, because then they're not able to defend themselves. So they just drive by them. It's a free point, he says, right? And this kind of smash and grab style of play with a lot of kills is it's going to work out, I feel like, in this lobby here. Also, they got 5th in G-Loot Season 5, placing higher than Entropic, FaZe Clan, Heroic, did extremely well there. And they're a team that for sure should be in the grand final of Season 6 as well.
It's interesting because their playstyle is something that we're starting to see Northern Lights adapt and do in day 1 and day 2, and it really worked out well for them. So are you thinking that maybe a couple of other teams might be watching this going, oh, maybe we should also play like that?
No, I don't think so. I think there's going to be a lot of respect around the first couple of games here. You know, there's usually in the early stages of a short tournament like this, there's a lot of edge play. You see a lot of teams that are waiting a little bit too long on the edge, and then they're forced on to play on the edge instead. You have your 3, 4, 5 teams that are center heavy meta, and if that continues, then we're going to see a lot of edge fighting. We're going to see Skate there, Polish Power. We're going to see the likes of these teams play that and do that, and I think we're going to see teams like Liquid, all these usual teams that we see that are in the center heavy meta, splitting 2 compounds in center circle 2 in the center. I think they're going to do quite well in this, especially today here, but it could change. Usually short format tournaments like these are very edge heavy in the first couple of games, and there's usually quite a lot of space in the center. That's why we've seen the likes of Digital Analytics and BBL have a lot of success before, because they're really good at scouting what could be open in the center once we see circle 3 and 4 pop.
I kept this right till the end. I hinted at it right in the beginning. Jorasar has an opinion that some of us don't agree with, and I kind of wish I got some boxing gloves because I feel like we can have a nice little fight here. Jorasar, just tell us what you told us before the broadcast started.
All right. I'll caveat this with, I think it's going to happen, but I also hope it's going to happen because I think it would be a great story. This is the lower bracket. Half of the teams here won't have played in the first 2 days. And I was very impressed in the finals that we were casting in the monthly showdown. I thought 3v played very well. And I think they stand a good chance of adapting well to a lobby that is a step up. But I guess today and tomorrow will be the make or break of that. If I had to pick a dark horse that maybe is a less established team that we wouldn't normally expect to make it into the top 8, I think I would back them.
You played that very safe because off broadcast, it was a very definitive, they will make top 3. Now he's like backing right out of it.
Tempering it down. You got to leave everything open.
So you were exaggerating in the or like before the show
absolutely.
Opened. Okay. I mean, you said top, you said top 3. I was prepared to pull out the samurai sword and completely slice you up for that, but that's fine. I think they are. If I had to make a bold prediction that you can pull out the samurai sword for, I'm going to say I think they'll make it to the grand final. So top 8.
No.
That's something completely different than the top 3. I definitely think that they have a chance at going top 8. They're grinding like the Greek gods, Vini Vidi Vici. They are grinding so much ranked that I get annoyed by playing against them because they play so tight. Like when they're playing ranked, hot dropping these random places on Tego and Miramar, like they're playing so tight as a team. They always make sure if you see one guy of them, there's definitely going to be coming another guy. So they're playing together a lot. They're really tight-knit when it comes to their squad fighting. And I think that's also why we saw them succeed so much in our monthly showdown here. So I definitely think that they have a good gut shot at top 8 here.
Good shot at top 8, but the exact words were they will make top 3, and I'm going to hold you to that.
That was what Joro said before we started. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a dream run, though?
Imagine top 3 for Vini Vidi Vici. Easy.
Imagine they're in that position at the end of day 1. What a story that would be.
Yeah, top 3. Yeah, that would be a huge story.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna bang that drum for sure if that happens.
Absolutely, 100%.
We've seen some of the teams. We've obviously spoken about a few. How do you think those invited teams? I mean, for me, Foot Esports on day 1, Avenger actually looked really good now that they've had a bit of a roster change. Struggled a little bit on day 2. For them, it's really important to make the grand finals. ENCE as well. I mean, all the invited teams, obviously, they have a point to prove. How much preparation did they do last night looking at some of the other teams in the lobby trying to figure out what their game plan is going to be?
I think definitely, like from today, they've been spending a little bit of good amount of time, couple hours, hopefully looking back at the games, looking at maybe looking into Twire, seeing some of the rotation paths for some of the other teams so they can take advantage of, having played against 8 of the teams that they're playing against today as well, or 7 because they were playing themselves. So I think that is super monumental for them if they have done that, and I think that's gonna be big for them if they have done that kind of preparation. But you're getting 8 teams in now that they have only played maybe some scrims again, maybe a few tournaments, and 4 or 5 of them. So first of all the drops are pretty set. Like I saw Blamus, he tagged us in on Twitter as well. Like and it looks extremely set already. I don't think we're going to see any hot drops or any changes, maybe on some of the alt drops, so I'm not too worried about that. But I think the 4 to 8 or 4 teams of the 8 that are coming in here in the lower bracket, I think 4 of them is going to play kind of slow. They're going to be doing some kind of random things that none of the other teams are expecting. But at the 4 invited teams, there are teams that are usually straight to the grand finals. Those 4 teams, I think 2 to 3 of them are going to make it to the grand final. I don't think we're going to see all 4. That's going to be hard for them.
We've just heard that Istanbul Wildcats are going to only play with 3 players. Interestingly enough, this happened to Devon yesterday, and they actually, I'm in trouble for saying this, they finished better. They finished higher as well and got more points, finishing with 3 players. That worked in their favor, but obviously not an easy start, Jorisar. And for a lot of these new teams, when I say new, that they're names that maybe we aren't that familiar with. The players we know, but there are some new lineups and things. Is it a bit nerve-wracking when you see the likes of Ents and Liquid? Those names alone, I mean, it doesn't even matter who the players are, just those team names can be, the mental game can be a little bit messed up because you suddenly go, ooh, I've got the big guys in my lobby now.
I think that's certainly the way some of the other teams that are coming into the lower bracket now are going to think. For the teams like Ents and Liquid, who would normally expect to sail through to the grand finals, one of the things that makes them so strong, and one of the reasons why their names are a massive longevity in PUBG, is that they can shrug off something like that and go, okay, that was frustrating. Now let's go ahead and crack on. And their ability to reset in the middle of a tournament is so critical for being able to get up and go again. And that's why when you talk about some of the momentum-based teams, you were talking about Skate earlier, you reset, get a couple of good results on the board, and then it just flows rather than you're constantly stressing over every moment in the game. And that's the difference in mentality between some of the teams that are here all the time and some of the other teams that are stepping up for the first time, who can get those good results, but it's very mentally draining to get there because it doesn't flow as naturally. So there'll be a lot of variance in the way teams handle the pressure today, and I think we'll know a lot more going into the second map.
Avenger, I mean, obviously you competed, so agreeing with Jorisar there, or do you think no one really cares? They're just getting in there to play their own game?
Oh, I think so to go back to kind of the way of having to reset, you have to be able to like reset from map to map and from day to day. Like if you're not able to do it from map to map, then you're at least gonna have to do it from day to day. But like this is what wins you tournaments, are not like, if you're able to reset and then go have the next game is a good game and then you burn off that momentum, like the morale in a team is everything in this game.
It is day 3 of the G-Loot Season 6 Super Week, and we are go. Jorisar and Avenger are going to take us into game.
Over the skies of Miramar now for game number 1 of 6. You're going to get 6 games from us today, and we're starting on Miramar for the first 3. The plane is up, and we've got all the teams dropping. Like you said earlier, Martin, the drop locations are relatively set. We don't really expect anyone to be on top of each other or anything like that. But, no, this is going to be lovely, right? 11 to 6 o'clock plane path. Most teams are going to be pretty happy with this.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good start from the plane path point of view, and doesn't look like anyone is indeed going to be hot drumming each other. It would also be weird. Even though ENS has claimed all of the north, I saw like if they're going Oasis, they're going Tora Amuda, they're going Militar, they're going even Alcantara, like depending on where the plane path, if they can't get to their usual spot. So that's going to be all fine and dandy. Pretty good drop here. A little bit of a contest on a car, it looks like, from Fago and BBL, but I think it's changed and they got one each, so that's going to be completely fine. BBL split obviously in play. The question is who gets the church. I think Fago is going to contest for that, and Quedpa is going to leave it. Ooh, that's a spicy circle to start things off with. We're getting Sakura Sansen from really good start, especially with Sakura Sansen and DA coming in, playing here for the first time now in the lower group, John. They're going to have a really fantastic time and hopefully a good game with a home turf circle like this.
Indeed, they will. It's a very spicy start, as you say, sort of the crossroads west of El Pozo being the center of phase number 1. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Sakura Zensen loot up and then maybe leave to the northern fringes of El Pozo or look for a compound just outside, because if you're inside a city in the late game here and you need to get out for any reason, it can be hell on earth for teams to do that. And here in phase 1, it could end up being a little tricky. One thing to bear in mind as well, it's really hilly over to the east of El Pozo. So you can get teams going across there in vehicles, but it's not very fast. It's not very effective. You run the danger of flipping vehicles. Even the pros do it. So expect to see a lot of teams in and around sort of Monte Nuevo or coming in via the road from Valle del Mar. And similarly, you'll get quite a few teams coming in from the north side. And when teams share those sort of entry points into the circle, that's when timing is everything. You don't want to be rotating with 4 vehicles within 3 seconds of the guys in front of you, because everyone's going to be playing a game of cat and mouse with drive-bys and stuff like that. And that's just not the sort of thing you need when 16 teams are still in the lobby.
Oh, for sure not. We see a little bit of members here. Skate, they have a lot of area here close to Hacienda. All the compounds around, so they're going to be really happy with that. Polish Power is sitting safely inside San Martin, but my problem with them being in San Martin is that they have literally 4 teams all the way around them, so their timings on leaving could be rough. They could potentially be running and driving into some players here going west. They'll be going into Divan, or close to them at least. Saha there, if they're taking that path, they could be going close to that. Foot moving early. Sanson sending 2 players out to some of the usual compounds that we know that they end close to. And also Digitalytics sending Hewitt close to one of the other compounds that are extremely crucial in a circle like this.
Yep, we're seeing the teams now take some of those routes we were talking about before. So Sakura Zensen out to the north of El Pozo rather than in it. Makes a lot of sense. We'll have Team Liquid come through in the trajectory that we were looking at from the south. BBL are going to join them right behind. So about 20 seconds behind Team Liquid, you're going to see BBL and maybe even another team after them. But so far, it's looking pretty chilled out in the sense that the teams aren't right next to one another and in each other's throats. It's still 1 minute left to go before phase 1 is collapsing. So plenty of time for teams to get in position, but they will know that going so far to the west, it's going to be a little bit more of a squeeze than usual. So a little bit of pressure being put on here, but it's the good sort.
Teams sniffing out. Oh, shots coming in. Divan here. This is exactly what I was talking about. Polish Power trying to get out of San Martin, and they already have a team that is closing them, so they're forced to fight here. Digitalytics as well with Team Liquid fighting in the so-called Uber compound. He used to drop here when he was playing for FaZe Clan. Liquid, they saw that, they heard it, or at least had some information that made them leave this compound. Now they're going off. Actually, in a better spot, I would say, considering that they were contested there on some of the higher grounds. The compound are there. Ooh, Mert taking James off the bike, wow. Saying this is a bike-free zone, James. Mert with only 20 bullets and a 6x and a dream. Really hope that this roster will be able to compete a little bit. Krunio found Saha there. That's the Divan fight and Polish Power you're talking about, John. This could be a big one throughout this weekend here.
The attitude that the teams take towards these sort of fights, if they encounter someone early game, varies differently between the teams. Team Liquid spotted Digital Athletics, saw there was a safe way to get out. Okay, they took a knock in the process, but they should be, I think, able to at least contest that position. Polish Power, when you shoot at us, right, it's a squad fight then. And bear in mind, although it's on the eastern edge, this is still within zone 1. So Polish Power, yes, they can smash and grab, but they can also afford to play it slowly. And now that Divan have shot at them and they realize, okay, this is going to be a full-on squad fight, they need to be super wary of a third party. They take on Polish Power for too long, everyone's going to be able to hear these gunshots, and the longer they stay here, the more likely they get sniped from somewhere they weren't expecting.
And a third party coming in from Skate as well. This is not what Polish Power were hoping for after getting the first initial knock and flush. 1 point in the back for them, but this could be really rough for them. A little bit of feet showing for Krunio. Nade coming in from Nordskiv. Let's follow that one. I don't think it was cooked, so it could be perfect. Oh, 18 damage.
So close.
Oh, so close. Krunio bandaging up a little bit. He's been found by Freakill. That is Enterprise joining. It's a 4-way fight now. Pixel finding Norkis as well. Also, Nordskiv gone down. Skate seems to be one of the beneficials of this one here. No, it's Gemchi gone down too. Masalek now Polish Power down to 2 for 2 points. I'm not sure that's just worth it with a trade for that. I'd rather be 4 alive and no 0 points. Skate, though, lost 1 player and got 3. That's fine. Gemchi gone out early.
This is it's one of those situations where it's not like 3 or 4 teams dropped in this location. They're not naturally that close together. But when Divan and Polish Power decided they wanted to stop and start shooting each other, this is one of those areas on the circle where players do rotate via here. And if you're rotating and you could hear a squad having a massive fight only 6 minutes into the game and there's a chance to get some of those free points, of course you take it. Of course you try and see if it's possible to third party. And that's why these early fights are so dangerous. Not because it's a protracted one-on-one fight 6 minutes into the game, but because it's a protracted 3v1 fight if you're not careful.
Yeah, exactly. This is a huge highway, John. Like, this position here is so crucial for the teams that are trying to get out of San Martin, but Divan has this weird drop, like an alternative old Tornado Energy drop, basically, from 2020, 2019, where they're dropping in between Power Grid and the Crater Fields, sharing some of those less good compounds. Let's see what Fago decides to do here. Fighting against Liquid right now. Them having a blue logo and then them being yellow does not compute in my mind properly. But that is completely fine. They are the only really yellow team right now, since we had, obviously, Navi qualify through yesterday. They did extremely well with their new pick, Abuba. That was good to see. And now smokes are coming in here. Verbatim trying to defend this compound here. They don't want it to be breached just yet, and knowing Liquid, this is phase 1, this would be way too early for a breach. But if this swings southwest and they're unplayable, is still in a huge play, and they know that it's basically going to end here on the so-called M19 compounds back in PL 2019, where we had 2 endings there, and M19, they basically started their path there, and they won them just basically because these compounds are so strong. I think it was the only 2 wins that M19 got in that PL phase alone, so they were adopted by the players, the M19 compounds. Liquid trying to defend this high ground. Yeah, a little bit of it's 3 years ago. I can't believe it. It's been that long. Solo as well. Senya, Priel, these guys. A little bit of a lineup change too, but Senya obviously very, very well knowledge player. And the other guys are quite experienced too.
You can tell as well the way that Fago might have expected the breach, dropping the guns for the SMG, getting ready for everything. And it's basically because some teams in this lobby, I mean, I'm not looking at Polish Power, but I'm half looking at Polish Power, would say if there's a good opportunity to pick up a point or two because they know the full squad isn't there, it doesn't matter if it's phase 7 or phase 1. They might go for it anyway. It depends on who you're shooting at. And when you don't know who you're shooting at, you have to prepare for all of those different responses, right? Phase 2 now popping. We've got a little bit of a 5 o'clock yoink. El Pozo now far north of the circle, and suddenly that Sakura Zensen move to the northwest, not looking so hot. Footballist Ents, Savum Esports, they're all super close together and instantly in vehicles to rotate down.
Yeah, a lot of teams already in a really good spot for this one here, John. I like that, but some of the other teams, they have to make their way in. And so one of them, Sakura Zensen, home turf circle, that didn't really work out for them. And we have Savum on the north side of Ents. They're going to be the very last team to make their way in there. Istanbul Wildcats also, they're going to be sending it into Monte on the south side of it, or southwest side of it, and try to get a little bit of space there. Solo's in there trying to poke a little bit at them. I see more and more bolts in action here, and I really enjoy that. Got to get some of those headshot knocks.
Lovely to watch, but maybe not so much fun to play against when you're peeking an angle looking for someone and suddenly you get deleted out of nowhere. Speaking of deletion, Footballers getting uncomfortably close to Team Liquid. James managing to get an initial bit of damage onto Esky, but they are comfortably underneath the ridge of the mountain, that it's not easy for Liquid to have a go at them, but it's still good information for them to have. I like as well that the Wildcats have chosen to go on the outskirts of Monte Nuevo there. At the end of the day, oh, hello. That is, wow, 7.8 on the landing there on the flip. I appreciate that. We've got a second one to follow up. These guys are coming in style. I'm not sure that was part of the game plan there for, I think, 3v.
Now, let's see how they move their way further into this circle here. It's fine if they get a western shift here, but if it goes somewhere middle or east, it's going to shift away from them due to the land ratio rules and how the unplayable areas work out. 2-man Polish power lineup here. It's Kapi and Masalek, the young star and the more experienced player on the lineup here. Masalek, the captain. Let's see what they decide to do. Going into El Paso here in second circle, that's a good play as a two-man. You're trying to salvage as many points as you can, so that's the correct play. Skate, defending to try to gatekeep some of the teams getting out of El Paso in case they have to do that later. But this next circle is going to be extremely crucial for the teams making it then.
The thinking behind going into El Pozo, of course, is that teams generally, guys, don't really want to be properly stuck into a city, because if suddenly there are multiple teams there and you have to get out, it gets really messy. But counterintuitively, if you know that in general, the teams with 4 alive will try and stay on the outskirts or not go in, that means it's a relatively safe place for teams with 1 or 2 players to be, as long as they're willing to rotate out late as well. So Polish Power, very aggressive team, incredibly adept at taking these fantastic team fights, but ultimately 2v4 is still 2v4, so they're going to be playing a little bit more of a positional play style here in today's game number 1, because they're down to 2 so early after that early skirmish, and that's completely fine. This sort of strategy is exactly the kind of thing that will get them into the placement points, and from there, up close and personal, if they get a chance to get a couple of kill points as well to add to their tally, that's great.
All right, Ends did not qualify in the upper bracket. Definitely a team we're expecting to see in here. Where's the next star going to go? Oh my God, it's going to go El Paso. This means that the next one will likely go northeast or east into the field area, away from some of the unplayable areas. There's a lot of teams on the southwest, John, here that's going to have to try to fit in areas that don't belong really here. Ends, I see this. This is exactly what I want a team like Ends doing from their position here. They're going to try to swing in and get in on the northeastern side behind El Paso, because they know there's likely not going to be too many teams in there. And then they're going to have a lot of space from this. But yeah, expecting a east shift into the fields area. Digitalytics is going to have a good spot. Skate and BBL is going to have a fantastic spot after this. A lot of endings we've seen on these ridges south of El Paso, John, and they've been really, really enjoyable to see. Bombilovo from Solo. Some shots. They're keeping their area now. Vinimidovici.
Great shot.
Oh, nice connections here. Taking down China wins from 3v.
3v early on, losing one on rotation here in phase 3. Not ideal for them to begin. Ends have successfully made it to the north side of El Pozo. We now have Divan. They were fighting earlier, remember, against Polish Power and friends, frankly. There's been quite a lot of teams involved in that skirmish. The problem is it's now only down to Illidan. And I think he's happy to sort of stay edge-ish. What he wants to do is make sure Fago doesn't rotate into this compound so that he can try and survive as long as possible to maybe get some placement points. But in order to do that, he has to fire enough shots to dissuade them from collapsing in on him. And I'm not sure if Fago are convinced right now. I think they might want to close in and say, we don't think there's a full team there.
And also they're being gatekept from this high ground here. Enterprise actually in a pretty good gatekeep. Gianni, I see, was on the high ground behind basically Batulinson. And now he's going to be jumping off. Oh, that looks like a little bit of a rough time, but they're going to be closing off that southeast side. Look at that. Ends exactly in this position that I wanted here. And the northeast side of Pozo, they're going to have a really good time with this eastern shift, potentially being able to take a lot of space from that. And yes, I did also hear a lot of quotes from James during watching Illidan, and we're going to refrain ourselves from doing that. That's a bit too much, James.
I mean, look, Illidan has got a lot of work to do right now. Fago were correct in that they were not dissuaded by the bullets that were coming out of this compound. They are saying, you know what? We don't think there's a full team up here. We should be good to push. And Illidan buying time in as many ways as he can, using the smoke to obscure that view to gain the element of surprise. And that's a beautiful Molotov as well. Is that going to be enough to kill him? It is indeed. He's actually using his own. Okay. And that's Divan eliminated first. Illidan denying the point, and Fago successfully taking this compound.
It's a bit of on a burning crusade there. No, stop, can't do it. All right, it actually went southeast here. It was actually enough to fit in. I actually thought it was going to go a bit further away from this, but this is a great digital ladies. They're literally laughing right now. And Liquid, they're trying to defend their high ground right now. This is going to be rough. We'll see how that works for them. A little bit of fights here. Simple Wildcats trying to defend off from Savim. Cross cow.
multiple locations is the problem, really. They're looking up, they're looking across from them, and Savum is doing them a lot of damage while they're still looking on the high ground for anyone left there. They need to start focusing their attention, and the longer they spend needing to look in 3 directions at once, the more difficult this is going to get for them. So they're already a 3-player squad to begin with. So I think going through rather than around is the way to go. Pick one direction and stick with it, so that you hopefully don't get third party quite as quickly. Down to a duo now. They've got the right idea, but with Grown already down in a 3-man squad, they have to eliminate Savum quickly.
Zuchetto probably hears him running close to this. No, I didn't. We'll try to see if we can get a bit of an advantage point here, but it's not working out too well. Not sure if they're able to capitalize. They saw him now. He's going to be pushing, capitalizing on them, having the information. He flashed himself a little bit, but I think it's going to work out nicely for them. And Zuchetto is going to do well getting out of Ultimate from Savum. Free kill finds Verbatim from Fago. Let's see if he can capitalize on this situation, but a lot of teams on this southeastern flank area. Enterprise coming in. BBL is going out of their Twins compound to try to third party that from the back. Finds Verbatim and steals that point.
Yeah, and you can see BBL sort of hunting on the mini-map, moving closer and closer towards this fight. They fancy a little bit of third-party action. So it was Fago versus Enterprise, but we've got 3v coming in from the south and BBL coming in from the west. Unfortunately, Fago are the squad that are going to end up getting very, very sandwiched here. I don't know how they make it out of this one alive unless maybe they go full north, full send straight away and try and punch through Enterprise, but they've got no way of knowing until now that the backstab is coming in. 3v are getting absolutely destroyed from multiple directions. Fago, though, are next.
Yeah, Enterprise have to capitalize on this situation here with a knock. They see the knock, get point there. Dedrix is able to get that one. Smash finds free kill, though. That's the BBL third party on both Fago and Enterprise. And with Grandis defending on the backside here, this means that it's just one player left. It's Jenny. And now Grandis is trying to run in, try to get the help here. BBL really doing a fantastic job. Coming in, sweeping, finding free kill. And now Grandis is going to try to help. No, Hector finds one. Dedrix gone down, Jenny gone down. Quetpet lost, though, to Rhinolock. Fago gets another point. BBL down to just 3. Finds Hackatory. And now they're able to get another point here for that. That's 6 points for them. Being able to finish off both Fago and 3 members of Enterprise with this. This is a fantastic play from BBL.
It certainly is. They going up to 6 kills as well. Pre-placement points is delightful stuff for them. They would have preferred if they didn't lose someone coming out of that compound. They thought it would have been a pure third party. The timing on the engagement didn't quite work out because of the way everyone else was fighting. So there's not much you can do to plan for that. I thought as far as points were concerned, as far as the risk was concerned, it was lovely what they did. The next circle as well is comfortably where they are, and attention shifts to the north side of the circle. So Ents, remember, were on the north side of El Pozo. They were coming in on the edge. It was okay for them to move in because they knew no one would be around them, but now it's all about who's in front of them. We were talking about Skate before and whether or not the momentum will be able to carry them through beyond the first couple of maps. So far, they're looking all right. They're up to 6 kills. Xiong is down, but Pixel and Noik are still here trying to defend against Sakura Zensen. Probably only one of these teams will make it into phase 5.
That's very likely. We're going to see Stardust come in and deny that area too. They are 3 guys alive, and the third party could definitely happen here. Shots coming in from Novik, connecting a lot. Onto Sakura Zensen. Tekka's gone down. Really well played. The rest potentially coming off. Yeah, he could not have been knocked there. Also, a big boy gone on that intense. Gone down to clip. Bold actions huge in play here. Skate with 7 kills now, though. Looking really good. Sakura Zensen's out.
This is big.
Oh my god, the shots! Novik! That was insane. Now, the third party I was talking about, Stardust coming in. Skate has to 2-man defend this. It's a good nade. 71 damage onto Xiong. Samty.
Follow up.
Ooh.
Follow-up is good, but only just 71 plus 26 is 97. Let's go ahead and get that first aid off. Still a chance for Skade. Stardust with great timing on this third party, but they're not close enough yet to completely eliminate Skade. Now they're pushing in. They're trying to force the issue. Skade are in vehicle. Stardust have the advantage here. Can Skade fight back? They need the first knock.
Oh,
they don't get it.
Well played. Really well played by Stardust. But Skade have already done it. Gotten to top 6. Good nade from Stardust. They got all 3 of them. That's well played. But Skade getting 11 points here from the 6th place, 2 points. And the 9 kills they're able to gather throughout this one. Solo down to just 2. Oh, it's a East.
Wow.
Shit, that is fantastic for BBL. Fortunately, 9 points off qualifying yesterday in the last game. Now they're looking good to have a good start from the get-go. Good amount of kills from the teams that we're expecting to do well, especially our Smash Mouth playstyle teams. Nice nade from Mert, does a huge amount of damage to Solo. That could be a good one. Beautiful. Mert, he murdered him. Nades.
2 and 3, a little bit far. We've got the flashbangs coming out now, though. They want to try and make it up close. Easy. They do indeed. Solo eliminated. Very well played there by Digital Athletics, and they are into the top 3. Sure, they've only got 3 kills, but crucially, they've got all 4 of their players alive. So BBL, DA, and Stardust are your final 3 teams in game number 1. And you're absolutely right, Martin. The teams that are out, but we still expect to do well, get a decent number of kills. That's so important. In this format, right? Making sure that even when you have a bad game, or even when you go out early, or even when you don't, make sure you have a good baseline. Get that 4 or 5 point baseline so you're not getting zeros in a bunch of games and wins in others. Make sure a bad game is still worth 5+ points to you on average. And those are the kind of platforms where you can springboard yourself into contention for a top 3 finish.
Yeah, exactly. Huge amount of Turkish representation here, Middle East and Africa. Paying up big here in the top 3. All 10 players from Turkey. Not a good game to start off things. 8 kills for BBL. 7 of them on Smash. Absolutely insane player. He is white, though, from that flashbang, that's for sure. He's going to try to crawl into the smoke. And now with a fight like this, that it starts off being BBL and Stardust early, it could just be a super easy game for Digital Athletics. They have to just third party this situation, and then they're gonna be grabbing that early chicken dinner with a huge momentum boost from the first game.
I think Stardust are a little bit reticent to go full into this engagement at the moment. Apocalypse is still playing the anchor position up north. So if anyone wanted to push in, Apocalypse would effectively be cut out from that push up over the ridgeline. I think they're waiting for everyone to get a bit close together. Digital Athletics, they're 2 and 2 split, but they're not venturing too far. BBL staying quite close together as a trio. Fenderloss now starting to stretch just a little bit to gain info. This is actually quite cagey. Digital Athletics, they're not full on sending it into a third party or anything like that. They want to see the kill feed move before they commit.
Yeah, for sure. This is exactly the situation they're waiting for. And even though Stardust actually had the high ground, they were the king of the hill. They abdicated and decided, let's try to also wait for this third party, and let's try to make sure that we are not the one engaging, because we're going to get third partied from a team that is looking extremely strong and also has a good spot. Oh my god, this is perfect from the 2 other teams. BBL can basically just jump down and play off the ridge that they have in the compound and force Digital Analytics to sweep on the northern side. This is perfect for them. And then they could force a fight in between Stardust and Digital Analytics. This is exactly what BBL wanted. Code Margo has that angle. I would love to see one more player on that angle, because if he goes down, they can't force them to go that way around. Let's see, though, what happens, what unfolds in this game.
I'm not sure.
They have to do this. This is exactly what, like, they have to do this. They know that they have 1 or 2 guys on this ridge here, or potentially close to the houses. Like, they can't push this. This would force them in to be the team that is engaging on BBL, that is right now looking extremely strong and has the vantage point from the compound. They have to do this sweep here on the northern side. They have to do it now, considering the circle starts moving in 5 seconds.
Exactly right. If you sweep into the compound and try and take that, yes, you might win the fight for the compound, but you're instantly gifting Stardust the ability to be the team that third parties, and you want to be able to stay out of the fight as long as possible so that you can come in and sweep up. At the end of the day, there's a hard way you can win the game or an easy way, and every team wants the easy way to the chicken dinner. That's just the right way to play. But the longer you spend outside, the more difficult it becomes. And as Digital Athletics are pushed into BBL, they're going to have to make that choice. Do you go straight into the compound and allow Stardust to third party, or do you sweep round north? I think you're correct, Martin, that they should go through Stardust, but also I think that time now is starting to disappear. They're still on that location, and it's 45 seconds to go. Yeah, I'm not sure about this, but then again, it could feel like a big pull-up here. Mert, oh my god, they got two of them on the 3-man drive-by. Well, that is extremely well executed from the Digital here. I did not expect that. Well played. Smash, though, he's going to stay in the compound. And now Stardust is going to be sweeping in here. But look how fast that happened. Digital now 4 guys strong, few boosters off, and they still have all their utility. Look at this. 2 nades, 5 smokes, 2 mollies. Plenty of work here for Hewitt. This is really interesting, right? We thought, we don't think they should go straight into the compound. They ended up going around the front and using a drive-by mechanic to try and get their way in. And that was delightful, frankly. I didn't see that coming, and I'm very, very impressed with how they managed to execute that. Smash, though, still alive. He has got 7 kills this game and is defending the compound, so by no means a pushover. And Stardust have been looking for a way to third party, but they haven't really fired the bullets yet here either. They've sort of gone over the ridge, and then they took a peek and went, wait, is that fight kind of over now? Have we missed our chance? And now they're a little bit less sure about what to do. Yeah, also with the circle gone the way it did, and it actually centers extremely on point here for Digital Analytics. They're going to have to try to sweep that way around. This is a rough play no matter what for Stardust. Like, this is something that they were just hoping for not to happen. They needed this circle to end on this ridge and this high ground that they are on. Now they're forced to go on a really long foot rotation, so-called mucket rotation. And they're going to have to try to make their way in and try to see if they can backstab potentially with some open space. If the Digital already have smoked this southern side, then they're fine. But they have some cover too. They spot them. Ooh, a little bit of his large shots there from Schiller already scares them away. And now they're like, this is going to be rough, guys. What are we going to do? They're going back. More smokes coming out. Actually smoking this ridge. That's nice. I like that. It works out too. Very good. Keeping their defensive space to themselves. A little bit of defensive smokes too now. Ooh, if they had this 1 or 2 nades here, this would be an easy squad wipe. Celti had some really good nades earlier as well, by the way. Now they're incoming, and Stardust are going to have to hunker down and try and get away from that trajectory. Digital Athletics missed just a little bit off to Celti's right. You can see that there, but he's got no more lethals to throw back, so they're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Spot someone in the shack, but Mert instantly punishes the peak. And Digital Athletics slowly chipping away at Stardust here. We know Stardust have the high ground, but DA playing this super patiently, and they're gaining the upper hand. Could be a good nade. Oh, no. It wasn't. Hit the little knob on the hill. 5 kills for DA is still a good game considering here they're guaranteed another 5 for this. Apocalypse gone down. Ooh, Smash tried to backstab, but he was already taken care of here by Murd with an ult. He's not coming in to play for fun, coming in for winning. Schiller, nice shot on Nail Cup. Very good. That nade could be the end. Beautiful trajectory on it. He goes into the smoke. And that is going to be it. Runs into the blue, denies that final point. A lot's on the line here. Every point could matter in the race to get to top 8. Digital Athletics then take the chicken dinner in game number 1. It really slowed down a little bit towards the final couple of circles. Every team playing it super strategically, but ultimately DA come out on top. Yeah, I love this game there, especially how the teams like Skate, they were able to defend some of the high ground. They're like, all right, we're not going to get into the circle. Let's try to get as many kills as we can from this. So we're able to take the fight to secure Stanton and to ends as well. So that was game number 1 of 6 today, everybody. 3 on Miramar, followed by 3 on Erangel. And then we continue tomorrow as well to figure out which 8 teams are going to be joining us in the grand finals for G-Loot Season 6. We're going for a quick break. When we come back, it's Miramar Map 2.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
With the hip fire gets smart as well. Perfect 1-2 punch. One gets the flash in there. The second one gets the push.
Oh, wow.
Multiple teams at the same time here.
That's literally the safest place on the map to get a revive in. And Odin does go down 8 minutes and 9 seconds. And Tropic has actually nailed up getting that knock and then immediately moving back. Okay, so at least they have someone watching, which is going to be so important. We've also got a DPS, though. It's a DPS. Don't do this. Oh, guys, we were talking about this. Oh, my God.
3. Very good flank underneath. Obviously, the knock players will probably get that info across. Takes a fight front, Buster Muff finds the other. Damage coming on the return, but takes a finding one more. Just one more player left lap the hilltop. Will they fall apart? Yes, they will. Ends. We haven't seen more Tropic kills so far in this game, and here they are, out active playing. Unfortunately, not quite going the way that QB would have wanted it to, and their teammates are nowhere near for the rescue. Nailcom, he ain't gonna waste his precious bullet.
A player away from that doorway on the second floor just to make sure. Nearly caught on the cross back over, but I don't think he's noted the reposition of Salek. Instinct. Oh, what?
One take in could be the deciding factor whether you win this, not playing it smart. No, and it wins it! 1v3 example prevails. Enemy, you need to all of it. Does fight the first, and look at the XP from Lou and Batoons, but no, you're taking no money. What are you doing?
We might find it, Toby.
I saw that. He knows exactly where they're coming in from, too.
This could be deadly.
Spots one, takes him down, gets the second, doesn't get it. Look, runs a stab.
And of course, it's Lou, the one to kind of hold back that push, or at least apply some pressure. James actually finds him as well. That's just Patulins. Finds himself in a 1v3. James open sideline here. The spray is good, though. Patulins.
Now it's a 3v1.
Thunder had a chance to aggress while the fight was happening elsewhere, while the Thunder might not strike twice. So does BBL back-to-back chicken dinners, essentially, on their side of the circle. Marco spots for more loot down towards B. As I say that, actually not Marco, the one receiving the majority of the damage there. Kid, but those find a second.
Very good.
And now Lou, all that's left alive. BBL were outnumbered, but it's just Lou left alive. That end will amount to more. Let's see Smash tagged up by the mollies twice. Make that gem table to get the response from the other side. No tries to peek on over. Then the lost. How much more damage can you do to them? A lot, as it turns out. Solo player left alive goes out.
Even better if he gets a couple of extra points and steals those knocks away. If he steals a few away, that's going to be so good. He can't, though. That's Liquid out. And it's only Spyro, and I reckon they know. Actually, Melman that finished
The first game of day 3 of our Super Week is complete. Digital Athletics takes the chicken dinner. And we actually didn't have a chance to talk about this in the pre-show, Avenger, but this is a new lineup for Digital Athletics. And nice start for them, a chicken dinner and a nice win.
Yeah, you know, these guys have a lot of experience. They've played together before, and I really love that they're able to clear it out this easily, honestly. This was a fantastically thought out, well-played game. Like, obviously, they had this compound for a long time. But the time they moved out, when they had to defend it, when they had to try to get some of the kills, they did, and they executed extremely well.
Jorosa, for me, my favorite part maybe when they decided to move on the compound, something both of you felt wasn't a good idea. Even me at the time, I questioned it. But strategically, they just nailed it. They knew exactly what they were doing. Walk me through those final few minutes where we got to watch them, I think, put on a bit of a masterclass on how to play the final game.
I just straight up miscalled that because I thought they might have been walking over to the compound over the ridge where the windows didn't necessarily have vision, but they worked out who was near which window and who was outside what compound and used the vehicles to do a drive-by instead. I didn't see it coming, but frankly, it was just an excellent move and it was delightful to see. Did they expect it to be such a clean 3-0? Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell. They obviously thought it would work, but it worked way better than we thought it would. That was beautiful from them, and all credit to them where it's due.
No doubt we'll see that in the highlights a little later. What we are seeing, though, is if you take a look at the kill feed, Skate just popping off BBL as well, Avenger, just making sure they get those kill points.
Yeah, that was really, really well played by Skate throughout here. They knew that they were not going to be able to get into the zone and play and win from that spot, but they were able to just gatekeep so many teams that they made it worth it. This, though, what a fantastically thought out and well played and well executed play from Digital Athletics. I didn't expect that to be that clean, to be honest, but they were like, all right, let's just 3-man drive by the rest of BBL and we're gonna be fine.
It was a fantastic play from Digital Athletics, and now we get to take a look at the leaderboard, and of course that is going to sit them right at the top there. Those 8 kills, 10 placement points, but what I like is those 2 teams we mentioned, Avenger, BBL, Skade, aggressive play, it's working because it pushes them right on up from a points point of view.
Yeah, for sure. And considering our cutoff was 60 points yesterday, then this is a fantastic start. If you're starting anywhere off from the double digits here for Skate and BBL and DA. Laker also in 6. They had a good amount of kills there. I'm kind of sure that they were hoping that they might have tried to fight for the Digital Athletics compound, considering how everything turned out, but still getting 6 points out of a game where they did not get any circle love whatsoever, and also they had to fight on 3 or 4 different angles. They were basically 1 or 2 men defending a lot of positions on that high ground. It's extremely hard to defend unless you go into the red brick building instead. So good overall a good game, but here what I would love the most I was able to pinpoint exactly why this is going to be a rough game for Polish Power, going straight into the van, and it wasn't just Divan, it was also Enterprise. We saw Skate joining in, and it was just 4 teams fighting from the early circles to get the get-go there.
It was that's sort of the price you pay for starting to engage with the team and then going, if this fight literally lasts longer than 30 seconds, expect someone to get third-partied somewhere. And they were in a path where so many different teams were rotating through at different times. There's almost a chance that they don't necessarily know which team is going to come across them, because it depends on timing, right? But they do know that someone is going to be popping by. So I was a little surprised that the team sort of committed to that fight. Yes, they got some kills out of it, but I think if they had a chance to replay that again in game 2, they would prioritize getting into circle.
Yeah, and also in that situation, like, sorry Sam to cut in, but this is exactly why I hate being a team in San Martin and you have 4 teams all the way around you. There's no cars that's going to be able, like, there's no car strong enough that's going to be able to take you out of the town, because even if you go east, if you go south, if you go north, if you go west, there's a team that is either that has to leave before you, or they're going to wait for you and camp you and make sure you are going to be able to get out as a full foreman there. And then you're forced to be the team that sits inside San Martin for, 30, 40, 50 seconds longer than you necessarily have to wait for the other team to move out. And then you're never going to have any prior positions in any of the sites there. So that's actually why I dislike playing from San Martin with teams looting so much around you like that.
I was going to give Jorasar a hard time, but he's going to have a reprieve because we're getting ready for game number 2. Spicy circle to start us off. Avenger, do you think we'll get another spicy circle? Yesterday, that was all we did. I called them fun, you called them spicy, but we had a lot of fun circles yesterday.
Right. But there's been some wild circles in general. In general, the last couple tournaments we had also, G-Loot 5 was crazy. The circles were super, super wild. So I hope we get some more of them. The players, they're loving it.
We'll find out because we're about to jump into game. Jorasar and Avenger will be commentating this one.
Back over the skies of Miramar for our second time today. We've had our first taste of combat here in the lower bracket of the Super Weekend. Now we find out which teams are going to keep the momentum going and where it's been a flash in the pan, pun intended, and we see more teams rise up to the top. One thing I would say after commenting on this rather southern skewed playing path, 4 to 9 o'clock, is that I guess some teams will be playing this a bit more strategically than others, where if you have a bad game, just make sure you get those 4 or 5 kills on the board and keep that baseline up like we were talking before. So did Liquid have the best possibility of getting into a great position? Maybe not. Did ENCE? Maybe not. But they're still in the top half of the leaderboard. They've still got a handful of points, and their goal isn't to win today. Their goal is to be in the top half. We have to remember that. Yeah,
the consistency, making sure that you have, So's finding the Cup. That is crazy inside Las Leonas. I love to see that. But as we were speaking about here is that obviously if you're able to, from the games that you're not having a huge pop-off double-digit game, if you're just able to squeeze out, 4 or 5 points on an average, then you're fine. Because then when you have those good games, double digits, then that's just going to add to the top of that. And then over 12 games, easy peasy, you're going to have 60, 70, 80 points.
That's got to be the goal, right? Make sure you set the baseline. There are other styles of play where you're super positional, you try and squeeze out the chicken dinners. When you get the win, you pop off and it looks great. But teams like that, we love to watch them. I think the audience loves to watch them as well, right, Martin? Where it's like 0 points, 0 points, 25 points. And you're like, where did that come from? It's spectacular, but it's so hard to rely on that game plan in a tournament environment because it's so boom or bust and it's so unpredictable. No one really wants to have to rely on play like that.
That's what I feel like we're going to see from Polish Power in these games. Those 0 to 2 points and then boom, 25 points. 30. Yeah. Like this is exactly what we're expecting here to see from Polish Power. Because that's also their play style, right? You'll see those drive-by moments of they're trying to do a smash and grab in a compound that they feel like they want in a maybe phase 2. And then there's 1 or 2 guys in there that they didn't expect extra maybe, or it's a full format, and then they're taking the fight. But yeah, we'll see. This could be a good game for them considering they kind of have pyre position. It's kind of a home turf circle. And they know that Skate is going to be as late to the party as they are. So they're going to be able to maybe snatch one of those good compounds. I'm expecting Skate to do a 2-2 split in the GMT compound and the Pixel compound, the Crossroads one and the Longhouse one that we see there close to that. Those endings, we've seen a lot of them. But yeah, if I know Polish Power correct, they will do a 4-man pull-up on the Crossroads compound that Pixel currently have. That's what I'm expecting to see from them, and the play style that we know that they are kind of committing to at this point. But yeah, a lot of if we're looking here, John, just to add. If we're looking at how rough the plane was and what we know that the player's kind of thinking of, and they always use, they put in a big line where the plane path was, they all know that there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in from this southern side of the circle. So I'm really curious to see how many teams try to get up on the kind of northern half of the circle to maybe scout out some of the more open areas and try to lock that down.
They know that there will be some teams who have alternate drop spots thanks to the plane path. They will indeed be expecting more teams than usual to come from the direction of Los Leones, from the direction of Chumacera, and that does indeed give them the opportunity to maybe lock down a little more real estate than they otherwise would. And Polish Power, to sort of combine those 2 points, Martin, is one of those teams where what we saw Digital Athletics do at the end of that game with the drive-by, that's excellent, and, the teams are going to be looking at that going, well played. But Polish Power, they don't shy away from doing that in phase 1, phase 2. Literally at any point of the game, they will go up to any team and do that. And that's one of the reasons why they're so feared and so respected in this lobby.
Yeah, I think there's there's some situations where a lot of teams, they think it's just, brain dead plays, but I actually think that play style, the way that they're able to capitalize on it, and also the momentum they're able to get, that's why they got 5th place in G-Load Season 5. Sometimes you're thinking like, what the hell are these guys doing? But it works out because their approach is the same over and over again. And I agree. I think that teams that are not rotating like Digital is here, if you're not rotating like this, if you're solo rotating or a little bit off for your team, you should be punished. And I think that approach is definitely the way that they should. So I have a good amount of respect for the Polish Power guys, and I hope they do well. But definitely their approach of the game is not what a lot of the teams that are already qualified and some of the teams that have played a lot of the grand finals, that's not what they like playing against, because it's so unexpected. And I think that's why that works.
It's one of those situations where a lot of the time in PUBG, doing what your opponents aren't doing turns out for the best, right? Because then everyone else runs into each other because they're thinking the same way, and you get to mop up at the end. So the more differentiated you can be, not 100% of the time, but in most metas, it serves you well in a game like PUBG. And Polish Power are so much more aggressive than many of the teams in the lobby that no matter what the meta is, they'll always find a way to grab a handful of points. And if you give them a little bit more rope to pull on, they'll find a way to get those big kill wins as well. So
for sure,
it works out very, very well for them, but it doesn't work if 5 teams are like that in the lobby, for example.
No, for sure not. I think that's also why I'm saying I definitely think that now that we have, especially with Polish Power, that's going to be doing it a lot. And also Skate is very kill focused. When they don't have a circle like this, for example, then they're going to be playing off of it. Then it's gonna work out. Like we have 2-3 teams max doing a very smash mouth kind of play style. It's gonna work out. When you have more, it's not, because you have too many third parties. You need to have a decent amount of passive play style from some of the other teams until some of the later stages of the game. And I like what I'm seeing here. This is a really, really, really rough circle, considering there's an extreme amount of unplayable. So you really need to wait until phase 2 to decide exactly where you're going to be hunkering down here. So let's see how much space some of the teams are going to be able to take and how greedy they're going to be, because especially in a circle like this where it's very, very unpredictable where it's going to end, you're going to see a lot of teams go for like a 1-1-2 split. You're going to see a lot of teams being really greedy with their splits and taking compounds where they're not going to be able to cover each other. And that's what we're going to see teams like Polish Power and some of the Sakura Sanson as well. They're going to be punishing.
Yeah, they absolutely love that sort of thing. At the moment, just to sort of further that point, as Fago have a little bit of a go at Enterprise. Not quite out of the woods yet, it's Grandis, but just about getting out of there, with Janny giving a little bit of backup fire. The whole point now is to get high ground position where you can protect your vehicles, because we're not really sure where the circle's going to go next. If you pull up at a compound where the guys 400 meters away from you can spot your vehicle tires with an SLR and take it out, for example, that is absolutely disastrous for your team now here in phase 1, because chances are, more likely than not, you're going to have to use that vehicle to go somewhere else. So it's very important that you don't only get a compound, but you keep those vehicles safe, especially because there's so much unplayable area left in this circle.
All right, James, that was a rough one. He caught a bullet to the head. I'm not sure why Fago is staying here. They basically need like a double, triple hard shift west for anywhere to go for this. Like, this is not going to go power grid. Like, it needs to be a triple west hard shift.
That would be amazing if it did.
For this to work. I like how deep we see Team Liquid being able to go here. Basically, teams bunny jumping in between the compounds coming out of Picado, and now they're able to take the compound south of Hacienda, which was free, with the longhouse that is extremely strong here. Let's see how this is going to work out for them and where the next circle goes.
I love that when the vehicle's out of sight, Jeans is also repositioning the buggy. Polish Power will hear that, and it will make them think how many vehicles are in the compound as well. Is it definitely a 2-2 split, or are there more people there? They can't know for sure at the moment, but it's still information. They know the compound's taken. Marcelic is going to try and confirm the number of vehicles and the number of people there, but Liquid simply aren't looking their way. The windows don't give them a super easy peek, so information denied is information potentially gained by Team Liquid here. They know that someone's here. They also can't hear any vehicles. They know they're not being aggressed on. It's going to make them feel a little bit more confident in their split.
All right, next circle here, John. This is going to be huge. Where are we going to go? We're going to go center. All right, that's nice. I like that.
Cool.
That's going to be huge for Skate. They are going to eventually end up in the two compounds I was talking about here with the two brothers, GMT and Shang Samti. They're going to be going in the Longhouse compound.
Polish Power insta-crash Liquid? Question mark?
Yeah, I mean, Marsalik is calling for it, and Krunio is trying to keep the leash on him. And Norcus as well. They're like, no, Marsalik, no. And then he's like, full send. I want to go. It's kills. I'm hungry. No, it's definitely something like that. They want to try to take an advantage of that. Definitely going to be able to see a fight from that. Let's see what everybody else ends up doing. I expect Skate to have another good game from this one, unless they get crashed though. Nuki finds Petralius.
This is only 2 members of ENT so far, by the way. The other
coming in.
Yeah, Tixu's coming in now, and 1 member of DA is already knocked. So ENTs are looking to try and commit.
They want to capitalize on this kill, but I think that they know it's a full 4-man. It could be a good amount of points here. Digitalytics with a huge amount of confidence coming in from this win just now. Oh, Hewitt picked up a shotgun. That's a big. Huge knock. That's a double knock now. He didn't even get the rest off. Squeaky finds the mini 14 headshot with that though. It's returned a little bit. And now the capitalization has to come in from this here. Nuki moving in with the barrel. Finds the knocks. Puts a little bit of more damage into them to make it a little bit more stressful from the rest of them. Really well played by ENT so far. A lot of barrels in play. Ooh, this could be huge as well in Molotov.
Beautiful stuff near Mert. Mert's going for the underarm grenade. Does get some damage onto Tixu. ENT really well played in the entry portion of this fight. Huge. There's the 3rd headshot onto Mert. It's only Huth left. And every single time Digital Athletics were busy focusing on 1 member of ENT, someone else moves a bit closer. The distraction tactic has been absolutely delightful.
Oh, he's so blind. He's so blind.
Wow. Into the molly? Yes, into the molly.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked. He's going to get knocked. That's unfortunate. Hewitt finds Tixu. Nuki decides to smoke. Hewitt gets found. Now it's only Metralius. Rustonmar with the backup. Really well played. Now the Scar push here from Metralius. He's going to try to go for res. He's going to pick him up and go into the barn maybe. Rustonmar finishes off Schiller. Shots coming in from the side. They're like, oh, there's a guy picking up another guy here. It's 3 points. I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen anyone try to third party this, but then again, it is on the northern side of the circle. Meanwhile, we also see Stardust and Fago go at each other right now. Another rest comes off. Now it's Mert and Metralius.
10 bullets in that S12K, but 10 might be all you need.
It's an extended mag S12K. That is scary. Scary indeed with the 4X. Doesn't really matter. Code Margo finds Thinderloss as a teammate.
Oh no!
It could be rough. It's not going to be rough at all. Never mind. Fago is eliminated here from BBL. Now Rustonmar's on the roof. This is a huge amount of info. Huth's been found. That's huge for ENTs. Huge, if you may.
Hey. Very, very close now. They're back up to 2 at least, but ENTs have done well to consolidate this position. I love that when Squeaky got... when Squeaky got the knock, everyone else moved in. When Nicky found a little bit more damage, everyone else moved in. They were working together to distract Digital Athletics. Every time someone shot, DA looked their way and someone else was shooting them.
Oh my god.
It was so good. Ooh, wow. Hello. That's
a huge shift, and it's going to go away from Minas Generales, so it's going to go center or north after that. Liquid sending it in already, and now the question is, does Skate keep this 2-2 split? No, they leave. The question is, does anyone see this, that they're leaving? That compound is hard to defend, but as a full 4-man, it's different. So if someone spots that, that's a free compound. Nailcup finds Zulsing from Savim. Nailcup has had a good performance in the recent tournaments. I like it. Apocalypse, Medibay too.
On peeking his head above the parapet there for Apocalypse, allowing Nailcup to get closer. He was actually anticipated on that corner, making a little bit too much noise.
Massive.
The kill. A little bit greedy there, potentially. He knew he had a teammate to back him up, and now Nailcup gets the drop, tries to go back, doesn't quite catch it. Global Army gets the trade.
All right, what can we see here? Groan goes down to Tinderlost. Istanbul Wildcats in the fight here with BBL. Meanwhile, Stardust still Apocalypse been rest. I think Nail Cop could be rest as well if they go for it, if they come into that. Cross Cow is in a rough situation here, trying to defend from BBL. BBL really wants to finish this off.
Oopsie.
It's only Thunderlost and Code Marco. It's gonna get a mid kit off. Or first aid, that is. 75 HP now, no boost. It's gonna potentially get one. That's exactly how you play. That's perfectly executed by BBL.
Very nice.
First guy always goes deep, so the focus goes off, and then the next guys that come in, he's gonna go for the close corner and shoot immediately when it gets in the door. Perfectly executed here by BBL.
One other thing worth noting for later as well is that Polish Power, where they were calling for the full send, like you said, Martin, and this is one of those occasions where they actually pulled back, allowed Team Liquid to get away, and now they're on edge fighting against Sakura Zensen. So maybe one to have a chat about later. You don't often see Polish Power try and push in and then go, actually, this might not be the one. So some very conscious decision-making being made from them, and they're going to live to fight another day.
Yeah, and Liquid also being extremely conscious about their decisions. They have found and spotted that compound was open, but they are keeping on a greedy 2-2 split with Clip that has to defend that southern side of that warehouse that is extremely breachable by himself. I will say this though, there's a lot of teams right now that's not thinking about this next shift. It is Circle 4. It is going to go away from Minas Generales because of the unplayable. But Savim, Stardust, Solo, BBL, and Vinividivici, they're coming in from the southern side. They're going to be forced to move once you see this next circle popped. Footballist is going to be able to capitalize off them coming in. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying here. It's a shift away from them. They're going northwest. The question is now, does Liquid keep on this 2-2 split? And what does the guys on the west do? Polish Power, what are you still doing out here in the western side? I was expecting a huge crash from you guys already, but nope.
Yeah.
We decided not to. Ends deciding to go back into the compound that they fought in earlier with Digitalytics that unfortunately went out on
Liquid
14th
committing.
place. And Liquid committing to the split there. I like that. That's exactly what they should be doing. The better compound to defend as a 4-man.
Yep. But look,
And
like,
Enterprise
so
spotted that. Enterprise spotted that, I think, yeah. Freakill finds Vart, though. Because he was on some of the areas there. What are you saying, Gun?
It's so important, right? To the free kill finds Vard, but if he knew it was a 2-2 split, they could instantly push in. But because they just saw the rest of Team Liquid push up, now they're going to be a little bit reticent. And how many times in the past have we seen Team Liquid get into really good positions, but maybe they kept the 2-2 split just a little bit too long for it to be effective? They haven't done that in this game. They've grouped up early, and they're looking really strong.
I think that was their Achilles heel, honestly. That was them being too greedy in compound. But they've cleaned that up a little bit. And now they are really, really close to that. Also being able to scout there. The way that the amount of they scouted in this game has been picture perfect. They basically bunny hop from the compounds. Nice shot from Espi though. Finds Sega Beach from Minimivici. Finds him finishing him off as well. Intense been found by Nuki. Tenderlost also finds Odom Navizi. It's a huge fight here on the eastern side. A lot of teams trying to swing on and get over to this. Intense. Trying to get the rest off here.
They're in a bowl, so they... if someone comes in with nades, it could be problematic. We see footballers here trying to do that to BBL, but I think they'll be fine. They should be relatively protected from Ents. On the other hand, Rupture trying to go for it against BBL. The trade comes out. Lyron knocked, but BBL Esports eliminated in 13th.
Really well played here by footballists. I like that. I also like Lyron, Rupture. These guys have been massive. SK, super nice guy. Played well. Nations Cup and also previous tournaments. Obviously one of the reasons why he was there. I really like the footballist lineup here. It's definitely a team that we could see have a dark horse chance at the top 8 here for the lower bracket. Their first games in on Miramar on the first day of the upper bracket actually was really good too. So happily surprised to see the Russia change come into effect and do well for them. Let's see how far they can take it for this one, though. Savem go into this little shack here. That is going to be a rough situation. They're hoping for the next shift to go their way, John. Let's see where it goes, though.
Yeah. I mean, there's basically... what else can they do? It's and their shack is literally just out. That's like the ultimate sort of
unfortunate
slow screw. into their chances in this game. Eski down to 1 HP, and Veni Vidi Vici eliminated. Footballist will go ahead and grab that first aid off, but there are others looking at this position as well, and I think he hasn't got long to live.
There's 3 points in here, boys. There's a guy that's low HP. Let's get him. And Sakura Zanzen, they were able to capitalize on that, but Solo is on the high ground here, and they have found Sakura. He-Man going down. This is unfortunate. Find intense from the side. That's actually ends. This is a solo inch sandwich galore we're looking at right now with Sakura Zanzen in the middle. And that is going to be a rough situation with 2 knocks. Both of the teams are going to try to capitalize on the points there and try to get them. And let's see how that works out. Vince is in a pretty good spot. I really like what they're able to do so far in this game. Ooh, Prio taken out by Salty. Nice defense coming in from that. Low himself though, Prio finds He-Man, and Tech has gone down to that Molotov as well. The Molly played out well for him.
They've kept the vehicle tires in this position as well. So if and when Solo need to back off just a little bit, they have got options to rotate back down the south. Now, I'm not saying the terrain there is good, but the fact that they have that option open is nice for them. If phase 6 pops and it's a circle none of us are expecting, they've got some additional options. So I like the place that Solo are playing from here, and I think it's going to stand them in good stead as long as they can survive and hold their position for the next minute or two.
I really hope that this circle ends somewhere in the center. Like, if it goes west, it's going to be rough. If it goes east, it's going to be rough. But if it ends like a little bit south of Skate, like on the high ground, it's going to be really good. Johnny finds Baron Peak from Savim. And Savim, they're trying to make their way in. Voldemort going down as well. Stolen there from Illidan with a headshot flush from a bolt. I like that. Something you can always appreciate. MK12 in play here from Free Kill. Enterprise, no kills so far, but 6 points in total. They need to get a little bit more out of this. Soest finds Salty. That is Sakura Zanzen down 10th. One more team to go out before we go into the placement points. Oh, good. Some really good shots from Free Kill. Damn. And he's also flushing. He is actually getting it. Danny helping a little bit from the side. And that's a point secured for them. Now, we have some guys out here that Enterprise probably did not know about. And that could be detrimental to them and their campaign throughout this game.
Oh, they've been spotted on the south side, though. That's Global Army from Savim Esports. But significantly closer are Stardust. And now that they think they spotted the guys from the south, often you go, okay, there's someone else here. And you start shooting at them, and instantly your mind forgets there could actually be someone even closer.
No. The West
Next circle is popping. The West shift is... You know what? Polish Power are breathing a sigh of relief at this. Enterprise have played this so well to date because Enterprise were 2-2 split between where they were and where Polish Power are, and they saw Team Liquid take the compound they're in now, and they deduced they could go south of the road because anyone coming in from the east has to go through Liquid and they will hear those shots. So it allowed them to keep their 2-2 split for longer, which I really, really like. But my concern is they don't think there's anyone out west because they feel like they're on the edge of the circle. So Stardust could get the jump on them.
Huge nades from Solo. Really well played from the defense. Unfortunately, Squeaky was a little bit further ahead than the rest of the guys. They decided to see, all right, we're not going to make it into the circle. Let's try to get as many points as we can from this. Basically squeezing as many points out from the game. This is exactly what you have to realize as soon as possible. You can't finish in the top 3 from circle position. Let's try to get as many points as we can. Senya capitalizing again from this play around the smokes. Getting Squeaky finished. Oh, Rufamar finds Senya though. So shots through. This really well played by Solo. Bombilovo now has to find Rustamar here done.
He's in the smoke. Rustamar can make the magic happen, but so said in Bombilovo. I don't think you're getting any reses off on Senya, that's for sure, but they still have a chance to advance from this position. Ents started this very aggressively. They're looking to try and get as many points as possible, but it's Solo that go through, and it's worth noting that they're into the placement points with 8 kills as well. But now you don't get out of that position. You can have 5 smokes, and it's still hard to get out of that position.
It literally doesn't matter. There's 8, 9, 10 people shooting at all the points. They're like, guys, 3 points on the hill, shoot!
Exactly. Quick, let's go. It's a party.
And it's both Enterprise, Skate, and Polish Power saying this. All right, Solo being able to squeeze 8 points and 7th place out from this, though. Bombilovo probably going to go down to Divan. And Divan, they are the only team that I think is going to be able to squeeze into the circle on the east side here. Pixelic has already moved out of the compound and taken a spot on the hill, on the like lowest side of the hill behind a car. And he knows that Liquid cannot see them because the compound Liquid is in. It's a little bit lower terrain, so he knows that this is the only chance that Skate has. So
someone from Liquid shot at him as he was pulling up. So they can't see him, but they know he's there.
Yeah, they have full info, but they're going to have to wait until the circle moves a little bit closer for this. And honestly, this area, the circle endings in this area are so rough because there's basically zero cover once they get out of the compounds, except the little hill that is inside the middle-ish. Yeah, there's a little middle, like the circle hill here. Hopefully it goes there. Oh, yeah. So this is going to be the king of the hill fight for Polish Power and Liquid. Whoever gets that hill guarantees themselves top 3.
So now the big question is, do you want to be on the hill first or do you want to be on the hill last? This is going to be quite fun. Most of the rest of the circle is fairly flat. Whoever controls that high ground can absolutely dominate. There is also a third scenario where so many people go for the hill and are trying to rotate that Divan, as they're coming down from the hill, might be able to get some points out of this as well. But having them rotate to that position from where they are now, honestly, Martin, I want to say it's easily possible. It ain't. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, it's going to be super rough. Let's see what this works out for. This is some interesting positioning here for Skate. They actually have quite a lot of playable space considering they have a little bit of a track and a little bit of visual cover. Let's see how this works out. They're basically just waiting for Divan to go out, waiting for Enterprise to have to get out of the compound. So Skate is guaranteed top 4 if they play it smart, and top 3 if they are the last team to third party the fight there. Let's see Divan sending in. Okay, they're sending it into Enterprise. All the rocks here in Enterprise, and they're gonna try to get in from that. James finds Grunio. Okay, huge. Kabi finds James. Team Liquid and Polish Power, massive fight right now.
Oh no!
A little bit of shots coming in.
Polish Power not coming.
Oh no,
only
the
two at a
smoke's
time.
working out. The smoke's working out so well for Polish Power. Offensive smokes, Kapi finds Vada and it's just out to Clip and Mexi now.
This is unreal from Polish Power, but they're making it work. Only 2 coming through the smokes, but like you said, using the blindside Team Liquid there.
My God.
They instantly know someone's running up the stairs to the window, and they had absolutely no chance, did Mixie. They heard him run through the house, and they thought, look up now. That was beautiful from Polish Power.
Yeah, extremely well executed by them. They were offensively smoking the houses that Liquid had. Okay, Xiong finds Clip because of the third party. He goes into the compound too. Now, we see a huge Stardust and Enterprise fight here. This is the perfect play from Stardust. They found 3 Enterprise members. And Divine finds the last one perfectly played by Stardust. So well executed. They were so patient. And now we're down to the top 3. Skate has the upper hand in this situation. A lot of kills coming in on Polish Power. Perfect third-party timing from them. And now they can third-party this fight as well. 8 kills for them, John.
It's absolutely incredible. You don't often get a situation where a team goes, it's Polish Power, let's run in on them. But the timing on that, they knew they were fighting Liquid. That was beautiful timing from Skade. 8 kills, fantastic. 8 kills and all 4 alive going into this endgame. So powerful. We were talking about Skade earlier on. Where are the points going to come from that may add to their momentum? I think this game's it.
I mean, this is... like the amount of points that they're getting from this alone is going to be crazy. Let's see if we see Stardust deny or whatever. All the points matter. It's so important. I think definitely we could see a deny from either Divan or Stardust in this situation here. Like they're not going to be able to get any more points out of it. They know that there's 1 member coming out, so they're obviously trying to get that 1 point from placement. Let's see what Stardust decides to do. Novik finds Apocalypse. Oh, shots coming in on Stardust too and Medibay. They should probably let him kill Nordskiff in that situation just for the extra point. Apocalypse goes down. Medibay taking damage from Blue. Yeah, he denies, so that's unfortunate. This is exactly what Divan wanted. Now they have to make sure he doesn't die to Blue Zone. Get the point there, get the 10th kill. Yeah, he finds him. That's a 10. It's a double-digit win here, John, for Skate after a fantastic high kill game in the last one.
Look, they started the upper bracket well. They didn't quite make it in the end. It was about knowing that they could reconfigure those results, bring them back, and a 10-kill chicken dinner is an excellent way for them to do that. I think this hopefully bodes well for them in the Erangel games later today as well. They're gonna be so buoyed. They're gonna take so much confidence from it.
Yeah, this confident boost from 2 good games like this and the morale that they're able to get that is something that is just going to make them unstoppable. I feel like they're going to make a Entropic-esque run today. So they're probably going to end up in like 60 points or so plus.
That's certainly something they're capable of doing. And they might even do that in 3 or 4 games if we see that momentum push through. We'll have to wait and see, though. That's 2 Miramars down and 1 more to go when we come back from this break. See you soon.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Instinct. Oh, what?
One tick here could be the deciding factor whether they win this, not playing it smart. Blue, and it wins it! 1v3 example prevails. Enemy, you need to do all of it. Does find the first. And look at the HP from Blue and Batoons. But no, you're taking Blue, buddy. What are you doing?
We might find it, Toby.
Oh, I saw that. He knows exactly where they're coming in from, too.
This could be deadly.
Spots one, takes him down, gets the second, doesn't get it. Look, Rooks is stab.
And of course, it's Lou that wants to kind of hold back that push or at least apply some pressure. James actually finds her as well. That's just Patulins. Finds himself in a 1v3. James open sight line here. The spray is good, though. Patulins.
Now it's a 3v1. All eyes on Hibak.
Thunder had a chance to aggress while the fight was happening elsewhere, while the Thunder might not strike twice. So those BBL back-to-back chicken dinners essentially on their side of the circle. Marco spots one more loot down slow HP. As I say that, actually not Marco, the one of the receiving end of the majority of the damage there. Kent, but those find a second.
Very good.
And now Lou, all that's left alive. BBL were outnumbered, but it's just Lou left alive. That in the end will amount to more. Let's see Smash tagged up by the mollies twice. Make that Gem able to get the response from the other side. No, tries to peek on over. Then the lost. How much more damage can he do to them? A lot, as it turns out. Solo player left alive goes out.
Even better if he gets a couple of extra points and steals those knocks away. If he steals a few away, that's going to be so good. He can't, though. That's Liquid out. And it's only Spyro, and I reckon they know. Actually, Melvin that finishes that fight. It's time for Na'Vi.
That's Yalea over the top side here. The perfect setup from Na'Vi. Waiting for a knock to act upon. Quizzy going to find Haruzu now. Ibarko just going to give it up to the blue Joro.
Really good read on the sound cue there. And Gustav making a case for the shotguns just to be permanently part of this. Beamy goes into the blue to surprise
No
Hal.
way, man.
And Team Liquid, who are trying to move up. You can take a look at where they are with the car. They are not shying away from this at all. They want to finish off FaZe Clan entirely, and they do. Team Liquid managing to take this Wizard Tower. Is anyone coming in next? He's got the shotgun. What can he do? He's out of bullets.
He actually finds a ton of damage.
And it's Lou again. Lou, absolute monster this game.
Double's coming through, getting a little bit horny for this one, I gotta say it. Whether or not Vard's going to be able to find an angle here. The pop flash looks perfect here. Can he swing on the outside? What a double comes through.
Good.
Almost with the drive-by, but what an effort from Vard.
To look in two places at once. That was the power of Beamy's position. He's looking at T-Bone. Now he's looking at... Beamy actually could have sprayed at the same time, and that would have been that. But he comes through it anyway. 8 kills in the chicken dinner, 4 heroic. Oh my God!
No way!
1 left to find. Ruin has 1 left to find. That's a double knock thanks to that nade.
Welcome back to G-Loot Season 6. 2 Miramars down in Jorasar. We have had wild circles, fun circles, spicy circles, and according to Avenger now, this was a rough circle. What did you think of that one?
It was a bit rough. It was in the middle of the map. That tends to play out a bit differently. You get a larger percentage of teams that are there to begin with. So you have to wait for the teams who are very established in the center of that circle to pick their prio compounds. And you basically come in and try and fight over the leftovers. Some of the ways the teams moved in, though, and maintained their splits, I quite enjoyed watching from a rotation point of view. That was nice.
The highlights are coming up on your screen. Of course, Skade took the chicken dinner. We'll see them a lot in this because they clocked up the kills as well. Really impressive play. But the highlight that is going to come up towards the end, Avenger, is the one that I want you to break down for us. And that is, of course, that push from Polish Power on Team Liquid. How did they do that?
Yeah, so we were talking about exactly here this compound that Liquid decided to be in. We were talking about that the fight was going to be for the little hill south of that compound. But the perfect thing for Polish Power was that they knew that they were going to lose that fight, because once they got out of the compound, they're going to be a 4 versus a 3-man, and they're probably going to be able to outgun them, basically. So they decided to offensively smoke the compound, basically smoking all the visions, and then push with stun grenades, push with everything that they had, and take over the compound before that they had to fight for the little ridge there that we saw Skate being on the south side. So that was extremely well executed by Polish Power. They secured them a few extra points from kills, but Skate saw that coming, had a perfect opportunity to set themselves up and closed it out, and actually took the little hill that ended up being fought for anyway in the very end and closed out the game perfectly.
It's really interesting because that was a very aggressive play from Polish Power, but up until that point, they were playing very passively, Jorasar, which I didn't expect from Polish Power. You can see here, only 3 kills. Yes, the 4 placements, but not really their style.
It was an interesting game for them because they had the opportunity to push into Team Liquid super early on, right? And we even called it out from the map feed, like Marcelic was calling for the full send, and then they backed off and stayed edge, and Sakura Zensen actually kept Polish Power on the edge for quite some time. From that point onwards, they had to play into the edge. They couldn't full send into the center of the circle because it just wouldn't work out for them. And Team Liquid, in the meantime, they went and had a fantastic split. And because Enterprise saw that Liquid had split and collapsed on the eastern compound of the 2 that they were taking, that allowed Enterprise to take more space on the southern side as well. So it meant that other teams playing their splits really well and understanding their information really well kept Polish Power on the edge for longer than they would have liked. And it all goes back originally to their decision to pull back from pushing onto Team Liquid.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, this was a great situation for that. I mean, Skate here, 31 points, John. That's absolutely insane. But Stardust, Digital Analytics, and BBL continuing to do quite well. A lot of kills for BBL, keeping them there up in the top.
Jorasar seems to have disappeared, and I thought that it might have been me, but Avenger's still here. So let's talk about what we're looking at right now. Avenger, that is a huge total points from Skate sitting there after 2 games.
That is huge, yeah. I think you're a little bit delayed though, Sam. So.
It seems that the sound goblins have got in the way here, and no one seems to be able to hear me. Jorasar has gone silent. It's chaos, and I think it's just because we're all pretty shocked by how impressive that result is from Skate, sitting with 31 points.
Yeah, it's delightful to see them up there. I mean, look, 19 kills overall after 2 games. It's that kind of consistency where even if they drop out of the 3rd game with, I don't know, in 15th place and 4 points because they managed to wipe the 16th place team, they're okay at this point. We still got 1 map on Miramar, and they're comfortably halfway to that sort of 60-point pseudo target that we're going for. This is the kind of momentum that they need.
You're talking about it being 4 games. Like,
it'll happen in 4, man.
Yeah. I will say those. You did successfully cast a curse Veni Vidi Vici. That was perfect.
I did.
They are
I'm so sad.
On an average of 1 point per game right now and not looking too good. I will say on the other hand though, we are only 2 games through. We have 4 more games to go today and a total of 10 more, so it's easy to make a comeback. But you do want to hit the ground running in these short format tournaments here. It does look like we have lost Sam. She's also ringing in from really far away, but we'll be completely fine with that, John. Fantastic game so far. Crazy game so far. I will say I love the variety of the circles we've had here. Really lovely center circle, a super far western one, and then let's see what we get once we're deeper in.
Oh, we'll have Toby envy us as we get the island circle in game number 3. We'll have to wait and see. You're right. I did cast a curse them a little bit, but I also have to say Veni Vidi Vici have been playing a bit more passive in this lobby than we saw them play in the monthly showdown, and maybe that's part of them recognizing actually the number of ridiculously good teams in this lobby right now seems to have changed the way that they're approaching things, and quite clearly in the first few games it's not working for them. So now's a good opportunity for them to try and hopefully reset that and find something else that works. But when you're in a lobby with the likes of Polish Power, Skade, Team Liquid, ENCE, everybody else, you're sort of going, well, finding something that works is not exactly as easy as having an idea and executing it, right? It's a tough road up. It's still possible, but I am a little bit sad, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you know, every time you cast with Toby, I don't think I've casted too many games with him. It's only been a few times. It's been some years ago as well. But every time the plane path slightly sniffs at the islands on Miramar, he's sitting there, island circle, please. And he tried to defend this explanation last time. It's like always putting, you know, a little bit of a bet in the casino on roulette. Always putting it on 25, and then when you've lost thousands of dollars, and then you have a $2 chip, and then you hit it, and you're like, see, I was right, I called it. It's like always trying to call it right. It doesn't work like that. We'll see once we have the circles where, you know, it's like 50% water, and the water is out there, and the islands are like perfectly lined up. Then potentially we can talk about it. But yeah, it's in some interesting ones, right? And we always want to see these kind of curveball situations, John.
Well, we'll find out momentarily as we are in game number 3 of 6. Toby's chips are on 25 as we move on to Miramar one final time. Istanbul Wildcats are going to be playing this game with 3 players, unfortunately. They haven't got their 4th in yet. Fingers crossed they will get there for Miramar, but unfortunately, 25's not going to land this time around, because if this goes to one of those islands, I will eat my hat.
The question is, what type of hat? Will it be a hemp one, or what type of hat? I'm looking forward to that, though.
Stylish Federer, maybe, you know, something that I could wear on stream and then cut up afterwards.
Maybe a sixpence would be really
maybe
lovely too. All right, yeah. Unfortunate for Istanbul Wildcats, they are going to be playing with just 3. They've had some issues with that. That's completely fine. We know they're capable of performing. At least they're doing better than Vini Vici right now, that's been playing with a full 4-man, just because John managed to cast the curse them early on. I'm interested here to see what we're going to be seeing in terms of circle. Quite open here, but then again, oh my God. That's a home turf circle if I've ever seen one for Foot Esports and ENCE here in this situation, Jaro.
So we played some community custom games yesterday evening, and one of the custom games was called One Last Drink on Oasis before it changed on the live servers, and we're going to see something quite different. But this was exactly the circle we had engineered for an Oasis finish, and right now, in the back of my mind, Toby's got his chips on 25, and I'm going, Oasis? One time? Maybe? One last time, maybe?
We will need like 2 northeastern hardships for it to work. Yeah. Otherwise, it's going to yoink off the unplayable area up there.
True,
this is a classic, and I'm saying absolute classic Crater Field setup here, where everyone gets baited that they think it's going to end up Crater Fields. Nope. It's going to go up to La Cabrera. It's going to hard yoink up there in circle 4, and everyone gets completely baited. Everyone sets up for crater fields. Everyone's looting up there. Everyone's playing the edges and there's kind of rims of the crater, but nope, it's not gonna end. Let's see though with this type of playing path and with this type of circle, the amount of pressure that we see from the teams coming in and the kind of density of the amount of teams that we see coming in from the south side is going to be huge. So I really want to have my eyes focused on the teams that are going to be making these big rotations. I expect a team like Digital Analytics to make a big northwestern rotation and go up around El Paso and then come up above La Cabarilla and maybe take some kind of center-heavy position from that. So far, looking really good from Digital Analytics. I've loved what I've seen from them. Skate as well, been looking really, really good. And as we were talking about here, this kind of hypothetical cut off on 60 points after 2 games, just John here. They are halfway there.
They are indeed. This is also an interesting circle because of the way players have to rotate in, right? Even though there's no water in this circle, you can't come in from up north because the wall's there. And right in the middle of you've got a lot of unplayable terrain, and you generally don't want to go through the crater to come out the other side. That makes you unbelievably open. We'll hang on to that thought 1 second, because Sakura Zensen and Salty in particular have decided this might be a good place to loot. Literally all of Foot Esports are here. That is such an unfortunate start to the game for Sakura Zensen.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear.
It's so hard, like if you're coming in and you're thinking, I'm literally here after 3 minutes of looting. There's nobody else here, but nope.
Right.
Odin Mavizi is already here looking for bolt action to see if he can set himself up.
Unlucky.
And then Foot Esports, they have decided to hunker down. And this is obviously a compound. In this circle, top 5 prio compound, top 3 maybe even. It's super, super crucial to try to hold this down. Lyron and Eski, they have decided to do a 2-2 split though on the other compound in case it goes even further north, close to Master Lake. Master Lake hears them pulling up. He has an 8x SKS without an extended mag on it. So I'm not sure he's going to be pulling up too aggressively though, but the other boys from Polish Power, they are coming in. Kapi coming in from the backup. And Norikis is too.
This is going to start becoming a problem. So to finish off the thought from earlier, you never want to rotate through the crater, right? And you can't rotate from up north. There's actually quite a high concentration of teams that have to go roughly where Divan and Skate are, or they go west via Sakura Zensen. You'll get someone maybe go via Cruz del Valle and Torre like really late to come in via the northeast. But phase 1 here, a lot of these teams are going to be going down a very, very narrow corridor to get into phase 1. And there's a good chance that more than one of these teams gets super uncomfortably close and we lose a team or two here. So keep an eye out, I'd say about 60 seconds from now, where you're going to start getting arguments over compounds, over prio, over routes into the circle very early on in this game.
I'm keeping my eyes out so much, John, that they're drying up. Like I'm sitting here just
don't do it.
Slamming
Get some eye
in,
drops there, man.
I'm putting in the eye drops just to keep my eyes peeled on the screen. Like all the casters are always here. Let's keep our eyes peeled. And I'm just sitting here with the onions, peeling the onions, like keeping my eyes open.
Don't peel the onions. That's a blunder.
Put it in, like just get it in the eyes. Make sure they're open.
Get the goggles out.
Get the goggles. That's actually something I used to do, you know. But
yeah, while peeling onions, it's like a 200 IQ move, man. Super smart.
Put on your snorkeling gear and start peeling them, and then you're not going to be crying, getting your makeup all over the place. I don't know. Yeah.
Man, I was wondering when you got your makeup done when we did G-Loot Season 5 finals, what you were doing with the snorkeling gear. Now I understand.
I was just sitting there. I was like, I already don't have any sun and any tan being able to be getting close to my eyes because of my huge sunglasses, right? So I might as well just continue that, right? Yeah. So
very good.
Put on the snorkeling gear and then do the eyes last. Yeah, I think that's the smart play. I don't know. This is something that I've thought of a few times. But let's see where Fago decides to do. They're coming in. So Digital Analytics, they went on to the early rotation, as I was pointing out here from Montenegro. Then we have Vinovidovici coming in. They're going to be just ahead of Liquid, potentially clashing with their last player, and they're going to be seeing, look at this clip, trying to get the info early on, sees no one, but look at that. It's going to be one player. Oh, double headshot drive-by from Clip. I can't believe it. Man's a monster. He must be Danish. He is. Crazy player. Absolutely insane. What a fantastic drive-by. And this is exactly the reason. This is what we were talking about earlier, right, John? You're getting absolutely punished for not driving together with your team.
Yes.
If Vinovidovici was all together here, all driving next to each other, the minimum you want to do, you want to be at least 2 players so you can take a fight this way, he was just sitting in the car. I'm like, all right, guys, I'm dead. I'm too late. And then Liquid has to do the big long rotation up through Alcantara. They're gonna be fine though. Looking good though. They're sitting. All of the teams are setting themselves up for whatever shift that they're expecting and what they're hoping for, but it's extremely split out here. Like, it's really, really wide right now compared to some of the other circuits we've seen, both in the games yesterday and the day before yesterday, but also the just previous 2 games. It's not been just too center heavy. Let's see how deep Fago and Solo decides to go. Also, Eastern Bull Wildcats going to be coming in slow. Saw them up close to the Oasis and ends with a somewhat greedy split. Seeing if it's going to go somewhere crazy.
Whenever you play a game and you're sort of saying to a teammate, rotate with us. And they go, I'm only 10 seconds behind you.
Yeah, you're done.
That player was like, he was only 4 seconds behind the rest of the team.
Yeah.
And that made all the difference. So if you're ever wondering how close you need to be and like what the tiny differences are at this level of PUBG that can make or break a rotation, that can make or break a fight, that was literally about 4 seconds. That was not a lot of time at all, and it instantly cost 3v one of their players early on.
All right, Eastern Bull Wildcats, humongous long rotation east of water treatment, John. They're going to be the absolute last team in a good position for this next circle here. They're going to be hoping for a northeast eastern hard shift, like hard shift, literally licking the edge of the last circle. Meanwhile, Solo hoping for a southern one. 30 seconds until this next circle closes. And I gotta say again, John, I've been loving this double elimination format here. I absolutely love that we're able to do it with this amount of teams. So usually you see it where, it's 2 teams playing against each other and other types of games, but double elimination in a battle royale, the king of battle royale, PUBG here, is just amazing. I absolutely love it. There's been a few other attempts for it, some last chance qualifiers and stuff. I love the way that we've been seeing it executed here in G-Loot.
Look, you've got there are plenty of, shall we say, short format tournaments where teams can often say, "Oh, I got screwed over by the circle. Luck up, by the way, we are going north. No Oasis finish for me, but this is actually going to be really interesting. The circle screwed us over, or we got really unlucky 3 or 4 times, and that instantly meant we're out." This gives teams not a get out of jail free card, but a second chance to make that happen. And there's only so many times you can say, "Oh, I got super unlucky." It's like, well, we're giving you 24 games to not be unlucky if you end up playing in the lower bracket as well. And the teams have responded really well to this. It's important that they like playing it as well. So I'm glad that we have this in G-Loot and a couple of other tournaments as well, and long may it continue.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Rhythm Vici, the cursed team so far here from John.
True. Can't deny.
Sega Beast, as we're speaking about it, he caught a headshot from a mini from Chilla.
Oh no! Stop it.
Let's see.
I feel like you're piling on the hurt now, Martin. I started it, but
I'm trying to. Holy Lyran!
Wow.
Ball stolen though from
good.
Nordskip is taken out of that. He's trying to crash though. Ivan, this is so unfortunate. Foot Esports capitalizing on that. Huge for Foot. Let's see how much they get out of this 2-2 split though. It's a little bit dangerous considering that they're not able to cover each other. And they're going to be able to take it a little bit further in this game.
Thanks to that first knock, they basically came in one at a time for Foot Esports as well. So it's
and
not
also
like
jumped out of the car too early, hitting the fence there. That's just super unlucky there.
No meds needed, no utility used. Foot Esports. I mean, that is not quite, but close to 3 points there. But it did require that absolutely precise first headshot, and it sort of it was like dominoes, right? It just came over.
Perfect.
Came down from there.
A lot of teams honkering out on the outskirts of La Capoeira. They don't really want to commit too much right now, even though it's really centered. And also, we have this unwritten rule in PUBG Esports: do not commit to a town unless you're 100% guaranteed that it's going to end there. Otherwise, when you have to leave it, there's only going to be only one team getting out of it, or 0, because you're going to be gate kept here. Saw them trying to send it in. They found a big warehouse that's going to be free for them. Liquid on the other side of the street. They're keeping and holding on to the northern side, making sure they have cars saved so they can get out of it and rotate another way out. And then also that they have a little bit of a chance to get into it Because once we see Circle 3, most of the teams are going to be knowing kind of where the circle's going to end due to the amount of unplayable in this area.
This is the what Savim Esports just did is about as close as you can get to spread betting by moving into a city. If you're going to move into a city and there's a big building where you can keep your cars safe, that doesn't guarantee that the city is safe, but it does mean that if there is a chance to rotate out of the city later, at least you have a chance to make a clean getaway. You can get in the cars, instantly zoom out, and hopefully avoid too much fire. So that doesn't make it super safe, but it does give them the biggest chance to get out if they need to. So they're really playing for both to just have a bit of versatility in their rotations later on in this game.
All right, Solo. What are you going to do here? You have 4 members in a 500-meter 1-1-1-1 split. If the circle doesn't go south, they're going to have to move somewhere else. Oh my God, it's a northeastern shift. Okay, so the next circle is going to move away from the unplayable in the northeastern side. So it's going to go kind of towards ends here and towards a little bit of La Cabrera. Ends, they have to really commit to this compound. Maybe with a cheeky 2-2 split because it's a big compound. And now DA, they're going to be trying to make a huge rotation up on the northern side around this rock and then try to get into some of the northern compounds, which is a huge play. Really smart, really clever. I love to see that from them here. So aware and so coherent on their approach of the game. Liquid already doing the same, and they're doing it on the inside of the circle, so they're going to have priority to this compound that they want. The compound across the street from Ensto on the west of them is open. Verbatim gone down to intense here from Sakura Santon. A lot of fights is going to be unfolding inside La Cabrera. We have 3 teams in there right now. Enterprise is going to be joining it. Oh, it's Digitalytics. They're going to be joining Liquid in the compound. And Liquid is not full yet.
I think they might even consider committing to this because Schiller was already on the outside wall. That's a fantastic nade in his direction, just about managing to deflect most of that damage by getting out of the way. Still in need of a heal, though. Smoke's coming down to allow the rest of the team members safe passage in, and Digital Athletics now are trying to push into Team Liquid. In the meantime, we've got skirmishes all over the place. The important takeaway from that is Stardust are eliminated, but DA Team Liquid choosing to move out.
I like that. I mean, they're fighting for a circle.
Nice.
They're fighting for a position inside the circle that is barely like on the edge. If you want to fight for something in a circle where you already have a connection inside the better position, you obviously disengage and you try to get into that because they're fighting to get into a better spot and deeper into placements here. So I like this from Liquid. This is the correct play. If they're scouting well, they could also grab the compound south of them. If they can get a hold of that, that would be fine too, because that is basically the second best compound right now. The other compound is held by Ents. But La Cabrera here, we're talking about it. Don't go La Cabrera. Don't go into towns unless you know it's going to end there. I can tell you almost certainly it's not going to be guaranteed to end inside the town here. It's going to be on the edge, if any.
And I think, well, the edge of the town is where we had Savim Esports move in earlier. You could see they had the vehicles outside that warehouse. And now they've got this tiny compound out here with a 2-2 split, Ulseng and Global Army. It's on a little bit of a hill as well.
Yeah.
The Polish Power have such good angles into those windows that they can't afford to peek too much. It's an excellent position right opposite Ents, though. And they know that no one from Ents' side are going to be pushing into them, because if you drive by and Ents don't end up killing you, you're going to be easy targets for the rest of Savim.
All right. It's going to move away from the high ground on the northeast. The question is if it's going to move to town. No, it's going to not move anywhere close to that. Liquid, huge benefit from this here. They're going to be able to defend the compound in the center.
They need to collapse now.
They are going to go full.
There we go.
4-man in this compound here. Savim with a good split down. The other guys are going to try to join them in a decent compound. And now all the teams inside La Cabrera, they're going to try to muster and try to get the last spot available inside town here. Now, Vidovic, trying to win second. He's gone down to BBL. That's 2 points for them. And now it's down to just quality.
And they're still in that warehouse going, well, I guess that's clearly not the play. BBL sweeping south through the containers, wanting to make sure they don't get backstabbed by any final player. But it's quality slightly further into the circle. BBL are going to want that position as well. So he needs to think of a very, very clever place to hide if they want any placement points out of this game.
You'll find Thunderlost, and they are inside this circle. The beautiful thing about this spot inside the Cabrera, you can actually play, if you're the last team to get out of this spot, you can actually play uphill and get quite nicely into the circle because there's quite a lot of cover. 6 finds grown from Mr. Wildcats. Meanwhile, Fago, they are the last team to try to get into a better spot here. Oh no, Mr. Wildcats. Massive push. Come in from Skate. Shong finds 2. Istanbul Wildcats out.
Very nice.
Huge. Oh, Teams actually managed to grab Sasketo.
Bit of a sneaky point there from Team Liquid. Down. They get Pixelic as well. That's really nice stuff from VOD. And Team Liquid are being very active from their super central position while everyone else is just scrambling to get in on edge. We've still got 3 teams outside the circle, by the way, on the south side. Polish Power, Foot Esports, and Fago. And then we have this huge fight going on in the southwest as well. Team Liquid, right now, it's basically all the teams are down east except 1 or 2. And there's still 13 alive in this game. This is a huge pressure cooker that's about to explode.
I would have loved to see more teams try to swing around and get on the northern side of the circle like we saw Digital Ladies do, like we saw Liquid do. But most of the teams, they just didn't set themselves up for that possibility. That didn't work out well for them now. Polish Power, Foot Esports, they're forced to have this fight here. And also all the teams inside the Cabrera, they're going to have to try to make a play. He-Man finds Hakatori. He's going to be able to capitalize on the point as well. Not sure he played it. Okay, nice. Now, Odomavisi finds 1 Polish Power player. Kunia going down. Marcelik's the other player. Flashbang comes out. That could work well. Finds another one. Really well executed. Another... Oh, the Molly gone out to defend from that window peak. And Eski with the backup. Now, Foot Esports is going to really make a push for this here with 2 members down. Some damage put out to the other guy. Odomavisi found by Norkis though. Oh, Eski's going to find Norkis. Now, last player from Polish Power. Eski's going to find him. Really well played. And Odomavisi is going to be able to be saved here. So well played by Foot Esports.
Big risk as well. I mean, 5 damage a second going out into the blue like that. They had to not only commit, but properly go at it 100%. Very, very well played by them there. And now, Veni Vidi Vici, they really don't want to get involved in the middle of this fight. There is still so much going on. And in 30 seconds, about 6 teams here. 6! They're all going to be out in the blue. This is horrific for all of them.
Oh, he should have thrown under the car there. It got stuck in the wheel. Priel trying to defend. More utility being returned to his angle there. And now, he's forced to move. This is hard. He's going to have to defend himself. Thunderlost finds him, though. Really well played with a slight drop shot from Thunderlost. Now, Soset. The underhand nade could work out. Nope. With the jump shots coming in, Soset. A little bit greedy there from Smash, but I like the aggression from it. The underhand cooker right there with the Molotov potentially being able to set up for the next one. He's going to get modded himself. Soset could potentially go down from that.
They go down. That's ridiculous. Like, it's a 3-way fight down south and a 4-way fight in those buildings in the southwest right now. It is absolute carnage on board with Bombilovo.
Oh my god, Ins.
Wow, eliminated very quickly by a combination of Skate and Team Liquid. Quality fights 2 members of BBL before he gets eliminated, and that's 3V's chances in this game done. And now the circle is enveloping all of them. This is where the circle comes for everyone. This is horrible. Think of having to run out of this compound because there were 6 teams here, Martin, to begin with. 6 teams to start. I don't think any of them are going to make it in except maybe Sakura Zensen.
Remember what I said about never going to a town unless you're going to be certain that it ends there? Yeah, those 6 teams, they just learned the hard way. And not even Sakura Zensen that had the passive approach with a little bit of smokes is going to be able to work this out. They're out in the blue right now. And they are being absolutely shredded. It's phase 5. It's 5 damage per second. You're going to have to pop a first aid nearly every time you spot it. Intense gone out as well. And now Savem is going to be able to sit on the southern side in the riches. But Team Liquid with a fantastic game. They set themselves up for this one. See how much Savem can get out of this though. 5 kills, 4 guys alive. They have to have a car or 30 smokes to make this play work.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be rough. The teams in blue are dominating here. Team Liquid obviously with the best position. Digital Athletics with 4 alive though, and Skate with 4 alive. So there's everything to play for, especially if we get a northern hard shift. We'll have to find out in the next couple of seconds. Enterprise now goes out, free kill. Had a lot of first aids, but no cover. Let's see where it goes. Oh me, oh my. DA and Skade, they're going to be a bit upset by that.
I think they're going to try to attempt a so-called end push, what we saw from them just now, and it's going to be really rough. Like, that's the only play. Actually, there's a shack on the high ground west of Liquid that could work out for DA. I would like to see them make a play for that. And then Skade is trying to play on the northern side. Okay. I did not expect that. Okay, so they're taking the fight, and they're going to try to get as many points out of the game as possible here. 6 kills for Skade. They are fantastic right now. 10 points
that
already
might
for
be
them.
Fantastic indeed. Mitrele is having to run forward, and now Digital Athletics broadly in the open as they push into Skade. Team Liquid can't see this, so this is going to be very interesting to see how they're going to react. Don't forget, you've still got Sarvum in the south, so Liquid doesn't just have free reign over half the circle or anything like that, but they've spotted them now. Baron Peak going down, so it's 2 full-on squad fights happening right at the same time.
Ooh, Pixelix spotted. Oh, that's a headshot. That's unfortunate now, Sean. Has to try to defend this other Richie. He spots him, finds him, takes a few shots at him. Flashbang come out, that makes both of them blind. Spots one player in the distance, a little bit of shots coming in now. Huth is going to make an aggressive push around this. Finds one, maybe finds two, finds Young and Pixel. Extremely well played by Huth.
Very nicely done. The moment of surprise matters so much in PUBG, and literally those 3/4 of a second allowed Huth and Digital Athletics to clean up. Team Liquid mop up Sarvum Esports in the meanwhile on the southern side of the circle. But Skade right now, they're hurting, and it was all thanks to the first double kill from Huth, allowing them to get the momentum in this fight.
Now Liquid, they're just going to be focused on, let's try to see if we can get a third party in on this. Let's try to see if we can get some of the knocks up there. That's the one spotted. It's like, all right, oh, look, maybe a point over here. You want to get the point? You're going to have to work for it. Let's see how it works out. 5 kills for Clip. Massive performance for him. Huth being able to finish off Nowick.
There's one snake in the grass somewhere. That's Jempty. Mixie might end up seeing him. I don't know. Oh, he's so close to being seen by Mixie, but not quite yet. Team Liquid are rightly focused on the ridge beyond where they know Digital Athletics are. But, oh, he's so close to being seen. Mixie can't quite, thanks to that little ridge. He's going to be in the middle as they play this tug of war. And unfortunately, it's not going to stay a sniping battle forever, because the circle will dictate DA either have to go out of that hill or Team Liquid have to come out of the compound. And I think Digital Athletics are more likely to be the team that has to move.
Liquid had such a good macro so far in the 3 games they've played, but just didn't finish off high enough in the placement. Decent circle here in the north side of the car park.
Okay.
They could have gotten a lot more points if they were able to close out the fight against Polish Power in the last game, but they weren't, unfortunately. But in this game, 9 kills so far and 4 more points waiting for them potentially for this one here. Let's see if they're able to do it. Actually, 5 more points. Because
first knock goes Mixie's
all
way.
4 Digital Athletics alive, exactly. They have to move. The question is, what does DA do here? Do they have enough smokes to make this push? Or do they just try to find Jempty, finish off him, and get the point for the kill and the point for the placement, and then go off to deny? I know it's not something you want to see, but like it's an impossible push for them. It's just open, no cover. They need like 10, 15 smokes to make a viable play here for this.
Yeah, and I think the way that DA win this game is using a lot of smokes to buy themselves time. And I think maybe they also they need Jempty as well.
It's a car push. No, is it? Maybe it's a car push for Jempty. It could be a car push for Jempty. Let's see. Oh, he's
staying quiet. He won second place.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He won second place. So the push on DA. This could work out. Mexi finds 1. Mexi finds 2. Huge play by Mexi. Huge finds Mexi though. And now Vard finds Schiller. Just 1 player left. And it's 4 easy points for Team Liquid. And also spotted 1 Skate member. 14 kills and a win for Liquid. They had 11 points leading up into this, John. And now they get 24.
Look, Great macro, not that many points leading up to this point in the game. They've had great positioning, but not that many. Hold the phone. 5 kills in pretty much as many seconds to close that one out. Team Liquid, the boys in blue, with a chicken dinner there in our final Miramar game. That was absolutely delightful.
Yeah, I love how, Fuzzface in his interview said, yeah, we're super excited to play this format here. And they were so excited they wanted to play lower groups as well. And this is the reason they wanted us to show that they actually want to get as many good games and good training going into the grand finals here. So now they're just showing off. That's lovely.
So that's Miramar done and dusted. We'll be back on the green pastures of Erangel in just a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway through day number 1 of the lower bracket. We'll see you after this break.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Right on up. Those players are popping off. They have made a point, Avenger. They are here to prove that they belong in the grand finals.
Yeah, I don't know if it was because it was a fluke yesterday or another thought that I had, and that you want to say, like, all the teams, they want as much practice going in to the grand finals, and is it a strategic move to go into the lower brackets just to get more good games? Because this is way better than scrims, right? Well played.
Way better.
That was a fantastic highlight. I love that. Let's break that down another time as well. I want to talk a bit about that situation there too.
Go right ahead. I mean, while we've got you, let's chat about it.
This was a 2 games ago. It was the second game here. The push from Polish Power on to Team Liquid, where they had the offensive smokes. You see the smoke there on the right. That enabled them to push on this compound here. This is literally what destroyed the chances of Team Liquid having a really good game, because they could have taken it to Skate and potentially won this game if it wasn't for Polish Power's sake here. They made a 3-man offensive smoke push with all their utility to try to set themselves up for the win here, but obviously Liquid bite back in this case, and we also had Shung in this case for Skate to set a really good third party up in that chance. He was like, okay, they're in a really long fight. There's casualties on both sides. I'm gonna run in. You see on the minimap right now, he's just running in, and he wants to finish off Polish Power because they're super hurt as well from this. So Polish Power basically made Liquid have a really bad game from this because they were super offensive early on. I'm 100% sure that Liquid was like, all right, we're gonna fight for this hill in the front.
Yeah.
Polish Power is gonna try to make a smoke path to that hill from their side. We're gonna make a smoke path from that. They're gonna try to have a team on the back of the smokes and on in front of the smokes, and they're gonna dump all their utility, basically being one more player to be able to dump all the utility. They're gonna easily win that fight, and Liquid would have a minimum 3-man roster on that hill where Skate basically won the game from.
They completely undermined Team Liquid's strategy, right? They know that Liquid were going to do that, and therefore they went, well, let's not fight for the hill, let's fight for their compound first. It was a really cool move.
Let's take a look. Mutual distraction. Let's take a look at the highlights from the game that you just watched. And of course, Liquid taking that chicken dinner. I'm excited to see them stepping up. I've been waiting for this. I waited for it through day 1 and day 2. Skate, though, and Digital Athletics for me are also making quite a bit of noise, Jarosar. So tell me some of the highlights that you saw and which teams you think are now starting to make an impact on the leaderboard.
I think we'll talk about them again because it's worthy of talking about them again. The Skate are just continuing their momentum, and it's refreshing to see that even in situations where they're not doing particularly well from a circle point of view, they're maximizing the points and the kills that they're going to get. Polish Power have, I don't want to say yet to see their approach pay off, because they're getting their fair share of kills and they're getting some fantastic plays in as well. But quite honestly, I reckon on one of these games on Erangel, we're going to start to see them pop up with a big kill possible win as well. And we've seen a couple of isolated fights from Foot Esports that actually look like they gel really well as a team. Maybe sometimes they're not quite in the right position to fully capitalize on everything, but they might have an edge in moving on to Erangel as well. Don't count them out just yet.
Off the back of that, Avenger, I really liked the way Foot Esports took down Polish Power. That to me showed that this lineup really has a nice strategic side to it.
Polish Power was not ready for that at all. And also Polish Power, they played for the circle to come their way. They did not expect that circle to go that far. But let's say that Liquid here deserved win. Extremely good defense. Their macro leading into this, the way that they decided to disembark the fight that they had up in the northwest with Digital Lytics was fantastic. They went into the compound that was already called, fantastic macro and IGLing here from James. Liquid setting themselves up for a really fantastic start here for day one. This is exactly what they needed, and also potentially we're gonna be finishing up in the top 3 or top 5 as we expect them to do here. Skate though, continuing the kills, continuing the placement here. They're not done, and I would say, after the next game or potentially the end of the day here, they could be really close to having the same amount of points that Entropic had in day one.
You can see there now when the leaderboard comes up, Skate and Team Liquid going for more of aggressive play, trying to make sure they get the frags. It's paying off. The points are there, the kills are working in their favor. Another team that it paid off for was Foot Esports. You can see they've got 0 placements, but in that game alone, 8 kills meant 8 points. So do you think, Jarosar, that more teams, as we move into the second half of today, are going to start hunting a little bit, if you like, maybe not being as passive, because they surely are realizing that the only way to get into the top 8 is going to be to get kills on the board?
I think the danger with hunting specifically is that you run into situations like Polish Power and Divan ran into earlier, where if you don't finish a fight in 20 or 30 seconds, you get third-partied, and it becomes really difficult to rely on a strategy like that. But one thing I would say for Foot Esports is also true for Skade, where they're not having the greatest of times. They have 0 placement points, but they're reasonably consistent in getting those kills each game. And that's why they're in a position to, okay, they're hanging on to the tail end of the top 8, but the fact is they're there. Team Liquid's points have mostly come from that game, and Skade's have been more spread out throughout the course of the day. So I wonder if consistency in getting those kills every game is the common thread here between Skade and Foot Esports, for example. And if they continue, there's no reason why they can't finish in the top 8, but they do need some placement points at some point, let's be honest.
Avenger, do you think the momentum that Liquid's going to get off the back of this chicken dinner, Skate and Digital Athletics as well, these are the 3 chicken dinners, and also the 2 of those 3 teams being very aggressive, do you think that momentum continues as we change maps?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. All momentum, all confidence is really boosted no matter what map you're playing on here, so that's going to be completely fine. And I just want to point out as well, Skate had a really good run so far, but Entropic, on day number 1, the day before yesterday, they won 2 games, but Skate are only 8 points behind them. It is crazy how good of a run Skate have had so far, and that is really showing that, both that they played, obviously the previous last 2 days, but now also the preparation and the style that they are applying here to these games here is really working out for them.
Obviously not a day 1, day 2 team. Skate is a day 3, day 4 team. That's what we've learned. And also, we're halfway through the competition. We're about to get into the next game, but I do have to ask, Jarosar, how is that top 3 finish going for 3v?
You know what? It's really not going well at all. And Martin will keep reminding me that I'm caster cursing them. But at the same time, if there ever is a point in the day where they can turn it around and show us some of what they showed in the monthly showdown, where they weren't afraid to go through more established teams to get those points every game, which we haven't seen from them today, moving into Erangel is the time for them to show us they can do it.
I like how he still believes. The belief is still strong. He truly believes that top 3 finish is coming. I know what is coming. Game number 3. Jarosar, Avenger, let's get into it.
Thank you very much. Look, the top 3 finish is coming, maybe in 1 game, as opposed to overall. But we'll see. It's a long tournament. We are 1/4 of the way through these games, remember. We've had 3 games out of 12. And no team, even the teams on the top, right? You can't get complacent after this point. It's really good that Skate are where they are, but they're going to want to continue the momentum. And when you swap from Miramar onto Erangel, Martin, as we all know, you can get those shakeups. You can get the teams doing something a little bit different, a little bit wacky, and we can now start to see some different results.
Yeah, you know, like if you're not able to mentally reset in between each game, then doing it in between the maps is definitely the minimum that you're gonna have to be able to do here. And with the plane path going over in between Novo and Milta and over just like south of Georgia Bowl, like south of Hospital basically, then we could see, you know, either Milta Power something ending, or we could see maybe military. So let's see how that works out. Now Lyran putting out some pressure onto Divan. Foot and Divan in a somewhat ish hot drop on each other. Foot 3-man hot drop small power. And a lot of style over here. But the map, look at that. That is crazy.
Sheesh. This is going to be fun.
Good core ending here. I honestly hope that we get like a perfect swamp ending in either the swamp sides. Like I love those. They're so good. There's a good amount of cover, visual cover, and a good amount of compounds around it. So let's hope for that. Savim, home turf circle for them. BBL, semi-home turf circle for them. They are going to have to step up and really get a good amount of points out of this, either with some good compounds or, yeah, we'll see. I'm expecting Savim to play off, hopefully in the God compound. That would be the minimum what I expect of them. There's global armies there right now, so, and Baron as well. Baron Peak should either hunk up and stay there, or we're going to see all of them going there. Now, Foot Esports and Divando fighting here in Milta Power. Milta, east of that area, not complete optimal for them, but it obviously it's Divan's main drop, and Foot usually drops into Lipovka or like Kameshki, Stalba area. Sure. But they decided to try to go this way, and a straight 3-man drop onto the power area. That's kind of lovely. And Divan, they decided not to go. Iski though finds Nordskiff with an M24. That's beautiful. Not even a headshot. So either he had no armor. Oh, the drive-by. Saha. Oh no, Divan. It's not what you want to see from them.
Saha there was actually trying to go like via the south tip of Lumberyard to sort of evade the fire of Foot Esports and come down to help Nordskiff, and in the end didn't know that Odun was there basically waiting for him. So that is a rough start for them. We have oh dear, Baron Pig, that's him down super quickly, and that's close to the middle of the circle too.
Yeah, huge send on the God compound early on from BBL. I love that. They're so aware that they want to take this spot super early. Now they're leaving it to take one of the other compounds close on. Are they continuing to try to find some of these players? So no, it's a scout. Okay, so it's a drive scout to see if there's anyone in there, and then they want to take this. This is also a fantastic compound. One of my favorite ones. Honestly, super good to defend. It's also like you can't breach it, but it's good to defend as a 4-man, and you can basically move anywhere from there. DA sending it across. They're going to try to get in early on. It's really early rotations. 1 minute 20 on the timer there. And also Fago on the other bridge going to go across. So the majority of the pressure is going to come from the east and the northeast. And that's why we want to see the other teams go in deep. I love that we see Solo go in on a deep rotation on the western side too here, John. That's going to work out well for them. They're going to get a lot of good compounds potentially.
Clearing out compound by compound super early. It's like BBL are channeling the inner Polish power here, properly going through and just cleaning everything out. And they're going to have their choice of compounds in the middle of phase number 1. So this will be very interesting indeed. As far as circles are concerned, the sort of boring circle that we're maybe a little bit of hoping to avoid is like Gatka Fields. We'd love to see a swamp ending. Completely agreed with you on that one. That would be fun. We could even see a hard yank towards Primorsk, which I think would be very spicy as well. And because 3/4 of the entry to the circle is water, Martin, there aren't that many ways in if you're trying to get further than the edge. So teams are once again going to have to be a little wary of encountering other teams on rotation. Like this.
Ooh, smash.
Bam.
Both in the quite literal way and also in the name way.
Right?
Easy
look, it's center circle. All the compounds are BBLs. This is now established.
He has had a really good performance so far. I really love what I'm seeing here from Smash. He's such a superstar player. He's one of the mainstays on my fantasy picks once we get to that. Hopefully he's not too expensive once we get to PCS 7 and play fantasy again. Looking forward to that.
We also have to mention as well, just as an aside before they rotate into circle, the fact that Madzi is back and Istanbul Wildcats are now playing as 4. It'll be interesting to see how they play differently on Erangel. We're obviously expecting them to be a bit more aggressive because they know they don't have a numbers disadvantage when going up against the squad. But it'll be interesting to see what accommodations they make and how we see them play differently from when we saw them on Miramar.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, Smash top fragger. I think he has a total of, that's just after 2 matches actually. So he's more into nearly the double digits in terms of that. Looking good.
Very strong. He had 7 in that one game.
He had 7 in the game alone. I think he was on 7 total after 2 games. We'll keep you guys updated once we get into that.
Now we see Ketpa hearing multiple vehicles coming in from Skade very, very sensibly, backing out of the compound before anyone from Skade even has a shot on him. That's exactly why it's so important to make sure your vehicle is parked in a sensible and safe place so that if you needed to do that, you can instantly get out. Picture perfect there.
Benevici, what are you gonna do here? They're sniffing. It smells like liquid. Playing in this area. The Greek gods from Benevici. Hate meeting these guys in ranked because they just play super smash mouth. Just send it. Usually as a 2, 3, or 4 man.
They're super close to each other.
Yeah, Liquid driving away. They're trying to get into a new spot. Let's see if they're able to get into a deeper spot for this one. I like what we've seen from some of this. Now, He-Man, though, he's going to be able to take down one of the Skate players. And it looks like GMT is going to disengage and say, all right, I don't want any of that. He-Man shooting the feet. Ooh, nope, that's not going to connect. Taking down Shang, aka 17. So, John, the next circle in 2 minutes. And most of the teams have decided where they want to go. This is unpredictable by Polish Power, but they actually went all the way west right now, challenging from some of the compounds because they know the majority of the teams, they're coming in on the eastern side. And really nice pickup here from the observers. Thanks, guys. They're taking the West Town split with a 2-2 split. And they're keeping their hands on this because then they will have an easier entry into the swamps, into the areas there. So they're hoping for either a center circle or for west shift, and then they're going to be fine. And then all the teams on the east, they're going to have a really rough time trying to get into the circle for this one here. So a little bit of a different play call. I like it, though. I really appreciate that. And you can see that they definitely scared away the rest of the solo members.
Yeah, like one of the most important, shall we say, like advanced skills, teamwork that a team can have is knowing when to shift from aggressive mode to passive mode, right?
Yeah.
It's very easy for a team to constantly be full send it, but to instantly know when to pull back and be a little bit more conservative. Na'Vi are excellent at doing that, for example. And I think Polish Power is another one of those teams that they're perfectly capable of moving straight into someone and annihilating them. And then they know when to pull back as well. So it's really cool to be able to see them do that. And that smart rotation through the west via the beach here, knowing where everyone else is going to come in. Very, very nice play from them this game. I like it.
Yeah, for sure. I want to just go back on the top killer right now. 9 kills for Smash in just 3 games. That's an average of 3 every game. 8 for Novik, 8 for Clip, 8 for Pixelic, and 7 for Vard. So obviously the top teams that have been able to frag out really hard, doing well, but those players individually is looking really, really strong here after just 3 games. We're halfway through the day. Played 3 Miramar, now we're playing 3 Wrangles, and the first one coming in is this one. Circle is popping though, while Foot Esports is moving on. The West Bridge, let us see where we're going. We're going a bit south. There is a decent amount of water in play. It can still go south on the next one, because it's not the water shift just yet. The land ratio shift is in phase 4, so that one goes away from water. So the next one could still go like southwest, south, and then the boys from DA will have a good time. But a lot of, if you look at the map and you kind of cut it in half right now around where Liquid is down to Primorsk, there's just 3 teams on the southeast with Divan coming in the northeast, and then 12 teams on the northwest half of the circle, so a huge amount of pressure come in for that. So you really want to see some of the teams go deep and try to get a bit more control of some of the compounds. Sakura Sanson spots out Polish Power, takes some shots at them, connects a little bit.
A lot's gonna depend.
Ooh, Skate setting up a huge bait here for BBL. Gentry finds one. Nice. Trades Novik. Tenderlodge gets flushed. Pixelic with the underhand. I think that's going to be a rough situation here for Skate. They're down to just 2. Gentry goes down as well. Pixelic half HP. He gets found too, and BBL completely smashes this area and takes over with the high ground in Quarry.
That is interesting. Skate, of course, top of the leaderboards at the moment. Not going to be adding to that points total, I'm afraid, after those first initial kills. That is it. They are out. They've got 1 kill this game, but they're also 9 points ahead of their next closest competition at the moment. So they can afford a game like this, but they don't want to take their foot too far off the gas. Remember, the goal isn't to finish top today. The goal is to make sure you're in the top 8 and you get into the grand final. Elsewhere, though, we can see Salvam Esports. They're on the east side of Quarry. Imagine if the circle collapsed on that area and we start to actually think about a fight inside of Quarry. That would be so unbelievably messy. And there are already 5 or 6 teams holding that immediate area.
All right, let's see what Food is able to do with a Mexican standoff here, John. With Istanbul Wildcats, they are back to 4 players. Good to see that they're able to fix the issues that they had. Enterprise on the northern side of Quarry. It's going to be a huge amount of fights in Quarry if it doesn't end here. If it goes south again, which it is completely capable of, remember, it is not until phase 4 that it goes away from water, so it could jump off Stardust. 4 members, they're in this little canyon part on the northeast side, but Ens is defending it here with a solo player. It is Rustamar. Matsi finds Eski. A huge bald head shot. Rustamar taking a little bit of tickles here.
Oh man, that was a really close shave there for Rustamar. Ens have been quite relatively anonymous today, Martin. It's been an unusually quiet day for them so far. I was hoping to see this being like maybe the first game that they could turn it around on Erangel, but they're really having some poor luck at the beginning of these games, losing players on rotation.
For sure. They have had really rough games in terms of circles as well. Their decisions have been on point. The breach on Liquid in last game. Nice circle, though. This is one that doesn't have too much an effect here. The next one is going to go away from water, obviously. Rustenmar is going to have a happy time, but it's most likely going to end on the dog shacks just south of Quarry. We've seen a huge amount of endings. Remember the one where Entropic had a huge game in PCS. They didn't win it, but they had a huge amount of kills and got by far the most points in that one, though. Nice nade, 29 damage onto Norkis. And now Polish Power, they're going to try to sweep off Faco on this high ground here. Another King of the Hill fight.
Indeed it is. This is rough in terms of trying to work out where your grenades are going to go. You don't want to use too much of your utility early. You throw 3 or 4 nades and they don't do any damage, and suddenly when you know exactly where your opponent is, you haven't got nades left to throw at them. So we need a little bit more information from the side of Fago before we commit here towards Polish Power. They definitely don't want to stay in this hill for too long because you're worried that teams might come out of Ferry Pier and backstab you. So Polish Power also have an interest in getting up on top of this hill soonish to try and take the fight to Fago. They can't stay there forever. The alternative is maybe to disengage and go south into Primorsk, but then they have to worry about coming back out again.
All right. Different approach than expected from a usual Polish Power, with Marsalek staying back to Rat. This is a weird approach and an unusual approach from them. Valdeman finds Illidan in the background. Harry Potter wins over the Burning Crusade. In that case, Faco really not wanting to push over that ledge there. Marsalek just waiting with the barrel. 3 nades in hand too. And a 3 vest that's been just etched on the side that it looks like a 70% durability or so.
I wonder why. Like, what's the... I feel like if they did just come running over the hill, I get that Barsalek is good enough to, for example, get a 3K, but Is this just like a gamble from Polish Power to bait them in?
No, the other guys
maybe?
have cover. So if they peek over, they will be able to poke back at them. So they have the cover there from Masalek. And if they overstep, they're going to be able to both shoot at them from the back there because they can see just the ledge. So they were already shooting at them there a few times.
Interesting.
But let's see here if the quarry plays, because this is going to be huge. If this does not go north, the next one, like hard north, not just away from water north. If this one doesn't go hard north, we're talking 8 teams in quarry, and the compound rider that has to find. So Bilang finds Cunio. Fago, Polish Power in this situation, fighting. Solo holding on to this western dog-checked hill. The other one is the one they really want, but Sakura Sanson really good at defending this one here, John.
Yes, they are. They've got a decent position for Circle as well. If it goes Quarry, they might be able to move in edge relatively safely. We'll wait and see what the Circle looks like in a second. 1 minute to go, and it is very much centering in on Quarry. Team Liquid will either have to do a huge rotate or fight through Stardust, but everyone else in Quarry is going to be relatively pleased with this. And how many teams are going to have to go through Sakura Zensen or Foot Esports on the south side? This is the Circle where things get messy here in game number 4.
Stardust. What can you do here? Are they going to be able to gatekeep Liquid in this situation? Not sure. But this Circle is definitely going to be detrimental to them if they're not able to move over the Cathel. Nail Cup with a slight ready spot, but a really good angle. Smash. This is so rough for DA. Nades coming in. This could be huge. Oh my god, the amount of damage from that one. Next one, good too. Holy BBL.
There we go.
Smashing out Digital Athletics here, John. That was crazy. Smash 5 kills. Top fragger secured.
Absolutely delightful stuff. Smash there with a tremendous amount of damage, holding the high ground and keeping those nades in reserve, paying off big time for him right now. And with that, provisionally at least, BBL Esports overtake Team Liquid to take second place in the overall table. So keeping the kills coming means that even if you end up in a bad position thanks to Circle later on, you know what? Those kills buy you some very nice positions indeed.
All right, Liquid there. Gonna wait and see if they can maybe capitalize a bit on Vinividovici in here. James is looking in to see what they can secure inside the next Circle and has a spot to play. But the question is, does Nail Cup manage to wrap this? Now, classic Polish Power pull-up. In this case, try to get into the Circle. Smoke's been thrown. And they actually managed to get in the most of it. Now Fago has to backfill that, and they're outside the Circle. Nail Cup finds Mexi. Dietrich finds the flush, though. Rupture with an M24. There's so many bolts in play. It's crazy.
Horrible to play against. It's if you're Team Liquid right now, you're thinking, do I want to rotate down south? They're trying to fish for information. They know that another team is in the compound to the south of them, and they're hearing these shots from Foot Esports, Polish Power, and everyone else on the southern side. Istanbul Wildcats are going to try and third party this as well. Beautiful.
Huge. Oh my god, fantastic for Foot right there. Rupture doing a lot of damage from that one. They're gone. Copy. Half HP gets knocked as well. This is so rough. Polish Power. Krunios, last player, is trying to flush, try to get the points out of it. They got 2 knocks. He's going to try to secure the points. That's 1. Can he find 1 more? He's full HP. He finds 1 more.
Got him.
Nok is flushed from the back. Now Fago can capitalize on this. Istanbul Wildcats though here, John.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to come in. Remember, they're as a full 4-man squad now, so they can come in and be a little bit more confident moving up here. Madzi looking for the last member of Polish Power, won't find it. And that is a big grenade nearby. Sakura Zensen on the south side are taking on Fago, but the big story is this ridiculous 3 o'clock hard shift. You know, I was saying Team Liquid were trying to decide what to do before. They just bought themselves a little bit more time to do that because 3V and Team Liquid are both comfortable and safe for now.
There's 3 teams that are fighting for no territory right now. Smash! Been found though. Huge play from Foot. But they are eliminated in 14th. BBL 11 kills. They are really making sure that they're getting the most out of this so far. The high ground. Fago is eliminated there. Sakura Sanson with a huge play. Groan finds Verbatim. Sakura Sanson now has to decide where do they play. I would like to see them play below Quarry in a situation where they could maybe rat up and play over in the position that ENCE is playing maybe onto BBL.
Right.
Then they would have to be the last team that play into that spot. Let's see what they do. Illidan finds Krunio, Polish Power out in 12th place. They did get a little bit of points, but not what we were wishing to see from them so far here today, John.
No, not just yet. I mean, they still went in with the same spirit, but when you lose players on rotation, it just takes away from the aggressive things you can do. Smash, not again. Who's going to stop him? Saketo tried, but he doesn't quite get the knock there. Code Marco will. Very nice stuff there from Divan. That's Kitnesh specifically. Smash will be able to live to fight another day. And these teams that are stuck on the southern side, Martin, they can fight now, but ultimately they have to get a lot closer in about a minute. I'm not sure there's an easy way in.
No, for sure not. And like the decision from Sakura was the right one, but it was just too early. The spot that they played was exactly the one that I was hoping for and expected, but now they have just opened everything for Istanbul Wildcats. No, not in the tree. Shot coming in though, a little bit of help from Solo. Bombilovo finds Groan. Senya finishes him off, and now Istanbul Wildcats, they're down to 3.
Little bit of a rough time them for that. I mean, don't forget, 3 is still great, but ultimately from a positional point of view, you're up on the hill, you've got a little bit of cover, but you know that you, for all but a massive hard shift in your direction, they have to find a way across, and trying to cross that road. ENCE there, okay, they're snaking a little bit at the moment. BBL, Sakura Zensen, Divan, 3v to an extent. Istanbul Wildcats have so many teams and so many players waiting for them to cross. It's so difficult for them to get to the north side now, I think.
I love this play from Rustenmar in the shack. If the door opens, he can even hide and try to stay in behind it now. Istanbul Wildcats have to make a move. It does look like they have a car, though. Cross car, they potentially could be moving out with that. Okay, so it's actually a really, really rough circle. The majority of the teams, they're going to have to fight inside Quarry and on the west side of it. Let's see what Stardust and Team Liquid is going to do to each other once the circle closes. Or if Team Liquid's try to get a car, I'm not sure if they have a car and they can go into the Harry Potter. There's a open situation for that and they can spot it from the canyon area that they're playing on. But the West has a huge amount of teams here. It's going to be so dense when this circle closes.
The problem with this circle is that because the nature of Quarry, the top of the circle right now, the next circle, it dips downwards. You don't want to be seen there because everyone and their dog in that entire Quarry Valley will be able to see you from the other side. So teams are going to want to avoid that as much as possible. Enterprise might be forced to use that terrain, but it's definitely not priority. So everyone's actually scrambling for half of the place, and there's just not that much real estate for everyone. Team Liquid now. Desperation mode. Will the drive-by work? Gets a good amount of damage done, but no knocks just yet. They're going to pull up on the compound anyway, but they've been stepping out. They're trying to take the fight to Team Liquid. James needs to do something magical here.
Oh, he's getting peppered. Oh, Quality finds him with a nade, but Istanbul Wildcats was doing a lot of damage to him in that situation. Now BBL fighting and trying to make sure that Istanbul Wildcats do not get into the same spot that Sakura Santos. And Code Margo finds one with a naughty 2x headshot spray with the M4 from that distance. That was insane. Gets 15 kills collectively here. 8 for Code Margo.
This is a big, big game for BBL Esports. 15 kills. And I mean, Martin, we're not even in the placement points yet. I'm used to seeing teams who are maybe on like 6 kills and then 4 alive. And in the final circles, you know, they get another 8 or 10 kills. That happens. 15 kills at this point of the game where there are still 9 alive. This isn't just popping off. This is exceptional from BBL. And they've only got 2 players left alive and they're still popping.
I love what I've been seeing from BBL so far. And they're going to be playing the low ground. I love that even more. That is so clever. A 2-man to try to traverse across the high ground was going to be rough, but now they could sweep and maybe take control of everything on this road. Let's see how far they're able to take it though. Kitmesh and the boys from Divan is up there. Crossco finds Quetka. They're the last team to be in this situation though. Rustenmar comes out and says, hello, I'm here too. Rustenmar finds Code Marco and finishes off the dreams for placement points for BBL, but it doesn't matter. They got 15 points from kills alone.
Yep, if you're not going to get any placement points, then absolutely pop off 15 kills from this game. Absolutely
nice
outstanding. No one, including the winner of this game, is going to match that. And if they do, they basically have to kill the entirety of the lobby. That would be quite the show that we put on. Next circle is so unbelievably packed. You can see the northwest quadrant. No one is there. But now we're going southeast. It's a 4 o'clock hard shift. And remember the position Team Liquid were trying to hold out on where they got forced into 3v? They wanted to delay making that decision as long as possible. 3v might end up being the beneficiaries of that now. They're scouting for a way to play this one on edge, and they might move into Madzi.
I'm not sure if that southeastern side on that circle is going to work out for them at all, but there could be a little bit of hill with 2 vehicles that they could play that could work out, but I'm not sure. The hill that they're on right now does not work, and if they move into the Harry Potter, they're going to be forced to fight with Stardust and Enterprise later. That's also going to be rough for them. Depending on if Stardust and Enterprise, they're going to be playing this to ensure mutual destruction or trying to get as many points out of it. Let's see if the guys are going to get some points out of this one. They're actually going to make a macro car play for a better position, or they're going to try to breach into the circle. Let's see what they do though. Stardust, DPS in hand. I love that. Rustenmar's been found. Nailcup finds Yanni. That's a nice 2x barrel spray right there. Stardust really doing well so far. All 4 guys alive still with a little bit of smokes, and they might be the last team that gets out of Curry and play this situation. I like that. Apocalypse still DPS in hand. Let's see what Salvem decides to do. They probably push the high ground D-Lan. Even more good, really good decision making from Startup. I love what I see here from them. Completely finishing off the hopes and dreams of Enterprise. A little bit of a greedy peek there from Apocalypse. He survives though. 3 kills for them so far. And now Enterprise is taken out in 6th place. Savem and the high ground.
Into the top 5 now. I mean, this is down to 2 at the moment, but they have got the high ground. They need to try and finish off Sakura Zensen. 3v have attempted to take quite a nice position on the southeast outside of the Harry Potter, just trying to go by the cliffs, but they can't move very far. Whereas right now, it's all about Savin preventing other people from taking the high ground. And DBS. I know! It's going to become shotgun heaven here in just a second.
Oh, no, he's getting flashed by team twice. Apocalypse, though, he could make some huge play from this. This is perfect in this spot here. Both shotguns jump headshot on Global Army. Voldemine finds 2 though. That's a huge trade with the barrel. 2 headshots then. But it's a 2 versus 1, John.
This is rough. I mean, the shotguns managed to find a way into the fight, but can they find a way to finish it? Stardust pushing in even more. Voldemort has been blinded so much in this fight, still pushing through, making the aggressive play now, preventing. No, he doesn't prevent. Most of those bullets go into the down player instead, and Stardust will survive.
All right, Vinividivici, the redemption. We didn't talk about them too much just to make sure that we didn't jinx them for this one, John. They might have...
They've got the top 3.
They got the top 3. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Those Sakura Sanson, they've been able to sneak and rat a top 3 from this, though. Sekabis find them. And now quality finish is all salty. The question is, can they find the last and most ready player in the team? It is Sturla. Intense.
Like a monster looking out. We've got Stardust as a 3-man. Venividivici as a 3-man, Sakura Zensen as the solo player, but Intense struggling to make his way in. That is a fall and a half, down to 41 hit points, and there's a chance that someone heard that as well, but there's not a lot more he can do here other than try and wait and see if he gets an opportunity later. The circle will hopefully move off of the high ground, and he'll have a second chance.
If gets knocked here now, John, that would be huge.
It will be.
That
too
would
far
be
away.
Massive for Stardust. They would not be able to res him, so he cannot. He has no helmet. 1. Oh, Intent gets fine. Metabay knew exactly. Oh, he smoked, so he knew. Shots coming in though. Oh, this is huge.
Very good.
Knocked him. Oh, traded though. Another DPS knock. That's 2.
No way. Advantage Stardust now. Techie Beast is going to have to put some amazing shots in with the DLR. SLR even, but this is good, right? I mean, if you're playing against a bunch of shotguns, this is great, but they're going to switch guns and try and come back at you. It's a 1v2. This could finish it.
That's going to finish his teammates.
Manages to get Salty, and now it's down to a 1v1. Seki Beast, M4, no helmet.
He's just running. Oh, he made it.
One more nade. One last nade.
This is literally it. Oh!
Yes! Get in! And Veni Vidi Vici get the chicken dinner. Not just the top 3, with 8 kills. That was clutch coming out of him at the end, considering they had the option at one point to revive up to 3. Big solo play, and he could have died by a third party 30 seconds before that final fight started.
That sudden shift twice away from the curry, that broke my heart. I would have loved to see a hard curry ending. It would have been absolute mayhem, but unfortunately that didn't work out. And Veni Vidi Vici steps up and they show some of the performance that we're able to see in the June showdown for G-Loot, and now they could be making their way into the top 8, John.
Yes, I think so. They probably will still need another good game on top of that, but that's a good bit of momentum for them. And we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Sam will still find a way to make fun of me for making that prediction, but we'll see what it is in a couple of minutes.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Watching, which is going to be so important. We've also got a DBS though. It's a DBS. Don't do this. Oh, guys, we were talking about this. Oh my god. 3.
Very good flank underneath. Obviously, the knocked players will probably get that info across. Takes a finds front, Rustamar finds the other. Damage comes through, return for Tex, so finding one more. Just one more player left alive on the hilltop. Will they fall apart? What? Yes, they will. Ends. We haven't seen more entropic kills so far this game, and here they are. Out active, playing unfortunate, not quite going the way that QB would have wanted it to, and their teammates are nowhere near for the rescue. Nailcom, he ain't gonna waste this precious bullet.
A player away from that doorway on the second floor just to make sure. Ooh, nearly caught on the cross back over, but I don't think he's noted the reposition of Salek. Instinct. Oh, what?
One tick here could be the deciding factor whether you win this. Not playing it smart, and it wins it. 1v3 example prevails. You need to all of it. Does find the first, and look at the HP from Lewin, but no, you're taking blue money. What are you doing?
We might find it, Toby.
He knows exactly where they're coming in from too.
This could be deadly.
Spots one, takes him down, gets the second, doesn't get it. Luca rooks his stab.
Of course, it's Lou the one to kind of hold back that push, or at least apply some pressure. James actually finds him as well. That's just Patulins. Finds himself in a 1v3. James open sightline here. The spray is good though. Patulins.
Now it's a 3v1.
Thunder had a chance to aggress while the fight was happening elsewhere, while the Thunder might not strike twice. So does BBL back-to-back chicken dinners, essentially, on their side of the circle. Marco spots one more loot down slow HP. As I say that, actually not Marco, the one who's receiving under the majority of the damage there. Kent, but does find a second.
Very good.
And now Lou, all that's left alive. BBL were outnumbered, but it's just Lou left alive. That in the end will amount to more. Let's see Smash tagged up by the mollies twice, make that gem able to get the response from the other side. No tries to peek on over. Then the lost how much more damage can he do to them? A lot, as it turns out. Solo player left alive goes out.
Even better if he gets a couple of extra points and steals those knocks away. If he steals a few away, that's going to be so good. He can't though. That's Liquid out. And it's only Spyro, and I reckon they know. Actually, Melman that finishes that fight. It's time for Na'Vi.
That's Leah over the top side here. The perfect setup from Na'Vi. Waited for a knock to act upon. Quizzy going to find Hyruza now. Ibarko just going to give it up to the blue Joro.
Really good read on the sound cue there. And Gustav making a case for the shotgun just to be permanently part of this. Beamy goes into the blue to surprise
No
Al.
way, man.
And Team Liquid, who are trying to move up. You can take a look at where they are with the car. They are not shying away from this at all.
Hello, you're not going to get the big long intro because I want to get straight into this. I know that I should talk about the chicken dinner winner. I know all of that. I know they didn't even get placement points, but what I want to talk about is BBL because hot damn, 24 minutes in, weren't even in placement points, already had 14 kills. Code Marco ended on 8 kills, Avenger, which is more than some teams will probably get over the course of today. That was an incredible play from them.
And I would have said Vinividivici would have only gotten that if it wasn't for this game. But they stepped up. They mentally reset going into this map, or angle, obviously, and that was just great. They were able to play that super well. Obviously, the comp up that they had were getting a little bit of extra attention from the circle, and they were able to defend it from the teams around. We saw both Stardust and Liquid considering if they were going to encroach a bit on the compound, try to gatekeep them, but they managed to defend the hill. Also, Liquid tried to do a drive-by, they defended that too. So overall, executed their plan to perfection, and they managed to close it out, especially with the 1 versus 2 in the end.
I love how I just tried to completely turn the conversation away from the winning team because Jorasar was going to have that big grin on his face and be really happy. It was impressive from them. It was impressive, but it was actually a really interesting game because we had a lot of fights early on, Jorasar, just from the get-go. Lots of teams going out there, going at one another.
Look, think about it this way, right? BBL weren't in the placement points and they managed to finish with 15 kills. What that means is when there were 9 teams left in the lobby, BBL were basically responsible for removing 4 of the teams that had exited the game so far. That was massive. As much as I want to talk about ZKB's just about surviving that final onslaught to do the 1v2, there's no denying that BBL took a lot of the credit from this game, and it also meant that the area that 3v were in overall was a little bit less crowded. You had fewer teams going into that sort of area. I thought that Quarry was going to be a big factor because no one wanted to be in the northwest corner of phase 5 or phase 6 because you're looking down into the valley and everyone can see you. Turns out there just weren't that many teams competing for that space because they'd all been wiped out of the map. BBL did an incredible job here, and it just goes to show when you don't have placement points, it's fine as long as you kill a lot.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard now so that Jorasar can have his moment. They should have it as well. They did get the chicken dinner. Well done to them, taking the victory. Vinny Vidivici sitting there in first spot, which they'll be very happy with. I do want to ask, Avenger, what's going on with Ents? This is not a team that I expect to consistently see just not pitching up.
No, it's rough. They lost their star player, Diggory, to FaZe Clan going into this year's season, and it's rough. Even though Nuki is a fantastic player, they just haven't been able to hit the form that we know and been seeing from them before. But then again, one great game, it is extremely close. One great game, and they're into the top 8. They just need to replicate what we've been seeing from Vinovidovici. As you can see here in the overall leaderboard, Vinovidovici is able to jump into a shared 7th place, but since they have more placement, and that is the new first tiebreaker, they're able to get 7th.
They are in the top 8, so maybe Jorasar's prediction will come right. If they have 2 more pop-off games, they could just finish in the top 3, and I'll need to eat my words. I want to pull your attention back, though, to ENCE. 13 points, 44 points is what Skade's sitting on at the top. So it is still, there's still lots of games left, right? So we've got 8 games, Jorasar. There's a chance for the likes of ENCE. I mean, for me, ENCE, Polish Power, Foot Esports, those are teams I would have expected to see on the other side of the screen. Unfortunately, not the case now, but there's still an opportunity for these teams to shake it up a bit.
There certainly is. And we have to bear in mind that while this is a short format tournament, the lower bracket, it is across 2 days, not one. This was the first major point where we swapped from Miramar to Erangel, where we got to see which teams would benefit and really seize the moment by trying to reset everything. And Vinovidovici haven't necessarily done that yet. It could have been one game flash in the pan and they go back to scoring very few points. We don't know that. But ENCE is the kind of team that, if they haven't done very well on Miramar, they're pretty good at resetting and coming back strong. So it's a little bit surprising to me that they're still there. I would have expected them to change a couple of things up and come back with a handful of points from this game. I still expect them to do better, and I know they will, but it is surprising to see them where they are.
I am having a little bit of Northern Lights PTSD from yesterday because they were one of the teams that not a lot of placement points, lots of kills. BBL, 36 kills and only 6 placement points, and they're sitting in 2nd spot. That's pretty insane, and I think that style of play is going to move forward as we move on through Super Week. I do want to talk about the early contentions, though, right at the beginning, Avenger. We saw a couple of teams having a few fights and kind of feeling one another out. Do you think that's going to happen again?
Maybe. We'll see. Like, it just comes down to the knowledge of what the other teams know, or the preparation that they've done, right? If you're a foreman that's ready to go early on into a compound, for example, the God compound push from PBL, that was fantastically executed, instantly just taking away one player from a team that they know they're going to be going up against in the same area, then they just have so much information. So I love that. I will say this, though, even though ENCE only has 13 points, they are 10 points shy of 6th place. One game here with a win, 8-10 kills, they're straight into the top 6. That is an easy way for them, but it's because it's so top heavy. All the top teams have been bunching up the placement points. Some of the other teams like BBL have been bunching up the kills, so it is still extremely close in our so-called mid-pack, which leaves, 4-5-ish spots open for the teams that is not currently in the top 4.
You mentioned sponging, but I had to go back in my notes. Swamp, that's the word that we should be using.
I don't know, sometimes you just brain fart, it's like being able to speak a different language. Jara knows that you know a little bit of Afrikaans, right? So sometimes it goes together and you think about it. Oh yeah, that's the Danish word. I'm at this point where 90% of my communication is in English, so I just think in English at this point anyway. So like sometimes wait, what's the Danish word for that? I actually don't remember. So like your native tongue, you forget some of the words that you know in English, but also because there's so many more words in English that there is in Danish.
I'm not sure you want Froz and I to do a Cantonese stream.
No.
I think that would end in tears.
I've seen it live on off stream, and you guys had a few beers. I don't want to see that on stream for sure. I don't understand anything.
Day 1 and day 2, the word of the day was spamp. That's what we used the whole way through. And then today the gents who introduced it used the English word. There we go. We've gone completely off topic. Erangel, a bunch of different teams sitting in the top. Obviously, the circle plays a role, Jorasar, but I am surprised by the slight shift. Do you think that's going to change up? Are we going to see the Skades and the Liquids and the Digital Athletics back on the top now as we move into the second last map of the day?
Yes, we are going to see things change up. All but one, like so many of the heavy hitter teams under different circumstances went out of the game outside of the placement points, right? So it had an opportunity for everything to switch up and we got to see a few different teams on top. And I get my moment to gloat and some of the other teams get some good points as well. But the reality is most games aren't going to finish the way this game did. So yes, seize the moment. Don't expect it to become normal though. And now we get to see which of these teams take that momentum forward in a game that plays out differently.
Let's recap really quickly. For me, Digital Athletics and Skate, the two teams that have impressed me today. Avengers so far, which team has impressed you?
I want to talk about the teams that have not impressed me, Sam. Is that okay with you? Fantastic.
Go right ahead.
All right, the teams that have not impressed me today so far is Polish Power. 4 games with this amount of points. That is just not satisfying. And we have 2 more games. If we don't see one good game, we're talking double-digit kills and top 3 placement. If we don't see that from them, I feel like they're just not going to qualify. They're not going to be able to turn that boat around into day number 2, and they're just not going to qualify for the grand finals. That'd be sad to see since they got top 5 at the last grand finals. Another one obviously is Ents. They are going to have one good game today. It's a team that we're expecting to do well. It's one of the invited teams. We know that they are capable of performing to the top level. So one really good game from them as well. Double digits-ish, or at least 12, 15 points plus. That's what we're expecting minimum from those 2 teams. Pleasantly surprised with what we've been able to see from the teams on the top. Obviously, we've been talking about them, and we're going to continue to talk about them once we get into the games, because the confidence and the momentum that they're able to roll off of into the games continuously, that is going to continue for the rest of the 2 games as well.
I'm going to jump on the bandwagon. For me, definitely Ents. Sakura Zenson as well, Jorisar. I haven't been happy with them. Who's let you down a little bit? Other than your 3 Vs, only one chicken dinner, friend, just saying.
Well, I do think Sakura Zenson is one of those teams because we keep seeing them getting into promising positions off of rotation where it looks like they have a nice clear entry point and you can see the thinking is there. And then when it comes to execution, it's like, oh, they fall apart a bit. And the last bit of that equation isn't quite there.
There we go. We've spoken about the teams that maybe have let us down a bit. Hopefully, they will rectify that in this game. Jorisar, Avenger, it's over to you.
Penultimate game now of today. We have a 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock plane path. A little bit southern skewed. You can see the plane passing south of Pachinki there. So a tiny bit of a stretch, for example, to get to Razak. We might see a couple of alternate drop spots come out from a few of these teams. But I think, generally speaking, for our second Erangel game, things are going to be a little bit more well-behaved, and we're not necessarily going to see so many teams duking it out too early.
All right. Absolute nearly copy-pasta of the other plane path, John. What do you think about that? Do you love that?
Well, let's see if it goes to Quarry. Here's where it goes Novo instead, man.
Milta Power or military.
Ooh, I'd love that too.
Like the Milta Power, 70% water, like actual Milta Power ending just for a curveball. I would love that. But I do love what we're seeing here from the drops. But then again, I actually don't want to see a Primorsk is ending. I kind of want to see something else. Yay! Okay. A 60-40 military, John. I love that. Let's
go. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting indeed. There's a couple of reasons why this is interesting. Not only, as Martin said, the center of Circle 2, which dictates where it moves next, has to be on land, of course. So it looks like it's going to be roughly 60-40 in favor of Sosnovka Island. But for me, here's what makes it super interesting. This is one of those circles where it can go north and go south again, or go south and go north again. And you're going to see a lot of teams, well, at least 2 or 3 teams try to take a little bit of a hedging position where you're not 100% sure. You don't want to commit deep super early in the game. And how those teams rotate end up making a really wonderful, for us, the viewers, chain reactions of event that leads to teams being backed up on the bridge, teams being stuck outside in the blue and are not able to cross. All sorts of chaos can happen when the circle shifts one side and goes back again.
Okay, Jens, is this the game? The double-digit kills, the top 3 finish, potentially the win? Is this when we're going to see it from you? It could be. I hope so. These guys have an immense amount of experience. PL 2019 Phase 1 winners. Well, bite with a different roster, of course. But let's see if they're capable of doing a huge thing here. Hard circle for them, considering Cerveny, but they're definitely known to go late over the bridges. Let's see if that happens again here. Here's the Wildcats on screen. with the crossword compounds and Milta. I love that. And then obviously as well, BBL with a bit of rotations. They are already sending... I love that. We see BBL going really, really early on, moving to some good spots here. But we have a huge setup for Vinovici that is still looting. Question is, do they just let them pass and go on early on? Or do they try to take control of the glass house maybe on the western bridge, north side? Code Marco is sending in towards the dip here. Strong position early on, silencing in too. Nope, he's going to continue. And the information now has been shared from quality to the rest of the team. Get ready, guys. We have teams coming in. And Vinovici is fully aware of what's about to go down. China wins. Drive-by coming on. China wins. Oh, taken down by Code Marco. He's just better. Code Marco, absolute monster.
Where's the rest of the team? Is anyone in a position to help? It doesn't look like it. BBL now have full control of this gas station position. Tiki Beast, it's so difficult when you haven't had time to get in position to deal with this yet. And maybe they could have defended.
Oh, surprise!
Another one. Maybe you can defend if you have time to get in position first. But it doesn't look like 3v had the chance here at all.
The classic... win the last game, get a really bad start of the next game situation. Now Liquid coming in on their usual clock. Coming over, trying to take control of either some information on the bridge or crossing early on. I will say I'm not expecting them to cross instantly, as it's not a guaranteed military. Could also be a full debate. Could swap back in the next circle. 50-50 in the next one. It's an interesting one though. Vidovici finds James. Quality potentially finds Mexi. No, unfortunate for Team Liquid. Gone down too early though. BBL now sees that and like, all right, we know where the rest of the Vinovici guys are.
Oh, they're crashing. They're going full ham on this. Look at this. Everyone in vehicles. There is no pulling back from this. They can see the vehicles heading away. They know that there were gunshots here. They are after them, and they're going to have to go basically towards Primos to get away from this. BBL are hungry.
BBL with a hollow on the DMRs and just no scopes or anything. Super unfortunate. If that was the case, they had I think we saw an 8x here in Smash though, but if the case was they had a little bit more scopes, they might have been able to finish off Vinovici. Sakura Sanson now moving up onto Digital Analytics. Digital Analytics has the vantage point from them. Spots one, gets potentially one knock. Nope. Instantly return for Salty. Important for them not to get a knock.
Yep.
We already see a fight there as well. Military.
He fired on the second guy in the train, so both the guy in front and the player behind both got to fire back, and that was critical for Sakura Zenson to keep their player alive. Now they know someone's up there. All four of them are quite close to each other. They have really good cover and really good spread, but they are on the low ground. All four of them are relying on Digital Athletics to peak. So DA they've got full control over when this fight starts.
Question is, how much does Sakura want to do in this? 23 points for them, 7th currently, but it's so tight from 5th and down, John. Few kills here and there, and you're basically jumping 2, 3, 4 placements because it's so close.
Yeah. I mean, 4 teams tied for 12th, right? 13 points. And within 10 points of that, you're into the top 8 already. So this really is trigger-thin margins. And every single one of these teams wants to make it into the top 8. Half of them have to bow out of G-Loot Season 6 at this point. So this could be a pivotal fight. And most importantly, Martin, if this keeps going on,
Fago.
No one's dying yet. And Fago are on the other side wanting a word as well.
Yeah, and no, it's not even guaranteed to be military yet, John. So the question is, what's happening? Sakura Sanson kind of disengaging. Nades coming out. This could be rough for Tekkas. It is not far enough though. And Tekkas got the first aid off. 75 HP. Verbatim finds Metralius. And DA is losing members for the third party. They did not expect the team to sneak up on them from the side here. Now more shots coming in. Connecting 2. That was 2 times 34 damage. One more bullet, he would have been knocked too. Look, and that would have been the go sign for Sakura Sanson.
Yeah, they could turn around and absolutely go back. The general rule I find in these pro games, it tends to be If you start a fight and you're still in the same position 30 seconds later, expect something to happen. And in this case, something is called Fago. So Sakura Zenson, I think were quite wise there to disengage. They're now a bit too far away to come back and do a bit of a third party. But Digital Athletics may be paying the price there for not watching their 6.
All right, Ins. They are coming across now, getting close to the circle. Crossing the paths of school right now. And then the question is, where do they go? They're definitely not going to make a decision until they see the next circle. And then they're going to be one of the later teams to join that, though. Foot Esports potentially going close to ends. This could be rough if they are too far apart here. It looks like Foot has a little slight split up here, though. Ends. They see them. They hear them. Continuing to go. They're not going to take the fight at 6 stops. Take out a bold action. Give me one of those. Nope. Takes the buggy, leaves. Yeah, this is not a fight you want to take right now.
Yeah,
they're not really going to capitalize on anything right here. Like, it's not happening. Saw them on the south side of military, trying to boat in.
You know what?
Full 4-man. This is respectable, John.
Yeah, there are a couple of really nice moves there. I like that as soon as the bolt shot was fired, he instantly got back into the buggy, because if you fire that shot and say it's Polish Power driving past and all 4 decide to come after you, at least you're in the vehicle and you're driving away, right?
Yeah,
but also,
exactly.
Sarvem, they can immediately turn the boat around and go back to the mainland if this circle, like, absolutely sends it back north. So I like the boat play.
All right, is this the game? The classic situation where Polish Power has a huge game and they put themselves back into the tournament with this right now.
Any game could be that game, right? That's the thing with Polish Power. You never know.
It's a hit or miss always with them, but they are fighting right now against Skate. Let's see the circle. It's a very it's almost impossible to go north here unless we see a super north shift. I don't think it's even possible. It would have to center on the tip of the beach.
Where Norcus is now.
Yeah. Like no, south of it, like all the it can't even go that far. And then the phase 4 would have to swap north, right? That's the only situation. So it's extremely rare.
But because of land ratio, that would go south anyway.
I think there would be more land on the north if the center. Nah, it probably would go south actually.
It's it looks like we are going Millie Island now. At least overwhelmingly large percentage. We've got Divan coming across the bridge quite late. They've made the decision as soon as they saw the next circle pop, which is very sensible. But the Istanbul Wildcats are punishing what I think was Nordskiff maybe going into a rock there or something. He stopped rather abruptly. Another tie getting off the buggy, and that's a spin. Divan, they have to continue with 2. I don't think there's any way for them to come back and fight this sensibly.
Sahar on the side. The question is, does he find Istanbul Wildcats and pounce them? No, it's Kidnesh. Absolutely turned on. Grown also taking damage now. Sahar could potentially find something. The question is, I'm not sure they know.
I don't think they know Sahar is behind them.
I don't think so. Sahar has an upper hand advantage here.
Yes. I thought that the moment they got the first knock, the rest of Istanbul Wildcats would instantly get in their vehicles and back up. But because they didn't, and it bought Divan another 5-10 seconds, I might end up eating my words here. Divan are finding a way. Sahar doesn't find one of the players up, but does actually find the player who's downed. And now Divan are turning it around. I'm very happy to instantly eat my words on this one because Divan are showing us a fantastic fight.
Bro knows exactly where Sahar is, but it is a 3 versus 2 to Divan's advantage. A little bit of utility usage could potentially make something happen. A rolling nade can do some damage onto Grown. Does puts him down to 47 HP. Now huge advantage for Divan. Puts Grown down, and now they have to push the other knock. They know the rest might be coming off. It is already Illidan pushing in. No other utility. 28 bullets in the M4. Sahar finds the Grown flush. Now Divan is trying to capitalize on this. It looked like a huge advantage to Istanbul Wildcats, but Divan was able to turn it around. Oh, finds it because of the utility usage. Now
very
gets
nice.
Traded instantly from Crossco.
Oh, man, and now Istanbul Wildcats. Can they hold on here? Kitnesh is down at least. There's a little bit of a fighting chance going on. What started off looking like a really, really solid engagement for them is turning into a fight for survival. Istanbul Wildcats with 2, Divan with 2, but if they get this revive up, then it's back to the status quo. They have to push in.
Save us. He's calling it Carpi Norkis. Finding Skate members.
Oh, no.
That's fine. Skate has plenty of points to give. And Polish Power needs them. Verbatim finds Stardust. Now a lot of points going their way. Good job for Fago, Verbatim and Zabilla making moves right now. Polish Power now with 1 point. The question is, can they get one more onto Skate? They're basically ratting them on the ferry pier. GMT took the boat and Novik is left. So that's another point gone for Polish Powerway. They have a member or a full team actually from Enterprise in the ferry pier. Liquid losing members trying to swim across. That is unfortunate.
We've got the ferry in play as well.
Oh, and BBL knows exactly the situation because the smoke's now being shot at, absolutely demolished by Code Marco. Huge games from him today. 2 kills already. Liquid's out in 16th. Some Blue Wildcats out in 15th now. Now fight between Enterprise and Polish Power. Nork is gone down. Intense finds Tixu. That's all events down. And we were hoping to see a huge game from them. But this, with the military, it's always rough for this situation. So they have to do it in the last game. Sakura Sanson with 3 now. And 4 guys alive with a good center spot. This could be the big game that we were looking to see from them today here, John.
It could be. So many teams are being pushed into each other right now that it's so difficult. Like, even on the north side, Polish Power, you had Enterprise, Skate were there, Liquid were there at one point, and it was very rough for the teams that decided not to go via the bridge because too many teams were focused near the ferry pier, and there was just no freedom to run around at all. Meanwhile, on the south side, the teams trying to get out of military base, and the ones who rotated far south, Sarvem are running into this sort of position, and BBL know that they're basically going straight through their territory. They need to regroup ASAP, but if they go too far, Solo are on the other side.
All right, Kipnish. This Divan really putting on some points on the board. 4. And probably getting 2 more from the North players here from Foot.
They're having a great game.
They're having a great game and plenty of space on the eastern side of this circle. Jumping into the car now, and now the last member of Foot, I think it's Eski, is trying to make something happen here. Now Polish Power trying to pull a Liquid here in this case. I think they might succeed because there's nobody guarding the bridge beside maybe one Pixelic member right there. He does see one, and Crunio is left on the high ground to poke a few shots towards Pixelic. Sakura Sanson with a 2-2 split now. Next circle is going to go away from water. Now a lot of kills from Divan here. 7. They have really stepped up their game, and they're now in 9th.
On the cusp of making into the top 8. Still work to do, though. BBL and Digital Athletics now butting heads one more time. Code Marco and Bendalos continuing to try and make up ground. Every single time they call out a bullet hitting Huth, it gives them that license to move that 10 meters closer, 15 meters closer to the next tree. And now Digital Athletics are really starting to feel the pressure.
BBL just on this little lip of the ridge, and they know exactly what they want to do. Want to try to capitalize off that knock. They didn't, though. They want to get one more, and then they're going to be close enough to send it in. Good nade, does some damage. Another knock. Sheila goes down. Kretpa also lost. Solo here. Huge third party from the south side, John. Unexpected for both teams.
Yeah, this is Solo able to get the odd DMR shot in, and that's causing mayhem here because these teams just want to focus on each other and focus on what's going on. Instead of being able to freely move outside and have all the angles you want, suddenly you're inside in windows because you don't want someone behind you to accidentally get a free shot, and it's just more things to focus on at once. Makes the job more difficult for all of the teams. But that said, 3 alive with only Shilla down at the moment, who I think is about to get revived. Digital Athletics, they're looking okay so far.
Yeah, they're actually completely fine. And you know what? Metralius peeking out the door there was super unexpected for BBL. I don't know how you say surprise in Turkish, but that is exactly what he was thinking. Pixelic here really capitalizing on Polish Power's really slow move across the water. And now Crunio is probably going to deny Stardust. It's Nail Cop again. Been pleasantly surprised with what we've been seeing from him. Polish Power out in 12th. They just moved too late now. Solo.
Yeah.
This was unfortunate for BBL. They're not getting too much out of this game here, John.
No, they certainly are. They're eliminated in 11th, and I want to give Skate a bit of credit as well. Pixelic and Jempty had a really nice crossfire on the 2 Polish power players that were swimming after Crunio had to jump in, and at that point, unfortunately, there wasn't much more Polish power could do, but Skate picked up those 2 points.
Also by Skate again. Coherent moves. And just game sense through the roof at the moment. Oh, Schiller finds Bambilobo. That is solo art in 10th place. And just one more team has to go out before we go into the placement point. 6 kills again for Digital Athletics. You can see on the live leaderboards on the left side. 1 kill needs to be added, and then they're in 33 points. Our top 5 is really starting to form themselves here. And I'm expecting Digital Analytics to at least end with 40 plus points along with the rest of the team. So that's going to be looking really good for them. They're only going to need 20-ish points to secure themselves the top 8 to go into the grand final starting in 2 weeks.
Think about this. This time last game, EBL had 15 kills.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
9 teams left. Like that just underlines how impressive a game that they had. And Divan have an opportunity to do something similar here. They've really shown on Millie Island that they've had a really good sense of when they can turn around and fight. But now Enterprise are going to surprise them a little bit. Really good spray transfer. Will he get the second knock? He does. That's free kill with the double. Looking for the 3rd season behind the tree. But this is doing 3 damage a second. Can he? I think he can get the first aid off. But what do you do after that?
He's good. He's good. He's going to peek it. Illidan, last player, half HP. Freak is going to peek it. He doesn't expect him to be in the close tree, though, I think, though. Jempty, though, is cleaning up all the knocks. Down to a 1 versus 1. It's free kill versus Illidan in this situation. 8 kills though for Divan. Played well so far. Illidan 55 HP. It's only 2 to 3 bullets depending on where they hit.
This is so important. He's buying time so that the teammates can bleed out because Enterprise want those points.
The tree. 1 more and then he can pop off the first hit. Nice. So he knows he's not on the clean tree here. Question is, where's the next one going? Saha's first knock. It's about 35 seconds left on that. He has to finish it off with that if he wants to come in. But Savam poking in the background. They're going to be gatekeeping them. You can see the circle popped off. Next circle, the circle is doing 5 damage per second right now. Free kill has to make a move to try to get those extra points. It would be 3 points. One from the Saha kill, 1 from Illidan, and 1 from placement if he manages to do this. Saha bled out, so they got the kill. A little more poke. I'm not sure free kill is in the best of situations right now. He didn't pop the first hit immediately. He's going to be dead. He did, so that's good. Skate is out in 9th, but they did get a few kills with them. Free kill. Oh, that's the third party coming in. Free kill is not going to have the time for the first hit, so he's dead, but he did secure themselves. Another point for placement now that Skate went out. That is good.
Oh, that is a tragic way to end that. Romeo and Juliet, both sides dying pretty much at the same time there. And Stardust coming with a Global Army with a very nice 3rd party. And now Quality from 3V, unfortunately stuck in the C compounds, unable to get out of military base. Unfortunately, that's going to be it for him, I think.
Yeah, he's looted all the first aid since the C blocks, and then he's just gonna try to out heal it. But I would dare you to say that I think that we're gonna see Lagger Monster with a way better placement than he's gonna be able to have. Even though it only quotation marks only does 5 damage per second, it's gonna take a lot of first hit for him to outlive his teammate. The question is, how far does Savam take this? They can play uphill here with their back safe. No, Quality actually makes a run for it. He heard them move, and now they think that he's not there, but they're obviously looking. He needs to pop another first aid and then get in.
It's the Evermore strategy.
Yeah, exactly.
God, that brings back memories.
2017 Gamescom.
Right. Oh,
a lot of
man.
years ago. I was in my 20s, John. That's crazy.
Yeah, I want to say I was in my 20s too, but I'd be lying, Martin. I can't do that. That would be horrible. Quality, though, managing to just about make it in, and he is properly on the edge of Phase 5. Savim are hunting everywhere for him. They're going, he must still be healing somewhere. Don't even peek. Give him another 30 seconds. No, he wants the point. Never mind.
Does it?
He's gonna get 2?
Gets 1. Gets the flush as well. This question is now, is Lagger Monster gonna elaborate and do anything about that? He does. Info coming out? No. Oh, he should have made. He should have made it then. They should have done that for sure. I want to see Lager Monster support his teammate here in this situation. Stardust out. 6th place. Holy!
Oh
quality,
my goodness!
Crazy good mega shots in that. Muga damage coming in though from the nade, and he's gonna be taken down from Baron Peak. Savam losing 1 player.
Great
Fago.
Points though.
Yeah, Fago, and this is the teams that are fighting to stay in the top 8 and ensure their further progression here in the tournament in the top 8. Question is, how much is Fago going to be able to do? They're currently last tied with Ents, but definitely looking like they could jump some places here if they're able to capitalize onto Savem.
Like we said earlier, 10 points is the difference between being close to bottom of the table and being within knocking distance of a top 5, let alone a top 8. So it's possible for these guys to jump straight up here. They'd have to leapfrog Savem as well, because them and 3V have got some points from this match. But with placement points as well, entirely possible for Fago to make that leap. It's still early enough in the lower bracket that this isn't just giving them hope. This is giving them a step up on the ladder, and there is a real possibility they build off of this momentum. So when we ask ourselves, who's building the momentum onto Erangel, who's shaking off the Miramar cobwebs and saying, don't worry, let's reset, Fago might be one of those teams.
Yeah, for sure. Also, Secure Sanson, 4 guys alive, a lot of control on the northern side. This could be the big game that we were expecting them to have here, John.
Yes, absolutely. This is all sorts of opportunities here. Digital Athletics have also been quite... they haven't necessarily moved far from that compound, but they've been quite active in needing to defend it and having a lot of knowledge about the teams around them. There's a good chance that if they stay 4 alive into Phase 7, they could just hold like a third of the circle and let everyone else fight and box everyone else in to get a favorable position in the endgame.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see Lager Monster, though. Is he going to be able to red 1 player or not? That is the question. Let us see, though.
They've got this ridge. They probably don't want to go into the ball unless they have to.
No,
so I think Lager Monsters hope. Yeah, they're hoping that they wrap north and go into Fago, I think is what Lager Monster wants them to do.
Yeah, they have to.
I think they will actually. Yeah.
There's no point pushing the compound at this spot. Like, you have DA there just poking shots at them. They're not going to get across then. So they're going to have to sweep on the east and hope to get into Fago's spot. I don't think they know that there's a full 4-man from Fago. I don't think they have the info fully from that. At least they'll be surprised that it's going to be the setup that they have. Rhino Log on the edge. Rippertum already inside the circle. And then Hurricatorian, Sabila Global Army though going down. Like a monster. Finds one? No. The flush not coming off. Fago, that's a go sign for them. You want to see them capitalize. He saw him jump. He saw him jump. Unless he does not have 103 FOV on that, he would have seen him jump on the left side.
Third party stops it though. Sakura Zensen preventing them from pushing forward.
That's not what Fago wanted here in this case. Trying to ensure the revive comes off. He-Man finds him through the smokes. Another point for Sakura Sanson. A great game for them indeed. And this circle is setting it up for them. 4 kills for He-Man. What a monster.
And Digital Athletics would have heard those shots from He-Man north of him. Wow! All right, double tap from Schiller. Calm down. Let's see if you can do that again. We've got the rest of Savem Esports right in front of you. Let's see what you can do. What else have you got in your back pocket? He's going in with the nades as well. They're going to be slightly to the right. Backs off into the smokes to avoid the third party. What a great start to that engagement, though, for Digital Athletics.
Yeah, really perfectly executed onto that. 7 kills for them so far. Under a nice nade could finish one more. No, Baron. He finds Petralius with a nice headshot on them. 4. More utility being used here. And he is not expecting a youth. Is not expecting him to be this close, I think. Trying to get the jump info. They are pretty damn close. I think they're going to be able to get Petralius up. Oh, a little peek of a head. Oh, He-Man taggers the perfect third party onto Fago. 8 kills for them. He-Man has to heal though, and now the pressure continues on to these guys. Salty finds Sheila. Metralius though, return on intense. And
this
now
wasn't
Savem,
the plan.
that's a good amount of utility use. But Intense has to get rest here. This is
Sakura
the game.
Zensen.
This is the game for them.
They're doing what DA wanted to do. I think DA wanted to fan out and take so much of the circle, and Sakura Zensen beat them to the punch, Martin.
Yeah. I think you're right with that. Like, the KC for Digital Legs, they wanted to finish off the fight with Sabim. But now we see aggressive Sakura Zensen capitalizing on the case of this. Ooh, Tekis does not have the info. Does now find him with the AUG. Easy. Does not have 3 gear, but AUG still really strong weapon in this case now. 10 kills for Sakura Zensen. 11 now. Only 2 members left. Travis in the back though, finds one. Intense turn with barrel. Nice headshot. And 1 more kill coming in. That is 13 for Sakura Zensen. And we were talking about it here. We were expecting them to have at least 1 good game. And they're able to step it up, John, here with a 23-pointer. They had 23 points moving into this game. And now they got 23 in this game alone.
They did indeed, and they have a little bit of a step up there to try and secure, not just get that top 8 spot. Now, admittedly, it's still day number 1, but those points are going to matter so much for Sakura Zensen. Classic game, Martin, where you might not have that many kills, and in the last couple of minutes, it just snowballs.
Yeah, and it wasn't a G-Loot tournament if we didn't get a military game already in this case here. So I loved it. It was good, fantastic setups from the team, but Sakura Zensen being able to close this out. This is going to put them in a really good spot moving along here.
Will Digital Athletics be ruining missed opportunities in that game? Sakura Zensen played that endgame so well. What could have happened instead? It doesn't matter. The points are on the board now. We're going to tally them up. And when we come back, it's the final Erangel game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. See you in just a minute.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Kills in total, so this isn't good for them. Vard with an excellent frag onto Schofield to take 3 members of Team Rage down. It's only Mert remaining now. Let's see what he can do. Howl eliminated in the meantime, and there we go. But Diggory is just absolutely on it. Laza is he's not out of the woods yet. Team Rage chasing, having a fun day.
They're chasing. They're not giving up on any of this. And Laza falls as well. 18 up close, thrown on down. Spots 1 Kate. Seagulls stop working together. Vex peeking on over as well. Mike does find one, but will he get more for just 1 HP left? Somehow still alive. But there you have it. Face man quite around. Maybe trying to wrap an example is there ready and waiting. Thrown on down. Dendalos does find one. Those smash finds a second. Continuing the way that they took down teams early on BBL. Gonna concede, not giving anything away. 19 kill, 3rd place though for them. FaZe as well, realizing there's nothing more to come for. They go down. Northern Lights win the game with 9 kills, exactly the way they wanted. Nice. The Matt, no way he's gonna be able to get back on his feet now. Second shot comes from Ruin, taken down by Squeaky as well. Just 2 players left alive. They still got utility to use, but they ain't too close to use it. Cross them up, peaks on over 3rd down, 4th down. Squeaky holds the angle and ends. Get themselves a win. Coming off this, I think there might be Page did manage to get a knock. Back towards Liquid we go. First comes through Nail Cup with the hip fire. Gets spot as well. Perfect 1-2 punch. One gets the flash in there. The second one gets push.
Oh, wow.
Multiple teams at the same time.
That's literally the safest place on the map to get a revive in. And Odin does go down 8 minutes and 9 seconds. And Tropic has actually nailed up getting that knock and then immediately moving back. Okay, so at least they have someone watching, which is going to be so important. We've also got a DBS though. It's a DBS. Don't do this. Guys, we were talking about this. Oh my god. 3.
Very good flank underneath. Obviously, the knock players will probably get that info across. Takes a punch on Buster finds the other. Damage coming from the return, but takes to finding one more. Just one more player left alive on the hilltop. Will they fall apart? Yes, they will. Ends. We haven't seen more Entropic kills so far in this game, and here they are. Out active, playing unfortunate, not quite going the way that QB would have wanted it to, and their teammates are nowhere near for the rescue. Nailgun ain't gonna waste this precious bullet.
A player away from that. Doorway on the second floor just to make sure. Nearly caught him, crossed back over, but I don't think he's noted the reposition of Alec. Instinct. Oh, what?
Yeah, could be the deciding factor whether you win this not. Playing it smart, no, and it wins it! 1v3 example prevails. Enemy, you need to all of it. Does find the first, and look at the XP. Blue and Platoons, but no, you're taking blue money. What are you doing?
We might find it though.
Welcome back to G-Loot Season 6. We're moving into the final game.
Has he got his headset on underneath? Do we know?
I don't think he does.
Can he hear us? Can we trash talk him right now?
No, I can hear you.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, okay, I didn't say that.
Eventually,
I was supposed not to say anything, guys. You guys are terrible at this. You just started laughing. What's going on, man?
I can't. This is
terrible segue, guys.
Serious conversation has to happen. We have to talk about the video game, but that was fun. Thanks for that, Avenger. Nice little comic relief for us. So I want one of those helmets. That's a pretty cool way to avoid any conversation with your significant other. If you ever want to, just plonk that on your head. All right.
I actually got it from G-Loot Season 2.
There we go. G-Loot Season 2. Good play on that. There are 3 teams today that have finished in the top 4 3 times, and it is specifically 2 of them I did not expect. Digital Athletics was one of them that I thought might, but Stardust and the other one is Sovim. Like, I did not see these names at the start of today, and once again, Avenger in this game, Sovim was there, Digital Athletics was there. Are you surprised that 2 of those teams are having those consistent performances?
Yeah, yes and no. Like these teams are here because they've been able to go through the meat grinder of the open qualifier format, right? So sometimes you're just able to have a run, no matter how good the teams you're playing against. If everything lines up perfectly, if your decision making and your macro throughout the game is set up and the circles are coming the ways that you expect or that you play for, then you're just going to have some of these dream runs. And that's why we sometimes see some of these teams make it really, really deep. Because they've been able to make the right decisions and they are playing for the circles that are coming their way.
Definite flip though as we moved on to Erangel from Miramar, Jarosar, and of course Sakura Zenton, a team that leading into this we said, well, maybe they're not really showing up today. Obviously heard us and decided to get that chicken dinner. Walk me through how they were able to claim that in the end game.
They've always been broadly making really good rotations that allows them to get a lot of space moving into the end game. I remember on Miramar, they had one game where they had a good opportunity to take a lot of space outside El Pozo, and in so many different circles that would have actually been possible chicken dinner winning move, and it didn't quite go their way. It did something absolutely horrible to them. They're very good at putting themselves in the right place at the right time in the mid game to set themselves up to snowball, and it was only a matter of time if they could keep doing it that they would get a high kill second place or a chicken dinner. As it happens, they managed to achieve both of those things in this game. And that tends to be the difference between, if you take, I think you just mentioned Stardust and Sarvem, for example. Stardust started today and they were getting like decent placements, but also a decent number of kills as well. So it's somewhere between 3 and 6 kills, making sure the points are on the board. And that's why they're solidly in the top 8. Sarvem are getting some pretty good placements, but they're not getting the kills. And the kills are so important in the long run to keep that momentum going. And that's the main difference between the 2 teams when you look at them on the leaderboard.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard from that last map to just see how that went down. And of course, like we were just talking about, Sakura Zenson claiming the chicken dinner. 13 kills, Avenger. What did you think about this particular game?
I think it was a great game. They set themselves up for it perfectly. They saw the way the circles played out, the 2-2 split that they had, the areas that they're able to defend from breaches and from anyone coming in. They set themselves up perfectly for this game. And then the push, the unexpected push onto Fago, the timing, they saw an opening in the kill feed and they capitalized on it perfectly. And this is exactly what Sakura Zenson they're able to do. Sometimes they will have this amazing game, and then the averages from their other games with the amount of kills, with the amount of placement points that they're able to accrue, that's going to be enough to put them quite comfortably into the top 4, and then they're going to be able to qualify here. I will say this though, from the kind of astute observation that I've made so far, and now they only have one game to go, is that I think our cutoff point is going to be like weirder than we've seen from another one, because Entropic, Question Mark, and Heroic, they were able to really sponge up a lot of points in the top. So I think you could see a slightly higher maybe cutoff point than 60 once we get into that. We'll see though, but so far it kind of looks like it. I think we could be leaning into something like 60, 65, slightly higher than what we had in the upper bracket.
Your overall leaderboard's on your screen right now. Something that was interesting though, if you looked at the scores from the last game, the first 3 teams out, not something you often see, with the 3 invited teams. Those were big names: Liquid, ENCE, Foot Esports. And now when we take a look at the leaderboard, this is scary. Avenger, look who is sitting at 16, 13 points. ENCE. I don't know what is going on there. I'm horrified. I think there's a lot of ENCE fans, and I know I'm putting a lot of attention on them, but they are one of those teams that you do not expect to see there, especially considering they were in the lower 8 in day 1 and day 2 as well.
Yeah, just thinking about some of the circles though, they have had insane unluck. Like, it's been crazy how unlucky they've been with the circles. Like a military game, when you're serving a team, it's literally Narnia that they have to go to, right? You're always going to be your last team. It's been some of the same cases. The Miramar games, actually, they played it quite well, but they've just been unlucky with third party and the timings, the circles going away from them. Some of the engagement they had, they lost out to third party a few times here and there. So far, rough. This last game, they have to step up. But then again, they are 16 points off top 8. That is, less than what just Sakura Zenson just had in one fantastic game, right? And we know that ENCE is easily capable of getting a 2-digit win. So it's honestly still up to anyone to jump into that top 8. If you have one good game, you are in the top 8. Then the question is, are you able to have that again tomorrow and then still have consistent games? That's the way that you're holding on to the top 8. If you're not consistent with the kill side, we've seen from Skate, like we've seen from BBL, like we've seen from DA.
There are 7 games left, only 1 left for today. At the end of those 7 games, we will know which teams will be making it through and joining our other 8 teams in the grand finals. Lots of pressure on those invited teams. Of course, they had an opportunity. They played through day 1 and day 2. They did not make the top 8. So this is their last hurrah, if you like, to make it into the grand finals and obviously claim their share of that $50,000 prize pool and some PGC points as well. We are getting ready to go into the final game. Will Foot Esports, Liquid, ENCE, will they be able to pull it back and do something impressive, or will the likes of Skade be able to finish on the top as we move into day number 4 of the Super Week? I thought I could talk the whole way to the map without asking one of these guys a question, and now I'm just running out of stuff to say. We are now in game. Jorasol, Benja, yay!
I actually just wanted Sam to keep going for the next half an hour.
Yeah, I was not going to say anything, even though she was going to throw it to me, John. I was just going to leave her hanging in there. Love to see when Sam's in pain.
Going to order some dinner, check the news, chill out a little bit. But no, we are in game for our final game of the day. And the leaderboard does look strange for some of the teams that we expect to do well. Like, there's no hiding away from that, right? But as much as we hype it up, we also have to bear in mind, at the end of today, we're halfway. And that has to mean something. Even though some of the teams that fell into the lower bracket from the upper bracket had a hard time, even in the first 3 days. 10 points separates last from 9th. 16 points separates last from you get into the grand finals and you can have a complete hard reset. So this it's very, very doable in 7 games, and we're not yet reaching the point where anyone's giving up hope or anything like that, even though the leaderboard looks super weird.
Yeah, I mean, you could take these 16 teams and you could put them into a salt shaker or something like that, and then shake it up, and then it's going to come out randomly depending on what. But I feel like some of the team, like the most of the teams in the top 6 is like 4 or 5 of them. Some of the teams that I actually expected easily to be up there, like Skate, BBL, DA, Team Liquid, easy to be in the top 6. But what's the case here? It's going to be a Western Shift. But I'd say it's a better one this time round, and BBL now has an insane amount of space. Everything from God Compound to Gatka to just like west of Pochinki. The question is, where do they end up in a home turf circle like this? Skate, though, they have their eyes set on a free kill over here.
They do indeed. And I don't know how much knowledge they have. Oh, never mind. Novik just picked up a shotgun. They know he's here. Oh dear, what a delightful angle Pixel got. That was dirty. And that's going to make Novik push in with the shotgun. Like, yes, you might get the first shot off, but I literally need 1 bullet to connect. It's now shotgun v shotgun, and that is awkward indeed. Ooh. It took 2 shots. That's the first time in a while I've seen the shotgun need 2 shots to down someone.
He didn't hit it properly. I think it was on the edge, like the bullets went under his arm or something like that. And Surprise tried to come in and help, but Skate says, nope, get the hell out of here. You guys do not belong. Mini Pochinki is ours. Ruins and Mini Pochinki, anything between Pochinki and school is Skate plus the Ruins. And that is what they just defended right here. So actually, back in 2018, it was Mucket that actually looted this area here, John. And there is no hard spawn cars. So they ended up always making their rotations on foot. That's why I referred to as the Mucket rotations. It's actually a foot rotation without cars. And so back in the day, there was no hard spawns in Ruins, and some of the there was not as many cars as we saw in the hard spawn in the compound in between. So Mucket ended up always running on foot, so they always got laid into the circles. Like good old Mucket rotations. Days. Yeah. PGI 2018 qualifier. I love it.
Love to see it. I remember those days very, very fondly. Obviously, I'm not sure we want to go back to that from an in-game point of view, but man, we had such good times. And this is part of making new memories and showing not only how we've progressed since then in 2022, but frankly, different ways for us to have fun and to watch these fights unfold. It's lovely to watch the meta constantly evolving, watch teams go from aggressive to conservative to aggressive again. The drive-by meta shoot things up. What's going to be the next big thing? Chances are we'll see it here first.
Yeah, 100%. And also the game, like we're practically at PUBG 3.0. Like when I go back and watch some of the games there, it's like the game is so different now. Huge improvements on all parts. Better games, better balance on guns, better balance on meta. Hard spawn cars that's coming in. It's just crazy how much the game has developed here. All right, we're in Pochinki, home turf town here of Team Liquid since years basically. PL 2019, late 2018 too, and now they are getting the grace of that.
Remember the days when every game was a Liquid and Tropic hot drop for a while?
Oh yeah, that was good.
Oh god, that was fun, and that was on Miramar and Erringle. They didn't let up.
It's the same when we go to the international tournament, like the boys just they have to change. Like there are just some teams from other regions, they are not giving up, and you just have to admit sometimes it's just better to take some worse loot, even though Pochinki Picado is absolutely fantastic and really good. It's not always that it's gonna work out for you if you're contested or even camped. All right, let's see what Digital is gonna be able to take out of this game. Currently, as you see on the left, 41 points for them. Stardust on 40. Surprising, but well done by them. Liquid 35, and then we start dropping off 5 points and 5 points. Serving them in 7th with 30. And then 29 here for Vinovici. They actually managed to keep on to the top 8. The question is, are they going to be able to do it after this game too? Now, the classic Polish power. Are we going to see the drive-by meta coming into effect? Kapi with M4 and SKS in hand. He's getting shot. A lot of players from Foot Esports is trying to capitalize on that. Now Cuneo
Well,
He's
Crunio
also getting a potential drive-by. Shots coming in from him. No. He only has a buggy. Not much of a cover there. This is not a good case. Lyron, this is almost guaranteed Crunio going down here. Oh, Lyron turns on him, gets him down.
Wow.
Super well executed by that.
Crunio had an opportunity to take Lyron down there. He had the grenade out, but Polish Power, it felt like there was a little bit of indecision on, are we stopping for them? Are we not? How many people do you hear or do you see shooting at you? And I think at the point where multiple guns came up, Polish Power went, no, let's keep going. And maybe, I don't know, maybe if Crunio lost a tire there, so had to stop or something. I don't know what the comms were like, but a little bit unfortunate for Polish Power to start.
Finds Murd. Finds Deckers. Rough situation. Takers nades himself. He dropped the nade off 4. That is not good. Sakura Sanson here in a rough situation. Also, Salty goes down. Shida finds him. What else can we see from Sakura Sanson after winning a great game now? 0 kills. Most likely also gonna have a rough time with this one.
Oh, look at the mini-map. Fago's coming in too.
Oh, they're looking to third party the guys that third party them in the last game. I like that. He-Man 60 HP, not a lot. Want to see him boost or heal a little bit. It's already looking off in a rough situation. Ooh, that's a point confirmed. They like that.
Yeah, it's funny that they do like the points here. It's they do tend to be quite useful.
Yeah, they like that. You see, after that last game, they're like, oh, we're gonna flush everything we see.
That's what these taste like. Let's go. Yeah. Maybe we'll start to see an amazing 1v3. Oh, wow. Fago. It's the Istanbul Wildcats interrupting the third party by driving right through. Now, just to explain what happened here, guys, the Wildcats are trying to get away. They're not trying to stop and fight. But because you're moving into the circle from the east, you don't really want to go down the road, down south. You're a little bit too open, for example, for people from Ferry Pier. You don't want to go through the Gatka fields because then everyone who has a compound has a really nice DMR line of sight on you. So what's the logical conclusion? Let's go through the forest, which works unless someone like Fago is literally trying to third party the compound underneath. Then you're just driving straight through them. And that's exactly what happened there by the Wildcats. Really unlucky.
Yeah, losing 2 players like that is just unexpected. I would say their pathing that was also not optimal, but we will try to see with that later. Now, Sakura Sanson has gone to the eastern side of this compound. Let us see what happens with that. And if they can capitalize in this situation here, John, I don't think so. They lost to Digilytics, has had a good run so far today, and they're 3-man. They have to isolate the fights. Oh, shots coming in from the back. Fago spotted Metralius. He's taking more damage on his vest.
They got to back off a little bit there. They weren't gonna... I think they might have actually come in a little bit harder if it wasn't for the Wildcats running through. And now the element of surprise is removed. It's so much more risky for Fago to come down that hill now. And every second that passes, more teams come into circle. They risk being seen by someone they didn't know about before. So it would have been a very interesting 3-way fight for this compound in phase 1 in this final game of the day. But the Wildcats, a byproduct of that rotation, is that this is now back to being a straight 1v1 fight.
Yeah, exactly. Intense with the nade potential. Huge
into the water tower?
Into the water, maybe. Or I think he tried to get into the roof of, or the doorway of the warehouse. This is a western shift. We're going to see some mutations with that. So Chris Anderson is just trying to disengage from this fight, obviously. Losing 2 players, not optimal, but second place so far. Moving into the last game when we started, we were like, we want to see more from Sakura Stanson, and that's exactly what they gave us. Now more drive-bys here from Lyron.
Oops.
For the Esports. That's a... Oh, Eski finds Nelkup, taking down Stardust. And they're going to lose that player as well. Eski's going to finish that off. Meanwhile, Medebay finds him with the SLR headshot. And Rupture is going to try to see if they can... No, they're just going to disengage. They're going to send it in. They're going to try to get into the circle here, John. Try to capitalize on that. And right now, if you're not in the top 8, you're looking to try to have as good game, obviously, as possible here. And you're try to finish off in the top. And is one of the teams, John, that we want to see in the top 8.
This is a huge problem for Ents. Tixu started picking a fight with Gemty, and to be fair, they're the ones that drove in, but exactly at the same moment, the rest of Ents are busy fighting Sarvem. So there's no one who can come in the immediate term to help out a little bit. Tixu is in so much trouble right now. That Molotov must have come within inches of hitting him. And the rest of the team are still stuck. They can't fully engage onto either one of these squads.
BBL is third-partying Skate from the southeast. That is so unfortunate for Skate. They're trying to capitalize on this fight that Enzo's already having. And now Food as well onto Saben. This is a huge help for Enz. Elsing goes down. Alderman, a little bit of a flush from Olsing there. That's a Lyran again now. Savim down to 2. No kills for them so far.
Oh man, this is chaos here in phase number 1.
Ents managed to get the most out of this, John. There are 4 guys alive. They're disengaged. They're all close together now.
I don't know how Tixu stayed alive. That third party was so fortunate for them.
Ooh, close. Traded though. Global Army last pair. Huge headshot from him. That is massive. Foot Esports out.
This was the squad that were giving Ents trouble before, so Sarvem had to pull back. A possible third party coming in from Foot Esports. They get eliminated. Now BBL are freshly coming in off the back of that. So BBL have changed who they're third partying, I think twice now. This is insane.
It's a massive, massive game from them, honestly. I'd love to see
Polish Power might come in to mop up.
Yeah. Let's see if that works for them.
Certainly thinking about it.
BPL. I love the synergy we've seen from BPL so far today has been massive.
Yeah.
Huge for them. 48.
Code Marco, Smash. Just very, very solid all throughout the day. Even in the games where they quote-unquote did badly. I mean, the carrying with the kills has just been superb from BBL today. Now, though, we finally reaching a little bit of a calm moment in the game. 3 teams gone by the 13-minute mark is already a bit unusual. We might finally get that swamp ending that we were talking about earlier. We've got a second shot at it, Martin.
Yeah, I would have loved that. Honestly, that's... I love swamp endings because they're so instant. Never mind. We're going to get a...
It could happen. It could happen still.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure. It's I think it's going to be a West Town here. Obviously, he's going to go away from water, but this is the one that ends on the little part of the road where you have the little shack and stuff. It's just a classic one. BBL, Kumago, 3 kills. I think he can be the top fragger after today here, John. And they're taking control of the Northeast. What does Ends do, though, with a bloodthirsty BBL?
Not sure how much ground they're going to get with vehicles based on where they are now. It's going to take a little while for them to move out of there, and Enterprise are actually coming dangerously close to what Ents would use as their exit route. Rustenmar heard that, and as a result, they stopped fairly early, but now they're quite close to Fender Lost. Everyone squeezing through a very, very narrow band to get in, and Enterprise make it through, but they're going to have to deal with Solo and stuff as well, and now BBL, because Ents didn't move when they wanted to. This is forcing BBL into them too.
Yeah.
Oh dear, when I say Enterprise are going to go into Solo, I didn't mean literally run them over as an opening engagement, but that's exactly what just happened.
Oh, shots. Oh, Smash gone down from Rustenmar. That is huge. Damage, though, on the other Ents, guys, is going to delay the fight. Nades coming in. Huge nades massively placed there for BBL. Does massive damage, too. This is such a hard push. Like, I hate this house. Like, it's so hard to push. They need to do something else. Nuki trying to get on to the US, trying to get on the high ground. Intensifying Snorkers, he's the fun from that. Now, smokes deployed. Rustenmar damaged. So Squeaky been found by Kodmago. Tixu found by Thunder Lost. It's falling apart for Ents here. Nice shot
running
from Nuki,
around.
though.
That side of the house, it's so tough. As soon as you get into the swamp and your movement speed is just a little bit slower than you want it to be, it's like everything just feels in slow motion. Rustenmar trying to make some magic happen. We still got Nuki as well, who can absolutely put something very spicy into the mix with that nade. I think it's going to fall short just a little bit to the left-hand side. Rustenmar down. He was super low. It's all on Nuki now.
It's all on Nuki, and he has 3 knocks to save. Goes for the flushes. Yes, not a lot of health here. Quetpa can definitely make this push happen. It's being defended well, though. Smokes are being deployed. Oh, if that was a knock, he would have been down to 1 versus 1, and that would have been huge. He would have been able to save him, probably. Smash Blades out. Code Marco is saving, and Code Marco is he's on fire. He's on an insane blood pool. Oh! That's a sick headshot. He knows he's gonna have to heal. He can reposition. He decides not to hit. He has 3 nades. Use the nades, please.
He's got 2 teammates as well,
I would love to see a nade after that headshot there, John. That
would have been so good, right? Another 2 shots here. Okay, we must get the nades now, right? Surely. 2x on the M4, moving around the side. No, not yet. Nookie repositions.
No, that is so unfortunate, friends. They actually had a good chance to take BBL out, but they're just on fire. Currently on top now. 52 points. 7 points total from this game alone in kills. And now we're down to 11 teams, John, and it's looking like a really fantastic swamp ending we were hoping for here.
Yes, I think this might actually happen. I'm really, really keen for this. I'm trying to work out who this is benefiting the most. On the north side, I'm thinking Skade have an opportunity to push away with getting some more points. On the south side, it looks like Veni Vidi Vici. A little sad that they are just by about 10 seconds the last team in. Otherwise, they could have gate-kept someone as well. And Polish Power only down to Cappy. Enterprise only down to Janny. Team Liquid, they're 4 alive, but they are properly on the edge, southwest, and crucially across the road. So if they cross this road, this terrain is so flat that unless you're sending it in vehicles, you better hope no one can see you. This is, they have some questions to ask themselves about their next rotation, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
That's Skade finishing off Polish Power on the north side. They're the ones who are basically able to gatekeep. There's a chance they can gatekeep Stardust, who are on the 10 o'clock position of the circle, but all eyes on Jeems and Team Liquid. They'll be able to get into this circle fine, but in about a minute's time when phase 5 pops, they're going to be saying, okay, we have vehicles. We know the terrain in front of us is really open. Where do you go from here? This is really tough in terms of decision making.
I really want to see Liquid have a fantastic late push into the swamp here, but it looks like they're gonna go on the south side here, John. I'm not sure this is the play. Clip finds some damage onto Vini Vici though, and yeah, this is a rough push no matter what for them. They need to be in the spot later that Divan is in, but then they can get pushed from Fago, and they're fully aware of this. This is huge.
Do you push Fago then? I mean, that's very risky when
like
there's no placement points yet.
They just need the West control, but there's 2 teams just making sure that doesn't happen. Divan is in a great defensive spot.
Yes.
So they need to either take care fully of Fago, but that's no point doing it unless the circle shifts super hard west. That's a huge nade. Doesn't go far enough. Thunder lost. Oh my god, BBL.
The nade was just a fake.
Yeah, make him move so he can see the head. Sean finds Apocalypse though. This is huge for Skate. 5 kills in Novik? Hello? Yep. What's going on?
So they were on the north side of the circle constantly gatekeeping. They got most of Polish Power, and Stardust are down to 2 players, but they were also out of the circle, and it was a game of cat and mouse for who was going to move first out of where Skade are. And unfortunately, Stardust had to move first, so Metabay is now struggling, but Skade basically got 2 teams worth of kills off of gatekeeping on this north side.
Wait, Liquid is full sending it and trying to take the fight to Fago. So they decided they want west control. They want to take out these guys, and then they can move safely into the zone from the west and have everything controlled from the high ground. I like that. But this fight has to end in less than 20 seconds, because then the circle starts moving when nades are coming out. It's a good opening here, though, John. Let's see what they can do out of it.
I was going to say the opening frag onto Rhino Lock would have been critical because he's got the position on the roof. And then as soon as I thought about saying it, Rhino Lock got knocked. But unfortunately, the 2 nades in response damaged Team Liquid, forced them to heal, and they couldn't send it in off the back of that. That almost was a great opportunity to crash in.
All right. 10 kills for BBL. Clip finds Hackatory. This is massive. Sokil is moving, and it's literally on the backs of them. It's 5 damage per second here, John. They need to finish this fight off fast. And they need the cars as well. This ticks so hard. James been found by Superla. Verbiton's been finished off. Superla finishes off James. Liquid's down to 3 players now.
This is the potential for such a great approach, such a great fight, and I think Liquid are running out of time. And this is going to turn into something super scrappy in a few seconds, unfortunately. But the way they set this up was beautiful. They just didn't have enough time to finish the execution.
They have gas station control. The question is the Harry Potter tower in after? It looks like it. They're going to have to offensively smoke the tower's door and then hold the smokes that they're coming out of. That's the only play I see working now. Though, look at that Rhino Lock. Getting this angle is crucial too. Smokes are coming out. I need to see. This is why I want to see the smoke grenade launcher in play, because a smoke grenade launcher smoking the door of that Harry Potter tower would have been a perfect play. Tip finds one, sees him. Information comes onto Hagatory's been knocked. Rhino Lock's been found as well. Tries to go for the massive mobility play there with the molly. Shot out of the air. Damage is on to Billa. He's half HP. They have the upper hand here now.
They saw the 2 knocks and the kill feed.
I like the Molotov play too. He's on fire. Not enough. I don't think it's enough.
No. Oh man, Team Liquid now. They need to get into circle themselves. They're doing so well in this fight, but the 10 seconds after this fight might end up really sucking for Team Liquid.
This is rough. Smokes out. Supila finds a nade knock as well. Mexi finds him. And through, I can't believe it, through the smoke, Thendalos finds him too. BBL with a 14 kill game. They are on fire, John.
You said it, Martin. I mean, Team Liquid needed to finish that fight quickly. I thought that was really good, and they had a version of that fight where they won it nicely, but it was slow enough that BBL got in position, and that was it. And now they are stamping their authority on this game. Skate in second place still have 1 person standing. Xiong is still in this game, still capable of showing us some fireworks, but 14 kills in this game now for BBL Esports. They are looking to put their top 8 beyond doubt on day 1.
Simple Wildcats been able to scrap a little bit of points, trying to get out off the bottom. Currently 14 points from 8th place. Cut-off point. No, second piece finds him. Minivici steps it up. They're trying to defend their top 8 spot currently. And they do successfully find all of them. Now they guarantee themselves 2 placement points from the top 6 here, John. And now it's looking really good. They're actually taking over. Saw them now in 7th place. Just 5 points off Team Liquid. Nordskiff. I want to find some smokes. Kitten is going to get the rest of this. Is exactly the spot. The defensive spots with a few smokes there from Divan. They also have all the cars. It's working out nice for them. 5 kills for Thunder Lost. BBL, 15 kills in top 5. And they have 3 guys alive. They can take it even further. Currently pushing Divan.
And Divan, remember, they're in a really, really good defensive position. They've got the vehicles here for cover as well. But it doesn't matter if while they are far away from the vehicles, they instantly get hit. That is a fantastic nade. Another one to follow it up from Code Marco. Teammates coming in with the Molotovs as well. There is no way that first player is coming up. And Sahar is looking like he's in a tricky situation as well. Nordskiff trying to get the insta-revive, but he's actually going to crawl into a molly almost. And this is troublesome. Kemper coming in for Illidan. And Divan are looking like they're on their last legs.
Code Marco knows they're in the smoke. He does not have any more utility used. But they find another kill. They're inside the smoke. I want to see them finish off these 2 players too. That'll be 18 kills for them. 7 for Code Marco. He's insane. He finds 1, finds 2 maybe. Oh my god, almost got the second. Oh, Priel finds 1. It's 17 kills on top 4 for BBL, John.
Holy moly. Yeah, this is... It doesn't matter if they all spontaneously die in this game now. BBL are properly stamping their authority. Metabe, the last surviving member.
Oh my god.
He's going to take out Quetper as well. So many of these kills are getting mopped up by BBL. 3v, once again in the top 3, and Team Solo there as well. But there is no question that all of the momentum in this lobby are with Big Boss Life.
Somebody stop them. They're monsters. It's insane. BBL.
It'll all be over soon.
They have been able to close out their qualification on day number 1, just like Entropic did in the upper bracket. This is absolutely insane. They just wanted the extra training, John. They just wanted it. They were like, all right, guys, we know what we're able to do here. Let's not
Target
qualify.
practice.
We want some more games. These games are great. Let's go in and dominate these kids in the lower bracket.
But you know who's going to be really angry about this? It's going to be Smash. He died early on and he's got 1 kill. He's like, no, Code Marco's not supposed to overtake me. This was my crown.
Yeah, that's true. I can tell you the top 5 killers before going into the game was 16 kills for Code Marco and 15 for Smash. So Code Marco is going to have probably a record-breaking day in terms of how many kills in 6 games in a high-tier tournament here for this one. Crazy,
Very
crazy
tense end to
scenes.
this game. Do we think maybe one of the other teams can spring a surprise here, or is the momentum just too much? Oh, no, they're fighting each other. Never mind.
Oh no, Vidovic and Solo. They're just assuring mutual destruction here, John. It's crazy. Oh, nice. I like that, Bambilovo. But PPL, send it in. There's a knocked guy. And
Here we go.
they're
3
going
points over here.
We need another point. It's crazy. Oh, does he do the? Do they get? No, it's not close now. I thought they were gonna get the flush. Oh, nope. That's a nade. That's a good nade. Shots coming in, and
there we
it's finished
go.
off a 20-kill chicken dinner, John. I can't believe it.
Unbelievable stuff. Absolutely fantastic from BBL Esports. 20 kills. That's 30 points from game number 6 today. Nearly
crazy.
3,000 damage. They are on fire. What an incredible game by BBL. I don't know if it cements them going through in a top 3 place. Maybe, but it definitely cements them going through to the grand final.
100%. They're in the grand final now. That's fine.
Yeah.
So that's one of our invited teams that is going to be guaranteed
Got
there.
him.
And then tomorrow, it's going to be scary, right? Because they're going to be able to do whatever they want. So they can basically deny that team that they don't want to have in the grand final in case they want to do that. It's really, really scary stuff. Same case that we had with Entropic going into yesterday, obviously.
There are other teams, other invited teams that are still not in the top 8, so BBL could try and bully them in to make sure they don't make it. They can do whatever they want. We don't know. But that was game number 6, ladies and gents. Now's a great time to bring Sam back into the conversation. There must have been a lot of notes from that game, but 90% of them were probably BBL just killing everyone.
You should have done the turn instead, Sam.
Yeah. I'm just shaking my head because I just wrote so much BBL. 14 kills, 22 minutes, 17 kills, 25 minutes, 19 kills, 20
all the
kills.
time. It's just like one big notepad with just
BBL. You know what's interesting though? First Erangel today, they hit 14 kills at 24 minutes. And they weren't even in placement points. Then they've done it again. They have completely popped off. And I do wonder, Avenger, where was this day 1 and day 2? I mean, what changed today?
That's what we're saying, right? Are they doing this just to make sure they have more top tier games, right? Because you cannot replicate these circumstances in scrims, right? But no, they obviously wanted to have qualified, gone through yesterday, but the kind of training and the hardships that they've went through the past 2 days is definitely something that have prepared them for today, because you could see that they were on fire, they were ready, they knew exactly what their game plan was. They just wanted to go in, frag out, get as many kills as they want, and then if they get in placement points, it's fine. They're gonna go along with that too.
Well, another thing as well, like how many of BBL's fights took a minute and a half, 2 minutes to finish? They were in, kill, out. Very, very ruthless, very, very quick. And it means, sure, BBL get third-partied and they might die every so often after they get 12 kills. Who cares? They are so fast at what they do as well.
The truth is, eventually, in order to play like that, you have to be pretty confident as well, because to start going for kills so early on and purposely finding them, hunting them out, you need to be completely in sync. Communication needs to be strong, because there's a huge risk that you could go out and potentially, like we've seen with some of the other teams, or Liquid or whatever, go out early and then you get no placement points. So they're obviously feeling very confident in this lobby.
100%. You could tell that they feel like they're a team that should be winning this lobby in this case here. That there's absolutely no question about that. And I love the way they approach today's games. It's complete smash and grab style. They know that they're superior to vast majority of the players in here, and they're confident in taking 1 versus 2s easily as well.
I want to draw attention to Stardust in this last game, obviously finishing again in the top 4. They've actually been consistently up in those higher places. What did you think of their performance for this particular map, Jorisar?
I thought that
they did very well to maximize placement points from a horrible situation that they were in. When the circle moved onto Swamp, they were sort of stuck on the west side of the road. And Skade were busy fighting Polish Power, but there's no way for Stardust to third party because they were even further away from the fight and they had to cross flat terrain to get to them. So in light of Skade are just gatekeeping us and there's nothing we can do anyway, to get from that position into one of those top points paying positions, very, very well done. Could Metabay have done much more than that? Honestly, I don't think so. They did well.
That was another team, obviously Stardust coming in from day 1 and day 2. We're now taking a look at the highlights. Avenger, what were some of the standout moments for you?
BBL. No, I love the push that we saw here from BBL, especially this one where they were like, all right, guys, we can clean up a little bit in the swamp, and them surviving the ends massacre basically, and then continuing that confidence, like being able to, all right, let's just get some fresh helmet, more utility, and continue. That was insane. Really, really enjoyable PUBG to watch. They're absolute monsters, so there's no question about it. I love the play that we saw from Liquid was actually extremely well executed. If it happened 30 to 45 seconds before, that would have been lovely. But the utility uses the case that we saw with them coming in and taking out Faker's position was actually quite nice, and they would probably have gotten, you know, 5 to 7, 8 points more, potentially being able to take the control of the road, so BBL couldn't if they have finished the fight off with Faker earlier. But the problem for them, and the case why that didn't happen, is that Fago didn't play for the win there. They were the ones that were supposed to make an offensive play onto the road to ensure what was going to happen there. They were passively waiting for something to happen, and then they wanted to play late into the circle from their position. But Liquid's play, the only play, clever play for Liquid to make there, was to take Fago out quick and then play from the roadside that BBL eventually came in from.
Your scoreboard is up on your screen right now, and you can see there 20 kills, 10 placement points,
30
points, more than double the amount of points that Solo got in second place, which means I have no doubt if we take a look at the leaderboard, no, there will be no surprise who is sitting in that top spot.
Absolute
look
no
at the jump. 75 points away from Skade, who are in second place. Here's my big concern. Of course, I mean, I think everyone's concern ends 15 points.
Yeah.
Yep. Tomorrow's a big day for them.
Yeah,
Avenger.
Huge day for them. But then again, 2 surprises. Polish Power ends in the bottom here. Stardust being able to jump into 4th. That's quite nice to see. I expected BBL Skate, Digital that is Team Liquid to be here in our top 5. Nice to see Solo in there. They've been quietly consistent. Vinovic's win is obviously putting them in there. But another thing I want to say is that BBL's last game, 30 points, is more points than 6 games for 7 of our teams. 28 points for Divan and down, just in a single game for Divan. So I'm just saying anything is possible here. If you have a massive game, you're going to be able to jump into that top 8. But you need to have your consistent games on top of your big game, like we saw from Sakura Sands. And they're able to be extremely consistent throughout the day. They had a 3rd place, at a 6th place, at a 9th place, and then their win. Then they're able to jump in and keep that spot here for this one.
I think what you just said is quite interesting, because we've got 2 invited teams, one sitting on the top, but in the last place there, I mean, at the end of the day, BBL's last game, they scored more points in that. They scored double the amount of points that Ensa scored in 6 games, which is not something that you would expect. Joroso, I have to give it to you though. It wasn't in the top 3, but they did end. They're not quite in the top 3, but I'll give it to you. 6th spot for your 3Vs. You're going to be happy with that.
I'm going to be pretty happy with that, but at the same time, what is interesting to me for tomorrow is the gap down to what the cutoff is going to be for 9th place. They're in a good spot, but they are no means through yet. They probably need to get to around that 60-point mark. But earlier on today, 10 points would have separated dead last to somewhere in the middle of the pack, and then 13 points would have separated 16th from 9th. Now, in last place, you need 18 points just to make it into the top half of the leaderboard. We're starting to see that gap open up, and there are no more second chances in terms of starting to claw that back. The teams on the bottom half of the leaderboard have to start closing the gap on the front foot from game 1 tomorrow. They cannot afford to lose any more ground, I think.
It's going to be interesting, but there are 6 more games to go. We are halfway through, and now we have an opportunity to chat to, I'm going to call him Sam T. I know that's not his in-game name. He's coming in from Skade.
Here we go. I was like,
surprise!
You did a Sam for a moment there.
I was about to be like, are you playing from Africa as well? Congratulations on a really good day. My question is going to be a little bit tough. Where was that performance in day 1 and day 2?
I don't know. Day 1 and day 2, I think the circles were a little bit more harassed, but I think we played poorly as well. We should have went more for kills and not like try to rotate when there was still a lot of people alive and circles shifted away. I think we did that mistake.
All right, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you playing, obviously. I want to ask here, how do you feel like your approach to the games today? Did you focus a lot on, all right, this is going to be easier than competing against the teams the 2 days before, so you guys were a little bit more focused on playing a little bit more aggressive maybe, or what was your plan for today?
No, I think it didn't matter which teams were playing today. I think we still wanted to play a little bit more aggressive when we were not inside the circle, try to maximize points. That was our mistake in the first 2 days. We were playing too passive.
All right.
Well done once again, guys. Obviously, still the games tomorrow to go, but you guys are looking in great shape. I want to take your mind back to the end of game number 1. You got a lot of points today, but in game number 1, it didn't really work out for you guys. You obviously wanted to change to be more aggressive today. Did you doubt any of that at the end of game number 1 and want to switch any more stuff up? Or were you still convinced, no, this is the way forward, keep doing it this way for the rest of today's games?
Wait, what happened in game 1? I can't remember anymore.
I mean, that probably is a good answer, right? Out of mind straight away. Yeah, not that many points on Miramar, but then you came back with such a huge number of kills, and the aggression really paid off.
Yeah, the second game we won, so...
It worked. You won. That's what it's about. Chicken dinner. I got you, man. Just click heads, come first. That's how this game works.
I have a question, Sam. Can I ask one more question, please?
Yeah.
Go for it, Avenger. Okay. Go for it.
So you guys are practically safe now, right? Are you guys like somewhat focused that you want to deny some of the teams that you potentially don't want to play against in the grand finals to make the grand finals easier, or what's the plan? Or is it a secret?
I think because we played so poorly first and second day, I think we still want to try to improve our game rather than going to try to destroy others' games. And you don't want to make enemies in this game. It's always kind of like...
But you're going to get bridge camp sometime in another tournament. PCS 7 qualifiers. Hey, surprise, guys. Remember us?
Yeah, you don't want to make enemies.
That's right. Yeah, you're right.
Also, the truth is, if you were planning to do that, you were never going to tell us and the entire broadcast.
Of course not.
So, good try, Major. Thank you so much. Good luck for tomorrow. Hopefully, you have similar success.
Yeah, thank you.
I like that. I like Avenger's cheeky questions. I do think you have to ask. And now people will watch, waiting to see if BBL or Skade are going to do the same. And obviously, we're now wrapping up halfway through. I do think that we do have to highlight the key play of the day, Avenger. And it's actually a stack of plays all put together for everyone's enjoyment. And here it is.
It's just Code Marco killing 20-some people throughout today. BBL absolutely fragging out. Like, I can't believe how well they're able to play today, John, honestly.
They were. They didn't just do it the once either, right? They managed to do it multiple times. They proved it wasn't a fluke, and there's very little reason that they're not going to try and use the server for target practice tomorrow as well. They've really cemented their status as a very scary team to come up against. And even though they came down to the lower bracket, I think the grand finals teams are going to be looking at that today going, there's a real chance they can replicate it when we come back for the grand finals. There's a real fear there now.
It's really interesting to see how some of the teams who did not perform in day 1 and day 2 have popped off. But I'm keen to see if some of those other teams that maybe we didn't see a lot of will perform tomorrow. It's a really nice short format. So if they get 3-4 good games, some double-digit kills like BBL just proved, they can push themselves right up the leaderboard. Just a quick heads up, the show tomorrow will start at 1810 CEST. I'm in Africa. We don't have summertime. It's so confusing. So 10 past 6, that's when you need to tune in and make sure that you are there, because we will find out which 8 teams will be joining the ones we found out from day 1 and 2 in the grand finals for G-Loot Season 6. So get some rest, go play some PUBG, and make sure you're back here tomorrow.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.